All right, y'all. Good morning. Welcome to LadyInTheTruck. Ah, man, I don't want to smoke, but you know what? I got to do it. Do my let's see, my girl Raw B was on there. She was getting her sister Soldier on. All right, I'm back in. Um, I hope that you guys can hear me better now. Miss Gigi, let me know if you can hear me. I'm gonna try to head over to this truck stop and see if I can get a better headset. Maybe it's the headset, or maybe it's because I'm in the yard, and sometimes when I'm in the yard, the other trucks can block my signal. So I'm out the yard now. Hopefully you can hear me just a little bit better. Okay, you can hear me. Great, great. All right, because I didn't want to go into my whole spiel and nobody could hear me. I'm gonna still stop at that truck stop anyway, though, because I want to grab me a breakfast sandwich. But as I was saying, uh, yeah, a lot of people had a lot of different takes on this whole Breonna Taylor situation. So I was over at BMT's, and like I said, it was an excellent stream. We had Twin Man over there getting his Malcolm X on, like he always do. Twin Man, he be banging the drum. I love his passion, though. I have to say, I love his passion. And my sister Raw B was in there getting her sister Soldier on, and it was like a lot of even my temper flared a little bit, you know. But at the end of the day, it was a productive conversation. I think that we learned a lot. You know, shout out to BMT for another masterpiece of a stream. You know, he could really put the stuff together. But you know, me, I have to come over here and I have to do what I do, which is give my take on the situation. Because see, I feel a little bit different. You know, you have some people, they lean from one side to the other. Some people lean heavily on the side of law enforcement, and they judge Breonna because of her lifestyle, which I don't blame anybody, because when you're looking at something like this, you do have to look at the individual, all parties involved, even the police. So it wasn't just Breonna, but a lot of times, you know, people were also analyzing the police as well. And you know, that's your right. You know, we have the right to use our powers of discernment. So, you know, don't ever let anybody pull the wool over your eye telling you that you shouldn't judge, because that is what we are all supposed to do. We judge each other. We're supposed to judge each other with a discerning eye. You know, that's what you're supposed to do as an adult. And with that said, you know, you had people leaning heavily on the side of law enforcement. Then you had some people leaning heavily on the side of Breonna as the victim. And so my take is I'm going down the middle. Okay, I'm not on either side, and the reason for me coming to this conclusion, you know, I'm more on the side of the family. That's whose side I'm on. I think that really and truly the family is the true victim, because you know, the police, I don't trust the police. I guess you guys already know I don't have no love for the police. You know, I believe that. Do I believe that the police should be defunded and that they're not necessary? Absolutely not. I do believe that the police is necessary, but we got a lot of bad apples out there, and I'm not going to sit here and act as if we don't. We have an issue with our justice system, so I don't believe any of the reports. You know, I'm sorry, but I just don't, because after my personal run in with the police, and how I saw how they could just sit up there and just write anything in a report, I don't have any type of trust for law enforcement anymore, because they can. I mean, they literally sat there in my case and they wrote whatever the hell they wanted to write in their report. You know, so do the police lie? Yes, they absolutely do. And do they cover each other's ass? Yes, they absolutely do. So should we be sitting up here believing everything that they saying in those reports? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What's up, Focus 365? Pookie Bear 97, Miss Gigi. Yeah, so don't believe everything that you hear in these police reports, because you know they pretty much do whatever the fuck they want to do. You know, for those of you who are lucky enough not to have run-ins with the law, keep it that way, especially if you're black. Because if you black and you got to run in with the law, it's an uphill battle. It's your word against theirs. And 9 times out of 10, they trying to railroad you through the system. And the black police officers, they don't help. Okay. To me, they part of the system too. It would be something if we had black people that joined the police force to kind of level out the systematic oppression. But what I'm seeing is we got a lot of black cops on that police force. They're just there doing their job, collecting a paycheck. They're not making a difference in the lopsidedness of the system, in my opinion. And the few that do, like there was one lady police officer that appeared on the Breakfast Club. She was trying to make a difference, bless her heart. And the entire department turned against her, and she ended up losing her pension. So, even when you do have one or two that black police officers that try to stand up and make a difference, in this lopsided system, they're not rewarded. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Okay, the system is completely corrupt and lopsided. In case you all didn't know, or in case you all, were confused about the situation, because I know that a lot of people, they want to, jump on Breonna and her affiliations with these criminals. And I also, am going to do that too. So I'm going to piss everybody off. Okay, the people that love the police going to be mad at me, and the people that love to coddle the victim, even though they contributed to their own fuckery. Yeah, I'm not going to do that either. And in this case, I'm kind of disappointed, especially with black women, because I see a lot of black women sitting up here, turning a blind eye to, facts in the case that came out that, we shouldn't be turning a blind eye to. Yeah, there is not enough evidence in this case, in my opinion, for us to be sitting up here, saying that she's a criminal or that she's guilty of anything. However, she may not be a criminal, but she sure loved hanging around a lot of criminals. And as a black woman, I would be remiss not to point that out. I would be remiss not to say something about that. Okay. And see, this is where the sisters, the ones that have been reporting on this, you all are sitting up here trying to paint her out to be totally innocent. I'm not saying that she's a criminal because she wasn't convicted of anything, but she sure loved to hang around criminals. And just like I stated on BMT's panel, when I was a teenager, young, I was not a gang banger, but I sure loved to hang around gang bangers when I was young. And I used to get in trouble because I was hanging around gang bangers. Breonna Taylor was not a criminal. She had a decent job. She was a nurse, but she sure loved spending her time around criminals. And now y'all can sit up here and argue that she was trying to change her life and, she had gotten with a new boyfriend and all this type of stuff. But you know what? Sometimes karma is a bitch. And y'all gonna be mad at me for saying this. And no, I am in no way saying that young woman deserved to die. I'm not saying that at all. But I will say that when you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. I'll put it like that. Now I was offline, and me and BMT was talking about his live stream offline, and he and I are pretty much on the same page with the situation. Because here's the thing. You got this young lady, it seems to me like she had 2 boyfriends, okay? Seems like she was going with the drug dealer, and then as soon as her and the drug dealer broke off, she was with the new dude. You see what I'm saying? She's with the new dude. Now, one thing that I had, pointed out with the whole situation with the body, the dead body found in the trunk of her rental vehicle, it's just a lot of bullshit surrounding her and these criminals and things that she's doing for them, things that she's allowing them to do. Now, her ex-boyfriend that she was allowing to use her address as his mailing address, where he was allegedly getting, stuff mailed, to her, and we don't know whether he was getting drugs mailed to her or not because nobody checked the packages. But they do have video surveillance of high traffic going in and out of her apartment within an hour. You got 20 people in and out in 1 hour. This dude is using her address as his physical mailing address for his shit. And on top of that, her mailing address is on his bank statements. You got him saying that he was using her as far as like moving his money. She's managing his money. This is coming out of his mouth. So that, to me, that implicates her. That implicates her. But getting back to this dead body that everybody want to dismiss, that was found in the back of the rental car that was in her name. I want to really, really, really reiterate for anybody that ain't never rented a car before. When you rent a car, anything that happens in that vehicle, you're responsible for because it's in your name. So even if you are letting other people drive the rental car, if it's in your name, you're responsible. And see, with that dead body being found in that rental car, that implicated her. That's the reason why the police came and questioned her. They didn't arrest her or charge her with anything, but it was still under investigation. So they're not going to charge anybody or anything like that with it still being under investigation. But I just want you guys to understand that that didn't take her off the hook just because it was still under investigation and just because she wasn't charged as of yet. And because she's dead, she can't be charged with anything. But I heard that they did find a suspect in that murder. So that probably would have let her off the hook. Or maybe not, because, also you could be charged as an accessory if they feel that you are somehow linked. And like I said, her putting her name on that rental car does implicate her. No matter how many of you detractors and you people out here that want to sit up here and paint her to be this innocent victim, want to sit up here and make her like she's a goddamn saint after she's dead. And that's the other thing. I'm sitting up here listening to a lot of black women try to make this woman out to like she a saint, like she ain't did shit wrong. Oh, she just did a little, she had a little entanglement with a drug dealer / murderer. She just had a little entanglement. This is what I'm hearing. No, I'm not about to do that. She has to be held accountable for her decisions that ultimately led up to this bullshit. Now, did she deserve to die because of those decisions? No, she did not. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with people like this, it's a good possibility that's where you end up. Now we sit up here and we tell our boys not to get caught up in the dope game, not to get caught up with these types of individuals because they might die. But we're going to sit up here and give Breonna Taylor a pass. Make that make sense. That is not the message we should be giving to our daughters. But at any rate, back to the dead body. Because they were investigating the dead body and the rental car was never returned to the rental company. They found the dead body in the car that was abandoned. So they abandoned this rental vehicle, leaving a dead body in it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you rent a car and you let somebody else use it, and then even if you thought that they dropped the rental car off somewhere, even if you thought that they did the midnight drop off or whatever, even if you thought that, when the police detectives arrive at your house and say, hey, this rental car was never returned, the last person that we got on file renting it was you, and there was a dead body found in there, and I know I let Pookie use my car. It's at that moment that Breonna should have been like, okay, I don't know who that person is dead in the backseat of that car. I let Pookie use my car. And then after that, I would call Pookie up and say, hey, Pookie, what the fuck? You never turned my rental car back in and there's a dead body in there. We done. But she wasn't done. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to see. And this is for all the people that want to make it seem like she ain't know what was going on. She innocent. When that police detective questioned her about a dead body in her car, and she continued dealing with this dude after that, see me, I would have been scared. I would have been flat out scared to continue dealing with dude after a police detective showed up at my house to question me about a dead body. I would have been terrified. Hold on a second. I had to put my face mask on because I'm gonna go in here, get my little breakfast sandwich real quick. I would have been terrified. But the mere fact that she went on doing financial transactions for him, then she was moving money for him. She was calling him at the jail, doing pillow talk. They got the little transcripts from the little jail, phone conversations. She doing pillow talk. This is all after a police officer showed up at her house and stated that a dead body was found in her rental car that was never turned in. She doing all of this. This is after. So for all of y'all sitting up here want to say this girl innocent, this is not the behavior of somebody that didn't know what was going on. Yeah, y'all real quiet today. It's mighty funny how Black women, especially us, we do not like to be told that we wrong about nothing. We don't like to be criticized. And this right here is just one more confirmation to me that we will stop at nothing to make ourselves out to be these innocent victims. Hold on a second. I gotta walk in here real quick. Y'all hear me outside the truck. It's me going to this here truck stop. So like I said, I got two different views on it. Two different views of what I think we should be looking at. And see, the thing about us as a people, we always want things to be black or white. There's never any gray area with us. We can't walk and chew gum. We can't do two things at once. How come we can't hold both accountable, both the police and her for her fucked up ass choices. Let me go in here. I am always losing my headset. Yeah, I'm gonna get these right here.
I'll give you a try. Place lock your keys in, your tire change, jump start.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me. This is early in the morning, so I got to go through my little administrations. Dang, they ain't got no breakfast sandwich. Damn, never had a breakfast sandwiches out. Oh yeah. Can I get a couple of slices of pizza? Hold on, y'all. I'm almost through here.
Can I get you anything else, sweetie?
No, that'll be it. I'll take a bag, please.
Of course. You have reward card, sweetie?
No.
All right. We're looking at 1827.
All right.
It is getting kind of warm. Well, it was cold when I was sitting back there. You want a receipt, honey?
No, thank you. All
Have a
right.
good
Thank you
day.
so much. All right. Now, what was I talking about here? Sorry, I had to take you guys in here with me to the truck stop to get my little breakfast. They didn't have my breakfast sandwich, so I had to get two slices of pizza at 2 o'clock in the morning in Phoenix. All right, I'm almost back here to my truck. And I got my headset here. All righty. Jump back in here. Because I know these headsets, let me take my mask off. These headsets that I got on. Good morning, KK. I know that they are a little staticky because last time I did a broadcast with these on, I caught a lot of static. Let me see here. Switch it over to the new headsets. See if this is going to be a little bit better. Okay, y'all, bear with me while I get this situated. Hooey. Yeah, because I don't want to keep going and you all are having issues with hearing me. All right, so there we go. Let me take this one off. One sec. All right, so now I got on a different headset. I hope that this is a lot more clearer for you guys. All right. KK says, but that didn't give them the right to kill her. She wasn't in the game and she wasn't with that guy no more. She had no record and wasn't in the game. She had nothing to do with it. Okay. I agree with everything you said except for that she had nothing to do with it. KK. And this is what I'm going to ask everybody down there in the chat, because see, y'all real quiet. But if you rent a car, who's responsible for that car? Nobody but you. Okay? I don't care how many people you let use the rental car. At the end of the day, you responsible for that rental car. You responsible for whatever goes on in that rental car. Okay? Now, even if your boyfriend that you let use the rental car and she told the investigative officer that came out to question her about the dead body that showed up in that rental car, she told him that she let that dude use her rental car. Okay. Even if she thought that he returned the rental car for her at the midnight, return thing, even if she thought that, the mere fact that a detective comes back to her later on and states, hey, we found a dead body in this rental car that was abandoned. Number one, if the rental car is abandoned, your man did not turn the rental car back in. Number two, if the detective is asking you about a dead body in the abandoned rental car that he never turned in, that would cause me to be a little upset. Not just a little upset, I would be extremely upset. Because the last person they got on record renting that car is me, and the last person I gave the rental car to was my guy. But even after the police questioned her about the dead body in her rental car, this is all after. Okay, her guy gets arrested and goes to jail. She on the phone caking with him. This is after you've been questioned about a dead body in your rental car. You on the phone caking with this guy. Even if she had nothing to do with it, the mere fact that she was still caking on the phone with that dude after finding out that there's a dead body in her rental car. Then this is all after the fact. She was moving money for him after the fact. She's letting this guy use her address to get packages. We don't know if drugs was in those packages or not. But this is after a police officer then came to your door and said a dead body was found in your rental car. This is what black women ain't really focusing on. I hear y'all sitting up here saying she didn't do nothing, she wasn't involved. I agree she didn't do nothing, but she was definitely involved. If you sitting up here moving money for dude, if you sitting up here trying to bail dude out of jail after the fact, can y'all hear me? It says it can't access data on my phone. I don't know what the hell that means. If she's still trying to bail dude out of jail after a detective then came and questioned her about a dead body in her car, KK, it's not what the cops said. This is what she said. See, I don't believe everything that the cops say, but I pay attention to what she said and what she did after the cops came and questioned her. It is a fact that the cops came and questioned her about that dead body in her car, and she was still dealing with dude. That's what y'all want to ignore. KK, if you was questioned by a detective about a dead body in a rental car that you allowed your boyfriend to use, and the last person you know you gave the rental car to was your boyfriend, and he never turned the car in, the car was found abandoned, and you allegedly innocent and don't know nothing, why would you still be dealing with this dude after that? And see, this is the cognitive dissonance that I'm running into with the black female community. Because we don't never want to be held accountable for bullshit. But KK, she didn't break up with him right away. After that detective questioned her about that dead body in her car, she was trying to bail him out of jail. She was moving money from him. They have transcripts of jail phone calls where she's sitting up there caking with him on the phone after the fact. This woman was not innocent. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. And see, I don't believe that she deserved to die, not at all. But I don't believe she was innocent. This the part where we as black women, we dropping the ball. And when you live that type of lifestyle, I'm sorry, but it's real hard for me to engage my feelings into somebody like this. Because she may not have been a criminal, but she sure liked to hang out with criminals. Understand what I'm saying? And she might have been trying to turn her life around, or it could have been that she knew that she was probably getting in too deep, and she tried to distance herself, and it was too late. The baby mama knew what was up. The baby mama, when you listen to them transcripts of the baby mama was like, oh no, nigga, you over here bringing all the heat. The baby mama, Kiara, was smart enough to step away right away. But Breonna ass was all up in there, taking on the phone, trying to bail dude out after a detective showed up at your house saying that there's a dead body in a car that you rented, no less. How is this girl innocent? You can ask whatever question you want to ask, Omega Dread. KK said, if I did, I still will say with nothing and false, we do hold each other accountable. I don't take any away from these silly men hate groups like Manosphere. There are a hate group, and I know that. But see, the thing about it is, this case, the Breonna Taylor case, ain't got nothing to do with Manosphere. Separate your hate for the Manosphere for just 5 seconds and think about what I'm saying here. This girl wasn't no angel. She might not have been a criminal. And the thing about it is she wasn't charged with anything because, to be honest, she got killed. But I think had she lived, she was on her way to getting charged with something. Because you can be an accessory. And she was definitely accessorizing herself with a lot of criminals. But since she didn't get a chance to get that far, I'm not going to say that she's a criminal, but she's damn sure like hanging with them. Yeah, like I said, this ain't about the manosphere. I'm talking strictly about the Breonna Taylor case. And that's the other thing, just like we don't like for them to deflect when we talking about black male fuckery, this is black female fuckery I'm talking about. And I'm not about to let the women deflect. And as women, we got to start holding each other accountable. Because I'm definitely looking at this case. When I was over there on BMT's channel, I asked everybody on that panel, if you had a daughter around Breonna's age, would you want your daughter hanging around somebody like her, knowing the affiliations that she had? Everybody, even Sister Soldier, Raw B, and Malcolm X, Twin Man, said no, they would not want their kids hanging around somebody like her. But she's so goddamn innocent, though. Why don't you want your kids hanging out with her? And this is not demonizing her. This is not saying that she deserved to die. This is saying that she need to be held accountable for her part in this shit. And then we like to sit up here and compare her to the whole Botham Jean murder. But Botham Jean wasn't associating himself with no criminals. When you go back and you look at his history, like everybody looked at her history, you don't see Botham Jean sitting up there getting with the trap queen and trying to bail the trap queen out of jail, or renting cars for the trap queen and dead bodies showing up and all that other stuff. So you can't compare Breonna to Botham. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Now, my feelings was more involved with Botham Jean because he was an upstanding man. He was living his life right. He was not involving himself with criminals and putting himself in situations where he could end up another statistic. Actually, Botham Jean should still be alive today if it had not been for Amber Geiger. His is a cut and dry case because that pig, she literally killed him in his own home for no motherfucking reason. He wasn't involved with no criminals or none of that shit. But Breonna, like I said, I'm gonna keep saying it over and over again. She might not have been a criminal, but she sure liked to hang out with him. And no, I don't believe the police and all those reports. But I am looking at the facts. Fact. She was questioned by a detective. Fact. A dead body was found in a rental car that she rented in her name. Fact. After that, she was still kicking it with the criminals. Fact. She didn't try to distance herself until it was way too late. Does this sound like the actions of an innocent party? No, she did not deserve to die, but she was not innocent. Gia Girl says, I'm still trying to figure out how she thought that was her apartment and how she got in his apartment. Yeah, that Botham Jean situation, like I said, that was more cut and dry than this. That bitch, Amber Geiger, I think she did that shit maliciously. I think she did. But in this Breonna Taylor situation, I think that the police was messy as hell. I ain't even gonna lie. First of all, only one of their neighbors said that they heard the police say the police identify themselves. Only one neighbor. But what really kind of boggles my mind about the whole situation is that later on they said that the first police officer did not identify himself. He just broke down the door, and that's the one that's being fired and brought up on charges because they said that he had no consideration for human life. The other two police officers, the two black police officers, they did identify themselves. The two black cops did. And from the time that they identified that they were the police, dude should have stopped firing and surrendered himself. But once again, I don't believe everything that the police say because even the black police officers part of the club blue. I don't trust none of them motherfuckers. That's just how I feel about the police. Because I'm gonna tell you, and this is my take on the whole knock and identify thing. I think that there should definitely always be a knock and identify because everybody in the house ain't involved in the bullshit. Now, you all sit up here like I know you all don't never have no run-ins with the police. Everybody is perfect and all this type of shit, and that's good if you don't. Okay, not saying that you should have any run-ins with the police because I definitely wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. You definitely don't want to deal with the motherfuckers. They are crooked. They're here to serve and protect, sure enough, and they are needed. But them motherfuckers are crooked. Okay, they take up for each other. But my point is, when that first officer just kicked the door in and dude said that he thought that somebody was breaking in the house, I feel him on that. Now think about it. If you in your bed sleep at 12 o'clock at nighttime, 1 o'clock in the morning, you in your bed sleep, and you hearing somebody at your door knocking loud than a motherfucker like they trying to bust in, and you got your firearm next to your bed in the drawer, what you gonna do? I would have did the exact same thing. I would have grabbed my steel. So that's the reason why I think knock and identify is very important because anybody would have thought that an intruder was coming in. I know I would have. I probably would have ended up shot up a million times because I would have been coming out guns blazing, thinking somebody breaking in my house. So I think that the police fucked up for not identifying themselves immediately and making sure that they got contact with somebody in the house. You don't just go in guns blazing, firing blindly, not knowing who the fuck gonna end up getting hit. You might end up killing innocent victims rather than getting the people that you're there to get. Um, John, I just got through saying, yeah, I would probably be dead. I ain't afraid to die, by the way. Because here's the thing. If somebody bold enough to break into your house while you in there, you probably got a 50-50 chance of dying anyway. So I'm going to try to level up my chances. If you bust in my room, I'm going to shoot first, ask questions later. So John, you can be sitting up in your crib and just wait for the intruders to come into your room and negotiate with you. John will be the motherfucker negotiating with the person that broke into his house. John gonna end up either his wife gonna be sucking some dick, or John gonna be dead and his wife gonna be sucking some dick and die too. That's the type of motherfucker John is. I'm the type of motherfucker you gonna suck the end of this damn gun before there's any negotiation, because you ain't supposed to be in my house in the first motherfucking place. I'ma shoot first. Then we negotiate later. If I haven't killed you already, or if you haven't killed me already, because it's a 50-50 chance, John. That's what happens. It's called war. Omega Dread says, I remember a dude that was big and bad picking fights with people and stealing from them. And one day his entire family was murdered. Yeah, that karma. That karma. No, KK, we could agree to disagree. But what I'm saying is, I know that what I'm saying is going to rub a lot of people the wrong way, especially black women, because me being a black woman is going to come across as, oh man, you know what? She being a pick me. You know how people like to put you in the pick me category if you one time agree with the guys. All of a sudden, oh, you a pick me. You a pick Nisha. We all supposed to be a monolith. We all supposed to think the same way. You know, she done broke the female code. She's saying that we got to be held accountable. Yes, I am. I'm not saying that you in particular or any other females in particular that's not in the situation, a Breonna Taylor situation, but we do have the responsibility to send the right message out to the younger generation. And if we sit up here and try to act as if this girl was completely innocent, that is sending out the wrong message. If we sit up here and we act like she was all victim, that she didn't have a hand in some of the things that happened, we are sending out the wrong message. She was definitely a victim, though, but she wasn't innocent. And see, I think that we need to wrap our minds around that notion that a person could be a victim and they can also not be innocent, too. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that this person did some fucked up ass shit that contributed, not saying that she deserved to die at all. She's definitely a victim, but she wasn't innocent. And those police were definitely messy, and they deserve to be brought to justice. See how I did that? See how I'm looking at the whole thing holistically? I'm not all the way to the left or all the way to the right. It's kind of nice to call things down the middle. Miss Gigi said no one is innocent. Exactly. Exactly. Now in the Botham Jean situation, he was innocent as well as he was a victim. And so we got to learn how to start discerning this stuff. Because I feel like we as a group, we as black people, soon as we hear cop shooting, the person automatically becomes a martyr, irregardless to what they did to contribute to the situation. Everybody becomes a martyr. There was the one guy in Wisconsin. This guy was violating a restraining order. He's on file as being a known pedophile. And do you know there's black men, and here's the black male fucker. There was black men sitting up there trying to justify. I'm sitting up here like, okay, I don't think that the police should have killed the man. I think that he should have been taken into custody and he should have had his day in court and they should have buried him under the jail. But I'm not fucked up about him being killed like that because this motherfucker was violating a restraining order and he's going around fucking little kids. It's real hard for me to feel sorry for people like that. Miss Gigi said, I said if I was a cop, I would be quick to shoot and ask questions. Yeah, you know, the police, they have a real hard job. And we oftentimes forget that as well. Now, me as a civilian, I'm telling you that I shoot first and ask questions later. But you know, police have to be held to a lot higher standard. They got to follow regulation. And if they're not following regulations, they can mess up an arrest and then the whole case will be thrown out. So it's real important that they follow regulations. If they don't follow regulations, they can end up shooting a person that could be a key witness in the case and killing a key witness because they're not following regulation. In this situation, these police was real messy. You know, I don't even think that they got that restraining order. I think that they pretty much trumped up the restraining order. They got the restraining order under false pretenses. So they real messy. I don't trust these motherfucking cops as far as I can throw one. They want to jump over their regulations, their rules, their restrictions of how they're supposed to do things. And they botched everything up. Because, see, I do believe that these people that they were trying to get were indeed criminals. I believe that all of these people were criminals. And I believe that all of these people need to be off the street. And I ain't gonna lie, deep down inside, I feel like if there were less women like Breonna Taylor willing to be trap queens, willing to let these niggas use their apartments, their houses, etc., as the drug. And I'm saying that we need to be sending the message out. Don't be a Breonna Taylor. She was a victim, but she wasn't innocent. And we need less black women like her. I'm sick and tired of these so-called ride and die chicks. It's you ride and die chicks that sit up here and you enable the bullshit in the community with your ride and die asses. And I'm tired of y'all. And no, I'm not sitting up here getting behind no chicks like this. KK says she wasn't innocent, maybe, And I know I'm not. Maybe she loved him also. Could be. Chaz B98 says the neighbors were constantly complaining about the traffic coming in and out there. Black people who lived around them felt unsafe and were the ones calling the police. Exactly. But see, the thing about it is, when something happens to one of these criminals or the people that's partaking or accessorizing, being an accessory to these criminals, when something happens to them, we want to make it like those people were so innocent that they were, not involved in the criminal activity. They got a clean record. They just didn't get caught yet. I wish death on nobody, but that girl was not innocent. And she one of the people in the community that contributes to the fuckery. She one of the people in the community spreading her legs for the drug dealer, covering for the drug dealer, bailing out the drug dealer so that he can come back and retaliate and shoot up the neighborhood. It's chicks like this. See, y'all sitting up here, y'all only want to, point the finger at the criminals, but what about the people that sit up here and enable the criminals? They may not be criminals, but they are an accessory. These criminals be having help. Then we be having these hashtags, free my nigga, free my nigga. Wasn't your nigga shooting up the block? Didn't he go to jail for killing another black person? That's the same way I feel about this whole Breonna Taylor situation. She wasn't a criminal. Oh, she wasn't a criminal. She was just caught up in an entanglement and she was trying to get her life together. Ladies, ladies, ladies. Uh-uh. We better than this. Cheer Girl says, I know many black women that should have been a bat out of hell in regards to their relationship with bad men. Yeah. KK says, I know I care. I'm going to start back city council meeting reforming for the kids and black women. If that black man ain't pro-black family, political prisoners for change. I'm not marching for him. Zach says, but that's what the black minister have been talking about. Yeah, and I said, Zach, I said that when I first came on my channel. I stated that, a lot of the things that black men say about black women ain't altogether untrue. So I don't negate some of the things that you all say that we do as black women. A lot of the things that you all say that we do, yeah, you do. We do. We do. But it doesn't negate that y'all be on bullshit too. Now, I can get back to talking about y'all bullshit too. But I'm not, here to do that. I'm focusing on this Breonna Taylor situation, and I'm focusing on talking to the sisters about how we need to stop trying to pour sugar and spice on something that ain't nice. Okay, we always trying to pour some sugar and spice to cover up the bullshit that some of us do because we feel like it's a reflection on all of us as a group. But what it does is if I sit up here and I try to justify or gloss over the unpretty decisions that she made in her life, that makes me no better than her. That means that I'm upholding her bad decisions. And that is what makes us look bad as a group. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm this type of lady and I'm distinguished from that group of women over there. But when that group of women over there do some fucked up shit, I'm sitting up here making excuses. That makes me no different than that group of women over there. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to see. See, if you're going to distinguish yourself from that group of women over there. Oh, Doug, you say I must be going through the mountains. I am. I don't know what's going on. My signal hasn't been the best. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Miss Gigi says, I say I'm no saint. Exactly. And we're not perfect. You know, like I said, I talk vividly and candidly about the mistakes I've made in my life and how I overcame, how I grew to be the woman that I am today. And I'm still learning. None of us are going to be perfect ever. As a matter of fact, when we die, we're going to die imperfect. Good morning, at Fix Me. Oh, damn. Gigi said I'm in and out like a dude. It's Gigi being naughty this morning. But yeah, that's my whole take on the Breonna Taylor situation. You know, I didn't want to, let another day go by without me kind of weighing in and letting everybody know where I stand. I know everybody has been putting their videos out, and like I said, I sit and I listen to everybody. Love Wisdom did a absolutely great video on it, and Rob B also did an absolutely great video on it. I shared both of their videos, and even though there are a few things that they stated that I don't agree with, I do believe that their opinions are valid and important and wanted. So, if you still have the opinion that, she's all innocent, we shouldn't look at, her lifestyle because she's a victim. She definitely is a victim. And we shouldn't be criminalizing her because she got killed and all this type of stuff. If you still feel that way after listening to this video, that's perfectly fine too. But I'm just saying, there has to be a different perspective out there. And that's who I am. I'm the other perspective. That there's going to be a lot of times where I'm siding with my sisters, because I'm a black woman. It just comes natural. But on this, I'm going to have to disagree with the vast majority of my sisters. You all talking about the election. I don't know if I'm voting this time, y'all. I'm for Trump, but at the same time, I'm starting to see some stuff that Trump is saying and doing that I don't exactly agree with. So I'm kind of on the fence right now with this election. We'll see. But I just may very well sit this one out because I'm definitely not voting for Biden. Definitely not voting for him. Chaz B98 says black women don't take any responsibility for their part on destroying our own image. It's frustrating. And see, Chaz, you hit the nail right on the head with that. Because this is exactly. Did you guys see that video, Get Your Booty to the Pole, where a bunch of Atlanta strippers got together and they decided to do a election promo? Has anybody saw the video, Get Your Booty to the Pole? It was disgusting, okay? And see, this is yet another Democratic message to black people, and it was directed primarily at black men to get out and vote. But the first thing you see when the ad comes on is somebody's big, out of shape, dimpled up ass on a pole. And then a whole bunch of strippers sliding their little nasty behinds up and down this pole, talking about get your booty to the pole. All this butt bent over. And like I said, the ad may be appealing to men, but this is what the Democrats think of us. This is how the Democrats think that they're going to get black men to get out and vote Democrat. I do hope you all know, ain't no strippers gonna be at the voting poll. I do hope you all know that when you go out to vote, ain't no strippers gonna be sliding up and down no pole at the voting booth. But this is how stupid they think we are. Now I was offended when they set up there and prop Cardi B up as the spokesperson for black people doing interviews with Biden. I was already disgusted with that. Then they turn around. I think they are really trying to turn off the conservative black people. I don't know if this is going to work on the liberal black people. I don't know. It may be some of y'all that think it was cute. We do have our brain dead section of the black community out here, unfortunately. So if they did that ad, there has to be some kind of demographic that they're appealing to, and it don't seem like they're appealing to the thinking black men and women. Uh, what are you guys saying here? Oh, that Bixby says somebody needs to sanitize that pole. Exactly. Chaz says, right, they think we are all strippers. First with Cardi, now this. Exactly. And like I said, the strippers, when they got to talking about voting, the voting process, and how important it was, they sounded very intelligent, but the the nasty vulgarness of the ad took away from the message. And the mere fact that they were targeting this at black people, this really, really, I'm sorry, but I'm insulted. And any black person that sits here and they're not insulted by that ad, you're the people that they're trying to target. Because they're not trying to get the thinking vote. They're not. The Democrats, they actually benefit from the non-thinking vote. That's the reason why they can come out here, get on television, and outright lie. They outright lie, and they know that their voting base is full of non-thinking people. The Democrats know that their voting base is dumb. That's the crazy part about it. So whatever they do, they know they're gonna get away with it because they know that their voting base is full of people that don't go to school, don't work, on Social Security, on getting that welfare check, getting them food stamps. That's the Democratic voting base. Their voting base are the people that stay dependent upon government, and they know this. KK says, I haven't been Democrat in years. Oh, what's up, BMT? KK says, Cardi does not speak for me, and she's a mixed quadroon, not a black woman, and not African ADOS woman. And see, here's the thing, with the Democrats knowing who their voter base actually is, they know that their voter base is not the brightest bulbs out there voting. They know that their voting base pretty much mechanically votes Democrats, straight Democrat up and down. They don't look and see who the DA is. They don't look and see who's on the board of elections. Their voting base is the non-thinking voting base. So this is how they get away with propping up people like Cardi B. This is how they get away with ads like "Get your booty to the poll." This is how they get away with it. And we don't say nothing to them about it. Now I'm telling you, there is a demographic of black voters that's going to be turned on by this ad. And I promise you, those are the people that they're trying to target. They're trying to target these brain dead individuals, get them to sign up to vote, and get them to the poll. Straight Democrat all the way down. This is their target. And unfortunately, they're targeting young black men with this ad. That's who they're targeting. Young black men and body black women. They're not targeting people like me. They're not targeting people like Miss Gigi. They're not targeting people like KK. They're not targeting the thinking voter at all. Just notice. And so there you have it. We're going to continue to be disrespected. Because I promise you, when it comes time for them to target the Hispanic vote or the Latino vote or whatever you call them, they're not walking around here with ads of somebody walking around with a burrito suit on talking about chalupa your way to the pole. They not doing that. When it comes to any other group, they talk to them about tangibles. They're gonna talk to those Latinos about immigrations, laws, jobs, opportunities. That's what they're talking to them about. But when it comes to us, they put an ad out with strippers in it. When it comes to us, they push Cardi B in our face, who is not even black and don't really even like black people like that. Doug says, I went to the website. It doesn't say sponsored by the Democrats, but it has ties to Democratic Party because the actors are connected to BET. Of course, they're not going to outright say that an ad like that came directly from Democrats, but the thinking black voter knows exactly where that came from. KK says, yeah, they disrespect us. I'm glad people checked that non-black Spanish lady a few years ago. But anyway, you know how I do. I do my 1 hour spiel on what I think it is. And I told you guys what my 1 hour spiel was on the whole Breonna Taylor case. Just to reiterate, I don't freaking agree that the cops did their job. As a matter of fact, I think they were totally messy. I think they did more harm than good, and I don't trust them motherfuckers. Okay? With that said, I do believe that Breonna Taylor is a victim, but she's not innocent. Okay, she's not an innocent victim. She's a victim, but she's not an innocent victim. And last but not least, she may not be a criminal, but she sure like to hang with criminals. Now, I'm going to give everybody their chance to come up here if you have an opposing opinion. If you want to disagree, there's the link right there. Now, if any time, I'm just going to tell you, there will not be disrespect tolerated. You know, everybody is entitled to their opinion. You know, I just say that you be respectful. Now, if nobody comes up, I'm going to close it out at what I just stated, and just let this be my little rant. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I thought about in this case after BMT did his panel. You know, like I said, BMT and I did talk about it, and we, you know, thought of a few extra things that we hadn't even thought about when we were up there on that panel. But when I sit up there and I thought about the fact that here this young lady is, you know, she's renting this car, and then she's letting her drug dealer boyfriend drive the car, even if she thought that he returned the car to the overnight car return at the rental place. The mere fact that a detective shows up at her house and says the car not only wasn't returned, but it was abandoned, and there's a dead body in the backseat, and now you're questioning me because I was the last person. That right there is enough for me to say, okay, I need to stop fucking with this dude. Let me see, who is this? Miss Gigi.
Hey, can you hear me?
What's up?
Okay,
Yes, I can
hey.
hear you.
Yeah, we make bad decisions all the time. All the time. And the thing is, we tend to follow our heart and we're logical, right? We're logical people, but we tend to follow with our heart and tend to get pulled by our heartstrings. And people use that to their advantage. So
Absolutely.
that's what I'm gonna say, okay? Because we know what's right and what's wrong. But like we were saying earlier, like some people don't want to understand the truth and they don't really want to, get to the basis of it. Like they don't want to hear about it. And then like I said before, people are cowardly when it comes to the truth. They'd rather listen to a lie. They want you to lie to them before they understand that you're being honest with them, and they feel that that's painful.
Exactly. And that's it. I feel the exact same way, Miss Gigi. You know, I don't want nobody to lie to me.
But
Tell me the truth.
hey, but also too, I don't feel like it's right to try to attack black women while they're dead. They wouldn't. I know a lot of people wouldn't say this stuff to her face or while she's alive. And I'm just tired of a lot of these groups and people online, certain people that gotta hate for black women and always talk negative and bad. I don't see other cultures doing this with their people. I know we're the only people that do that. And a lot of conservatives like Candace Owens and so many people and that Brandon Tatum that actually dox up, they gonna dox somebody. They need to dox these white ass cops that's going around killing us. That's why I said I'm not coddling a lot of black men all 2020. If they're not pro black or pro black family, I'm not caping for them or speaking for them or on them. I'm just tired. Cause that's all I see. I see a lot of hate for us. And black people always, I don't understand. The media is going to always spin stuff. I'm not saying she was the most innocent person, but I noticed that they got a hate for black people and they're going to always talk negative. Y'all don't see them talking bad about that shooter or killer from Illinois from my state. Y'all
And
don't
you
see y'all don't see those endless attacks. You don't see them. Y'all ain't see them do Dylan Roof like that.
and you're right
But they
about that. You're right about
right.
that
They don't project they hate. And I'm just like some people are just so brain dead. That's why like it's a case by case study for our men because like that's the problem. Black women get them competition, stay at home, let them fight their own battles. I don't care if they think I'm a swirl or not, but I don't. I'm not feeling that remorse for them no more. The ones that hate us, that always got something negative and want to take their mama problems out on me. I see that too much. And I'm tired. And,
yeah.
this is coming from like a pro black person that try to do things around me and in my neighborhood. Now these derelicts online and they little hate groups and them little manosphere men, I'm willing not to deal with them. Now if they ex manosphere and got their man right, but I'm limited as possible, little as possible. I'm not gonna talk to too many of them, and I don't care how cool they are. Cause now twin men defended her. I heard the other day or last night on his panel. I'm like, but that motherfucker, that damn SKC and that other Great Britain, I already know about them, how they is. They're terrible anyway. Like I don't even really talk to them, but I know like that's why they always. I don't care how much they do and dislike Taz. That's why they attack him too. Now he may
Well,
attack them for different reasons. They can't attack his arguments, but they mad.
well,
That's why
this
like
is
that's my new thing. I don't want to deal with them hardly anymore. I'm just gonna ignore them.
Well, this is why, as women, we need to be very choosy and very careful on who we pick. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? I, I,
Right,
I'm,
I
I'm,
realize
I'm,
that.
I'm beside a great man who works hard and shows me he's
Mm,
capable and has respect for me. I don't go
that's
after the jailbird or the person I know is gonna just feed off of me, be a leech.
yeah, and
That's
too
gonna sit on
right.
my couch.
And
Um,
also, I get it too. Women young, they make mistakes. I've made mistakes too in the past. You know what I'm saying? And also, if even if somebody did rent something in her name, they also can do dirt in her name, and she's not
oh
responsible for.
yeah.
She's responsible for the rental car and certain things that happen to the car. But I won't
Oh,
say that she's responsible for the dead body. I don't. I
I,
don't have enough evidence.
I'm gonna
I'm
say
not saying she
this.
was an angel,
I'm gonna
but I
say
know she ain't
this.
deserve to die. And I look at a lot of these dumb, excuse my language, a lot of dumbass, these dumbass people, these conservatives like Brandon Tatum. I'm like, that's like some of us is our worst enemy. I hate to say that. That's why like I'm not gonna excuse the stuff that goes on in our neighborhood and those white talking points, black on black
But
crime don't
yeah.
have anything to do with cops killing us. That's a totally different
Now
issue
it's but it's
separate
my
that we have
life
to
worth
deal.
it's my life worth it. The thing is
Yeah, like yeah, she could have broke up with him too. That's true too. I get what
But
you're saying.
but I'm gonna say this also is that when you pick the right man and then when you choose to let him go and you be like,
Right.
okay, I can't handle this no more because you're doing some, yeah,
Right. And
and I've
all
been
nerds are
around.
not good people and good men neither, because a lot of them
I
have a lot of
no,
underlying tendencies.
I've had great men under my belt. Like I've had great men
Mhm.
who held me down, right? But
Right.
the thing is, they did certain things that were clownish,
Mhm.
like they cheated on me or they thought
Right.
the grass was greener on the other side because they had me. So they were
Hmm.
like, but they always wanted to come back to me, and I'm like, I'm not gonna have that disrespect. No, I'm cool.
Exactly.
I'm good with you. No,
Right.
we cool. You can
Okay,
stay
well,
that way. I'll
I
stay
gotta
Exactly.
over here.
I gotta move it over to BMT to get his perspective on it. Good morning, BMT. How are you?
Yeah, good morning, good morning, good morning. Um,
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
so, today I went over to the female college dormitorium, see, I see where I'm at, to go talk to the females about how many of them have been in a situation with a dude that has either got them killed, got to push them to an abortion, had them carrying drugs, had them catching crime, and all that. And you
Mm.
know what? It was a pretty big number that rose their hand up, started crying, having break. I'm like, God damn, boy, this lifetime for women or some shit? But you know what? I said, I'm for the algorithm. And so, I listen, I don't condone nothing that the police did because that's them. That's public servitude. What we're talking about and looking at is how to keep our young people. But she was young. She's still, and to me, she was like a little cousin. She would have been a little cousin. And people
Mm.
keep saying she has nothing to do with it. No, because there's a lot of young girls that are pregnant right now, dead, incarcerated, raped, beat, kidnapped, all for dealing with dudes like Jamarcus. And somehow it seems like the Jamarcus factor, and I'm a black man, always gets overlooked. You can talk about the police, but see, if you got the proper black men in your community, you don't have to worry about the police because you already got your set protection. But, however, if you're dealing with that type of entity of men,
Mm-hmm.
you're trying to already, you're screwing with yourself because then guess who you're going to have to call to get them out your place? Who you got to call to bring them down to the courthouse? You're going to have to deal with them type of people. I
But you
can't tell you
know,
how many times my cousin done got her ass beat and doggone we gun ran that dude out and he coming right back in the next 1 to 2 days later, sleeping up in there. Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm like, I could have sworn we just beat
can
this
I
nigga
can
within an
I
inch of his life.
can I tell you the problem is that women want to be leaded by a man. Like we need that male figure in our life, right? Because we want that. We think that's
Yeah.
love,
But that
and
don't
then
always mean that you gonna turn out with a good man too. Because I know plenty of people that had both parents in the home and they still not married and don't have the greatest man.
yeah,
That don't always mean that.
But it,
that's the
And
thing.
even if I had a head fast dad, I'm still doing better than a lot of women that had dad
Well,
or they had shitty parents.
I went against my own father and rebelled because he was too strict on me. He was sheltering me too much to the point
Yeah.
where like guys couldn't come around me. Like
Hmm.
seriously, I had no boyfriend till I was like freaking in like my
21.
20s. Yeah. And I was all like, man, dad, you're like really you're pushing them away from me.
Right. You must have had an island daddy.
My father was a strict one.
Was
But
he
here's
from
a
the
good.
islands or overseas? Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand that too, though, to a certain extent too. Like I can respect that. Like no disrespect to strict people. I just don't want women to look down on women that don't have both parents or made mistakes. Now you can have your opinions. I'm not saying that, but like I know some great stories too from our neighborhood and hood, and I know it's a lot of people that sit up on these panels that talk that anti-black shit. And I see them, and they always come over here too, and they always talk down on different groups like they so conservative or making so much money, but still in the same predicament. They got a
Okay.
lot of self hate, and I'm like, I can't rock with people like that. I'm like, they gonna
I
get the limited
Okay,
right.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
not
wait,
gonna
let
but
really
me,
see,
let
just
me
be
go
aren't you
rocking
doing
ahead
that
and,
right now? But aren't you doing that right now by calling people that are conservative? Like, isn't that? Aren't you doing the same thing?
they're not for black people, so I don't claim it. I'm not for every single black person. No, if you're not for pro blackness, you're not for your people. You're not for black women or in your neighborhood. I can't fuck with you. No, I don't. I don't mess with Candace Owens and a lot of people and a lot of
Okay,
folks in your camp that come
but
from
okay,
over there from that manosphere and these weirdos on land. No, I am
okay,
not
so
God,
okay
and I
now,
God.
would never speak for
hold,
them in
okay,
anything that ever happened. No,
okay,
I'm
but now
not.
hold
Probably
on now.
25 or 30% of gas sense.
So okay, I'm glad you said it. Now, so you have it where this woman and other women literally are, because mind you, now you have a baby mama in the mix that literally even confronted this man on the phone saying, "You got that girl killed." Now, face, you got to read that also. This is a
Yeah.
Right.
mother confronting
yeah.
a man saying, "Yo, you got that girl killed." Like
I
you don't
had the
know.
Yeah.
same mindset as
So
twin
hold on,
men too.
so hold
I'm
on, so
just
hold on,
saying.
so I'm trying to figure out because I get. Listen, I'm not. Listen, I don't say shit to say death with black women or something. But I'm not on this pro because that
Right.
same
So
dude
you're
is
not for
loving
the
that.
community then. So
Hold on. So
I
that
don't care
same
who you
you
with.
got it where the same dude, mind you, they got these dudes having on their Facebook page. Damn, we lost a queen. We lost one on the team. And I'm like, so she didn't really matter to y'all because y'all putting up all these little memorials. These gonna be the same people that gonna show up to your funeral and say that they rock with y'all, and yet y'all still on the
She
ground.
wasn't a criminal though. That doesn't give them the right to kill her.
Whoa,
You sound
okay.
retarded.
See, now y'all taking the blame. But see, if I was a man
You still
and
got the same man thinking as them.
hold on, let me hear me out. If I was a man and I doggone got into a car with a bunch of other dudes, and I know one of my dudes sells dope, and I still got in that car, I have to own that moment as a man. And I've been there
Yeah,
with
you do, but that does not mean that you deserve to die and that you did it. You
no,
don't
no,
have to go down with them.
But you know,
but I,
You act like you're not gonna make mistakes. You don't hear white people talking about they folks like that or other cultures.
I'm telling you my own shit. I'm
I
not.
hope you're not anti-black neither, because
See, here we go.
I
Here we
don't
go.
think I'm gonna have too many discussions with you. I
So
think
okay, but see,
I'm gonna start avoiding a lot of y'all.
you're not having we're not having a black discussion. We're talking about us. I ain't bringing up all the race.
It's
humans,
still a black
humans.
discussion because it's about black people. It is.
So
And
okay,
I don't
so
rock with conservatives or hardly ever agree with them.
But
And
you
I'm
so
not a
we
Democrat neither.
do you okay, can I say something? Do you
go ahead,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead,
understand
go ahead.
do you understand like when my man, if he doesn't call me and I know that he's okay, I'm hoping that he wasn't arrested or killed somewhere or in a crash. Like, and then he got irritated with me because he's all like, "What do you want?" And I'm like, "I'm checking. I don't even think you're doing anything wrong. I just want to make sure you come home safe. Like, I'm staying up all night waiting, thinking about you. I don't care if I mean, you may be screwing the next chick. I can leave you alone if you want. That's what you want. Because I know you're going to come back to me. But my thing is, are you okay? It's like my child. I check on her. I check on my father. I check on my mother. I check on people. I'll be like, are you home? Are you safe? Are you okay? Did you go through did the surgery was okay? You know? And people don't understand that black people do have empathy. We do care about each other to the core. Like we shed tears.
But the thing about it is, are we as black women, to the point where we care so much that we're willing to overlook and cover up our bad decisions, in situations where we could be teaching each other to make better decisions. And I have to go over to Sassire one. Good morning, sister.
I
Welcome to
hope
the
you
Hi,
room.
don't
good
start
morning.
with a sniper because you support Manosphere too. I seen you on their chat rooms and in their page.
Man, y'all stop with this man on spirits. We
Good
not
morning.
even on spirits,
I'm
man.
not
That's
talking to you.
okay.
I'm talking to somebody in the audience.
Oh, okay.
I meant what I said. I'm 100 on that. So.
That's fine. That's fine. It's about good and evil. We ain't speaking about. They can
We not
have their
measuring our things
they
off of water
no.
sniper.
They can have
Not
their
you,
men
Gigi.
group. They can have their men group. The
Yeah, they
only
can have their
pro
men hate group, but it also can be
no,
defeated and shut down.
no. The thing is, there are a few bad apples sometimes that come in the hood
No,
that
it's a hate group.
misinterpret.
Honey. We been peeped that, and I'm not a pick me. I don't defend a
Look,
lot of those. No,
listen to
I'm
me.
not one of those. Oh, for men don't pick me because if I'm
Oh
not an
my
angel or had a
God.
good this
Now
and that,
you went
See,
I'm not
there.
one of those
You went
you're
females.
there.
I
kind of
don't
doing that
You
live
right
for
now.
went
their
You're
there.
taking
memes
away.
and what they
You're
say.
taking away
Because
from
Uh
our
it's real
oh.
men in
conversation.
my life that defend me.
Why
KK,
did you
you
have to
know,
go
KK,
straight there?
KK, you're taking away from our conversation. We're talking
I'm
about
not
right now.
taking away from y'all conversation
So,
because this is not your conversation. It's state conversation.
Uh, uh,
actually, we're
okay,
co-hosting.
we're talking
Go
about
ahead, Faith.
Breonna. We talking about Breonna Taylor. Okay, we're
Yeah,
not
we
talking
are.
about Manosphere. But I do have to go over to Satire One. Once again, I want to welcome you, sister. Thank you for joining the panel.
Hi,
What are your
Thank
China.
thoughts?
you. Hi, everybody.
Yes. Hi. And I was talking to the guy in the audience, not particularly anybody up here, until
Okay.
she made the response.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry. Excuse
Okay.
my
Oh,
bad. My bad. My bad.
Yeah, no problem. You
okay.
cool. I'm not mad at you. I'm just sick of a lot of them. They just, ugh, they starting to get on my nerves. They sound like male feminists online. No power, no money, and just always whining and complaining every day. Even the ones that's married, they wake up and complain nonstop.
okay. Well, let Satire get her
Oh, go ahead.
take
I'm
in.
sorry.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Mhm.
I don't know all the intricate details. I've kind of been off and on the. I was on your live stream yesterday, BMT, where you all were discussing some of the details, but I'm not sure that her case should be the case that we use as the precedence. I want to share something that happened to me about a month ago. About a
Okay.
month ago, me and my husband were lying in the bed. My son was in his bedroom. All of a sudden, we got a knock on our door from the police. Um, my husband went, opened the door.
Mm,
They pulled him out. They patted him down. It was just, I eventually came out because, I have a black husband and a black son. I came out to see what was going on. Someone had called the police saying that their husband or boyfriend was trying to enter into their home, and the police came to the wrong address.
mm,
So my husband is very calm. But I think back about my ex-husband who did not grow up like my husband, and it could have turned into a whole situation. So I think that's the fear. The fear is that they're going to come in, they're going to be overly aggressive. If we respond back in a way that um isn't what it could just be us just protecting ourselves or protecting our homes. We're not knowing if a shadow comes up, if they're not properly identifying themselves, that's a problem. And I think
mm-hmm.
that's kind of more of the precedence because things like this do happen. Let me go back a few years from now. I had someone break into my home. They once again went to the wrong address, never came to my address. So situations happen. And I think that's kind of what makes us a little leery of, we don't want to be a true victim. And in her case, she was a victim, but it's just too much coming out in the backstory. I can't see her
Yeah.
as a true victim. She was a victim, but she's not a true victim. And I don't think this case should be used as the precedence. And I'm conservative in meaning that I'm traditional, but I don't traditionally vote Republican.
Thank
So
you.
I'm
I
not
agree.
that
Yeah.
type of conservative. However, if they have an agenda that I agree with, I don't have a problem voting for a Republican candidate.
Thanks.
So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so it's like, I do want to vote in the best interest of
Same.
myself, my home, as well as my community, as well as me being an American. So, these are just different elements that I take into consideration. But yeah, the Breonna Taylor, it's, dead bodies can't speak. So we don't really know what's going on. I used to work within the prison industrial system on the phone side of things. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, unless you're talking to an attorney, all your calls are being recorded.
Right. Because they
Yeah.
lied on her new man that wasn't a criminal.
Yeah.
And, I still kind of, I wonder what were they looking for when they went to her home, because it sounds like they never found any type of drug. So what exactly were they looking? What was their intention?
I called about that, and I actually called up about that to an attorney about that. The thing about it was they were going to
Right.
get her to confirm. Did you knowingly? Because she was the connecting, like you know, how you got to have an innocent person or innocent face to like get the bank account or get the stuff to point at. Say, yeah, I did this for him. I carried his money. If you can get the person, the weakest person, to say yes, that guy right there, I was carrying his money, then you know what I'm saying. Then you got him because you got to
Well,
get
did
you
they
got to
ever
find.
find money?
And
Did they
they
ever
changed
find
the
any money?
warrant twice.
Did they ever find any money?
Did they find?
No.
Did they find the money? They didn't. They didn't find it in her house. They found the stuff at the trap houses that they done. They found the drugs and some guns there at the trap houses and stuff. So there was money and guns and drugs found. It just wasn't at her house. She was just supposed to be brought in for okay. Is that Jamarcus? Did you have relationships with him? And the other stuff. Now the only person that they have not touched that I'm curious that people are waiting on is
But in the
Kiera.
middle of the night, though,
Right,
in the
in the middle
middle
of
of
the
the
night?
night, oh
Right.
But
my
yeah,
God.
that's usually when they do raids.
Yeah,
They
that's usually
try
when
to
they do
catch,
these things.
right. They try to
When
catch you
you're
off guard.
you're vulnerable. You're
I
like,
mean,
it's
but if
like
you just
taking a
want to be brought in for
shower.
questioning, was so they must have suspected that she had something at her home.
Right.
Right. They didn't know what she had, so they're gonna do the raid, and if they find something, that's extra. But they're also gonna take her in also for the questioning. So the
Okay,
raids,
so
the way that they do it, that they're supposed to catch you off guard.
okay, so you guys had like a few different types of conversations going on. So then it goes back to I grew up in the 90s. I grew up in the middle of the whole gangster rap and probably like you, Faith. I remember
Yeah.
Gotta Get a Roughneck, all of these
Uh-huh.
type of situations where it was a promotion on both sides of, it was a big promotion in black community to kind of, be thuggish and ruggish and,
Yeah,
all
mid
these type
80s,
of things.
baby.
But
I
we
remember
gotta
that.
we gotta do better. We gotta teach better. I know you can get caught up with these men, and I just don't want to put the blame on the men because in her situation she's an adult woman, but you gotta leave these type of dudes alone. Period.
Period. You
Right.
gotta just
I,
Don't make any
exclamation point.
excuses. Yes, I know
Exclamation
white
point.
supremacy exists, but we're also tools within that system.
right.
Yeah.
I
Hurting your community through
Right. And
drugs
it's a lot of men
and
that promote that
violence.
too. Right.
Right.
You're right. Jewish, these companies and other black men. They
But
promote
as
that
but
themselves.
as the women,
Right.
they claim it's a gynocracy. As the women, if we really
Right.
take our
That made
attention
up
off
stuff.
of these, if
Girl,
we
they make up so much stuff online. That stuff
I
ain't
know,
even
but
real.
but the point is, vagina does have power, and if we
Yes, it
turn
does.
away, if we turn away from these type
I'm
of
sorry, I had to
mentalities,
laugh hard.
yeah, I'm not agreeing with the gynocracy. I'm
no,
with
no,
you on that, but point is, we have to change our selections, and I
Right.
know you
Yeah.
That's
guys,
true
most
too.
of
That's
And
you
why.
then younger
saying it,
people
That's
gonna
why.
make mistakes though.
right,
So I
right.
won't nail them to
I
the
mean, we
cross.
can
Yeah,
get
grown
anybody
ass
can
people
get
gotta
caught
be
up,
careful.
but I'm just saying these
Uh-huh.
overly charismatic men, these overly swagged out men, these are not the
Right.
future.
And she broke up with dudes too. So
Chaz, that's why I said be
she was still
choosy. Be very, very selective with who you pick on who
hmm
you let into
yeah,
your
you
right.
gotta tell
life.
the younger
You
generation.
gotta you
The
gotta
older
be
ones
like,
don't
you
not so
can't
much.
Like I said,
just because
she's not here to save you. So,
somebody gives you attention doesn't
right.
mean they got your right intention.
But
You gotta like,
I've also been involved with these type of characters where
Wait a
sometimes
minute. Somebody has like some kind of fan or something going in the background.
Oh,
okay,
that's not me. I don't got nothing.
I've also been involved with
yeah.
these type of characters to where sometimes once they pull you in, it's hard to get out. And
Oh man.
with Breonna Taylor, we don't know if this guy could have been. I'm not trying to put a narrative there that's not there, but we know some of these men can be very possessive, especially if
Ooh.
you're the type of woman that they're not used to seeing in their surrounding.
Oh
They can
my
become very
gosh.
possessive.
Tell
They
me
can,
about it.
yeah, they
Chat,
can become very abusive. So we don't really know, did she feel some type of threat to keep the situation going? Was she complicit in all of this? We don't
man.
know.
I was scared, and then I had to learn to run how to run away. Like I remember my first relationship, I was like, this dude has a hold on me. Like other dudes will leave me alone because they don't want to hurt me, because they like, I don't want to break your heart or whatever, you know. That's what I'm talking about, great men. But the losers, they want to hold on to you. They just want to grasp you. And if you don't do what they say, they all of a sudden threaten you with like with financial means, with verbal abuse, telling you you ain't all that, all this, and nobody is gonna want you. They impregnate you. They do all kind of stuff. And I'm like, oh my goodness, you worse than a chick. I got to go.
That's some of
So
them will do that.
I want to say this, and I mean, I hear what y'all saying. And listen, man, I done lost two children, and both of them to the streets. So I don't play games when I talk about this shit. I mean, I ain't trying to be cutthroat, but I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
me
my
neither.
women and children die the fastest on the streets than the men. That's all. That's how war goes. If I gotta come get you, I'm not coming for you, bro. I'm coming for your girl. Once I know, see, a man is weakest when he's around a woman.
Hmm.
Mm.
That's when a man is weak. When he's around a woman, he's around his kids. That's why the kids die first, and then the women die right after. So
Hmm.
I
I'm
don't know
asking
about that. I think they get the men faster.
no,
I
we're
know a
looking
lot of
at we're,
black men die. I know
we're
kids
looking
die too. That's true, but I
we're
think
looking
it's a
at
mix of that.
see
Cause I know
I
about
that
that
think
street life
I
too.
think that's
the
how they
women
make
the
that's how
women
they make a man suffer.
that exactly. Thank you, Gigi. I'm telling you, warfare from the '80s up to the '90s, of time that my
Yeah, I'm
doggone
from that
baby.
era too. I'm not a
Okay,
millennial.
because guess what? And I'm telling you, from my baby mama being shot in the club with my child, and what other people who gets hit first. You go after the child and you go after the women. That's how you make the man suffer and get sloppy. That's what
Right.
they always
I have
do.
to
Yeah.
see more stats
So,
on that. I'll look at it.
But
I don't really believe
BMT,
everybody online.
BMT, you're ex-military, aren't you?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I
I
hate
can
how they
tell.
think.
Yeah, that's on and that's in my family because I can tell that's what they say. They abuse the women, in front of the
Sure do.
men. In front of the men, they torture the
Right. I
women.
never ever date or marry any of them. They crazy as hell.
So here's the thing about it. So the thing about it is this. If you really want to start seeing changes, look, I don't know why we don't encourage to get like we need more Officer Charles Faulkners, like black men
Yeah.
that are more black people that literally say, "Yo, I'm trying to get to be that captain," so that way
Oh,
I
I
can
don't
get.
know about Charles Faulkner. I don't really
I mean,
agree with a lot of
listen,
it.
I'm not trying. I'm not. Listen, I don't know what vendetta everybody got on YouTube. All I know is I need more people like me that think like me that are in positions where guess what? If they got to come up to like a domestic dispute, if they got to come up to a doggone incident, the first thing on their mind is not
Fair
to
thinking.
fight. They're not going to fight. They're not going to pull out the trigger. They're more so cool and say, "Okay, guys, chill out." Like, look, I've been in these situations. I'm gonna tell the story later on. I'm on my channel on how I've been put in the holding cell a few times. I done been there. I'm not no saint, but I also understand that. Listen, the laws and systems that be, yes, they're not perfect. I'm not saying. Listen, I don't want. She was a soft target. That's on the paperwork. Soft targets are targets that you think are not going to fight back. They're just going to come along with you. Hell,
Yeah.
so
What?
the thing, but things had bad went bad, and I even showed it right there. You saw y'all two ladies saw it. I showed y'all a picture of us breaching and going into houses. You know, you know how many times I said, "Oh snap, that's a woman. Oh snap, that's a kid. Oh snap." Like I literally one time grabbed a kid and pushed the kid down. Put the kid down because I would glue the kid's brains out. I was like, "Oh, what are you doing?" But the kid was scared. So he grabbed the gun. They said, "Hey, Johnson, move." No, no, I cannot move. I cannot move. This is still a 13-year-old little girl.
They
Just
use
scared.
kids. Yeah.
She's just scared because her daddy is on the ground bleeding. So she naturally, on instinct, grabbed the gun. So I literally, as a man and as a father, said, "I can't move." I had men, my own men, trying to move me from on top of her because I would not move. I said, "Yo, stop." For 2 minutes, I protected that little girl. Me, the enemy, was protecting a little girl who could have got her brains blown out. Because see, I'm gonna tell you right now, a
Mm.
woman in a good situation will put her life on the line for a man without hesitation and die.
Exactly.
Some of
And
these men,
that's
some of these men will not care. They see these
they use
women.
us as shields. Yeah.
I can tell you plenty of times I see my cousin tell his girl or some little stooge to doggone, hey, take these drugs. You don't got no charges on you. It'll be okay. You'll get out before the end of the day. You'll probably get one charge. I'm like, hold up, bro. You gonna ruin her life. You telling her to
Right.
carry the pistol? You telling her to carry? I know dudes who will
I
do it.
I
So
know it's different phases of domestic violence, so it's not like for women and certain men, it's not
but
just easy as it sounds.
well, see, here's the thing about it. If you're in an environment where you're told to get to that, to be a ride or die, I remember the song "Ride or Die." I'm gonna always be your baby. I listen to all them songs.
Well,
I,
you
I
can't judge people off just your experience, too. You have to see it from both sides,
but when I'm talking
not
about,
conservative or news or white folks talking point.
see, when
See,
I'm talking off of a black experience of how many black people we done watched passed away because literally say
yeah,
if literally that person had just got away from
yeah,
that.
but that's your opinion though, too. Though it's not like you
No,
100% facts.
Is that
We
not
both
you
not
you know
how many
what? We punish each other all the time.
facts. We're
We
very
we're
hard
we're
on each other.
very, yes, and we're
Facts.
violent with each other, and it's like
Yes, and I'm just sick of
we're
hearing that. Like,
so how
Okay, well,
ain't
I,
nobody
I
stand
got
on
I
nothing.
got this I got this question for the ladies on the panel because see, I mentioned earlier that Breonna Taylor rented that car and she let her boyfriend use the car, and then the boyfriend, went and killed somebody and put them in the trunk of the car and did not return the car. Now, at what point do you think that she is a victim when she's being questioned by the police and the police is telling her not only did the car not get returned, but there's a dead body in the car, but then later on she's still, helping this dude.
protecting him. Yeah,
I
Right.
guess that's just a natural thing that women do as black women. We
is
protect.
yeah,
Yeah.
we protect our men.
Yeah. But she was, like
And
I said, she was responsible for the car and her name or whatever, but she's not responsible for that dead body. Cause I could let you use my car and you can
she
go
just didn't know what
commit
the
or do a
truth
murder. That's
was.
not, you know what I'm saying,
I'm
my fault or
sure
my problem.
I'm gonna go for sure she did not know what the truth was.
Right.
Cause is
Right.
it
She probably didn't
listening?
know he was gonna
Okay,
kill somebody. She probably know how
well,
he is.
she didn't know what happened, and she didn't
Right.
know who to. She was confused about the whole situation on who to trust. Who do I trust right now? Because there's the legal team telling me this because they lie all the time.
Right.
And then
And
there's
said,
my
I'm sure you know
man.
plenty of them too.
This is
Y'all
a
know
man.
somebody that's
This
been
is a
killed.
man that I sleep next to every night. Who am I gonna believe? I'm gonna believe this man, or am I gonna believe the outsider?
Hmm. Interesting. But let me go ahead
She
and
don't always
welcome.
know she dealt with a killer. Shut
Wait,
up. These
KK.
people.
Wait,
I
KK.
got some about these people in the audience.
Okay, let me welcome D. Darrell onto the
Sound so bad.
panel.
Being
Welcome,
strange.
brother.
my
Hey, how you
family,
doing, sis?
my family.
How you doing? What's up,
I'm
DMT? What's going
What's
on
I'm
with
up,
you?
doing
my
Look at
good.
us talking on you, game changer, and the rumors we heard about you.
Okay, KK. Now, D.
Yeah, I'm
Darrell,
not
we
talking to nobody on the
Hey,
panel.
KK.
D. Darrell, we're talking about the Breonna Taylor case, and we're talking about black women basically collectively, stating that she is a victim, that we should overlook any of the decisions that she made. What do you feel about that?
Well, I was actually last night creating a video about this very situation. I decided not to do any content, post any content yesterday, so I was just kind of pondering on different issues. And as I was browsing, I'm going to say that I'm very, very, I'm not surprised, but I'm very disappointed in this space in regards to the particularly the men's take on this Breonna Taylor case. And one of the things that I
About
concluded, and particularly in this situation, is that a lot of these guys in this space are taking a white supremacist attitude towards this particular case. You're
Hi,
basically
Elio.
if you basically took out the names and put in more what we would consider European voices with the same rhetoric, you think you're listening to the same. You would think it's the same person speaking, the same group of people speaking. If you just change the voices, okay, to sound more European like, you would think it was the same person. And what disgusts me the most is that this woman is dead and cannot defend herself. And there are people
Yeah.
who are taking, and this shows to the fact of the naivety of black people who've been demonized by the same group of goddamn people for all these years, and you take in the information that they give you as if it's 100% complete about you. I don't get this. This is why we continue to be in the same situation, because we don't learn
Mm-hmm.
from the past.
Mm-hmm.
This system is not designed to tell the truth about you. This is evident with Trayvon Martin. It's
Mm-hmm.
evident about Botham from Dallas. Uh, you know, every what's his name, Castile, and so forth. Every time a black person dies, armed or unarmed, the media goes out and want to talk about the fact that, oh, he got drugs in his system. Oh, he got a record. Oh, he did this and he did that.
While this one white chick in Florida killed
So
her own child, put her in the trunk and put her in a bag and put her in the swamp, and they let her free.
exactly, and so when a black person gets murdered, everybody want to talk about, oh, she a trap queen. Oh, she okay. Let's go with that premise. Okay, she's a trap queen. So that means that you got the right to go break down and just go break in her house and just start shooting recklessly and so forth.
In the middle of the night while
Get
they
in the middle of the
sleeping.
goddamn night, and
While
then
they, yeah, while they.
let me finish.
Hmm. Sorry,
Thank you.
my
It's
bad.
okay. So my thing is that this is disgusting, man. Like man, we have to start using our historical evidence to show that no matter what we do, good or bad, the media is going to take a light or take a position that we did something wrong because we're black. You cannot be continue to sound in this space like you're a white supremacist, because this is what some of these guys sound like. I mean, you could have you could have swore that some of the stuff that these guys were saying, they actually act like they knew Breonna Taylor. They actually acted as if they had run-ins with her. They were a relative, a friend, or someone that they worked with. Like, damn, they act like they did better journalism than the local news and so forth in regards to this case. So my thing is this, man. I don't care if she committed crimes or not, even though she doesn't have a record. I don't care if she had a boyfriend who sell drugs. Okay? I don't care about that. I don't care about the company. The bottom line is that there is a disregard for black life. That's the thing that we need to be discussing, where people think under the guise of the law that they can kill a black person, black men or black women, because it both goes just as equal. None, no worse than the other, and they can recklessly kill us and get away with it. That needs to be
Dealt
the
with.
topic, the position that we need to
Yeah.
be looking at. Not, oh, because she a female, oh, she did this and then she did that. You see, this is what these black females do. This is what they do
Exactly.
that. They don't deal with the good black men. They deal with the Pookies and the Ray Ray that do this and that. So she put herself in that position. Okay, so what? That's part of life. You think
Right.
everybody?
That's what young people do, and young black men
Yeah,
do the same. Right, both of
you,
them.
you think everybody dates and marries somebody that's of more high moral standard? I mean, you want me to go looking up your record? You want me to look at your past and see what you have done that I may question? That's all
Mm-hmm.
subjective. I mean, yes, she probably didn't make some of the best decisions, but there's a lot of people that don't make. But obviously, a lot of these guys in this space, you complain about child support. Well, you had no business being reckless with sexually. Oh, so,
We're
so
not
do,
here.
do I have a right as a black man who never impregnated more than one woman?
Ooh.
to judge you for having 3 kids for 3 different women.
Exactly.
So this,
Mic drop.
we need to
Going
get
by
out of
white
this
law.
with this high moral standard of what somebody's
Going by
supposed to be
white
doing.
value. Exactly.
And so Faith, I take the position as this. I'm not surprised. I'm very disappointed, but more than that, I'm disappointed at the space because there are people in this space that are taking a white supremacist attitude in which
Hmm.
we're going to demonize the black person for alleged what we think or we perceive her history to be. The bottom
Exactly.
line, they
That's
lied to get
happening in this space.
they lied to get the goddamn no knock search warrant in the first place. They didn't even
Right.
follow all the rules.
And they changed it, D the real. They
Yeah,
changed the one
exactly.
again. They tried to lie.
Yeah. So so my
They shot her too many times. I'm sorry, they did. They shot her way
yes.
too many
Right. Not
times.
once or two. One or
Okay,
two.
well,
They like
let,
eight
let me
times.
let me interject here because I want to ask you this. Okay, it's not the fact that people are saying that she deserved to die. Nobody is saying that she's not a victim. But what we are
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
something must have happened.
Something happened, Faith. She might be in the mountains.
Yeah, she'll probably come back. So, but yeah, man, I'm just saying, it is it's ridiculous to hear
Exactly.
people people demonizing this woman
Right.
for,
I'm
with,
kind of
with,
glad you
with
changing.
yeah with a
Well,
clean record. This woman has a clean record. This woman does not
sorry
have
about that.
even. Let's just say
I
this.
was trying to let BMT back in and I bumped
Oh,
myself off.
oh, okay,
Oh, okay.
well,
okay.
that's why I said we're not all angels. Like we're not
Mhm.
saints. We're sitting here like everybody has a past. Everybody has a, we've dealt with
Right.
people we shouldn't have dealt with. Not saying she
Hmm.
was a bad person because obviously she was saving lives and her life
Yeah.
was taken. But
Yeah.
that's
She
not
probably
what we're
tried to turn her
saying.
life around.
But yeah, but the thing is, she was messing probably with the wrong guy or whatever. She got herself in a condition. But then again, I'm going like, no. Why
Yeah,
were
because she
they
changed
like
her
in
life
her?
around. She ain't deal with that dude anymore. Yeah, I'm
Why
not saying she
were
an angel.
they in her home in the middle of the night looking for something that they shouldn't have been looking for?
Okay, well now I'm gonna go over to BMT. BMT, what do you think about some of the things that D. Durrell has brought up, some of the points that he's made?
Um, I don't have no problem with what he was saying because again, that's why for so long I never said anything. I never said anything about the Breonna Taylor uh case. Um, a lot of people look at it like I'm slandering, and y'all just saw I just came from a woman's group home. A lot of the women, I literally sat down and read 4 pages, like a story time to them. Some women were having traumatic breakdowns. Some women showed me the cuts, the burn marks. They told me about how many dudes who got them to take abortion. A lot of us all agree we don't like the police. I would like to see more black people in positions where we are protected. So I'm not covering for no police. I agree. A lot of them do not have the best interest of black people. But see, this is the problem whenever we try to have the middle ground of saying, hey, man, I'm trying to protect my people. I don't want my people to in these compromising situations. So that way, when we go fight this at a one whole force, I don't want to hear that my baby or Gigi's baby or any of our kids are dealing with these types of dudes. I have daughters and nieces. I know these dudes are out here. I was one of those dudes that was around these type of dudes. A lot of women get caught in these situations. They're victims of circumstances, and so I see that. I don't trust the police because they were going to use her. They were going to use her. They were going to put her in a violent situation, get her to turn up to do all kind of stuff. Probably use her as a mark over and over. My mom told me
Yep.
that, but my mom is an ex cop, so she said, "Yo." Sometimes they don't let these girls go. They hang it over them. They use
Yeah.
them
Okay,
to go find other people. So
okay.
I
Well,
agree with D. Darrell saying.
They use
well,
our
being
hearts. They use our hearts and our feelings against us.
well, I want to ask everybody on the panel this one question because see, I came in. I have a totally different opinion about the whole thing than all of you. It seems like because I'm of the impression that she is a victim, but she's not innocent. She's not a criminal, but she sure like hanging around criminals. And
Right.
while I don't, agree that she should have died for her choices, she should we should be holding her accountable, even in death. We should be looking
Well,
at the choices that she made. Hold on, let me finish. We should be looking at the choices that she made and how it contributed to where she ended up ultimately.
she liked a bad boy.
Oh, I'm sorry, I might have fell off. For sure.
Yeah, she did. Like she did. Gigi, I agree with you. She did
She,
say she loved him, and she was gonna come pick him up from jail, and they'd be
yeah,
right back in bed.
that's it. I mean,
She,
some girls
she said
like
that.
bad boys because you know what? At one point in my life, I was all like into. I was intrigued by the bad boy, but I had to find a bad boy that was good at business, and that was about work and taking care of home, and not about the streets. I had to learn, differently. I had to be like, calm yourself because you're giving your heart to somebody who don't deserve it.
Exactly.
I,
All right, let
yep.
me go ahead and take the time to welcome SKC to the stream. This is going to get interesting, y'all. I want to say this before SKC starts talking. Please, everybody, be respectful. Everybody is entitled to their opinions. All opinions matter here as long as they are respectful. But with
Welcome
that
to the
said,
Pink Show.
welcome SKC. SKC, you got your mic on?
Oh yeah, I'm just coming back.
Ooh, what a deep voice.
Yeah.
He had a
Yeah.
lot of
I
back
was.
feed in the background, reverb.
Oh, sorry about that. Let me close up for a little bit and then I'll come back in.
Okay.
The
All
thing,
right.
the thing.
So
I
Uh-huh.
got a question. Is it wrong for me? Now, I'm just saying. Y'all call me a simp. Is it? I'm more worried about about my girls and women from picking these type of black men. Is that
exactly.
wrong? That I'm talk that, but that's you know, y'all know.
I don't like that.
I've been literally pinpointing, but everybody says don't talk about that, don't say that. But I'm like, I'm trying, but there's more black women. Y'all get to choose. Y'all can choose. Is I get it. There's not a lot of fathers in the home. There's not a lot of good black men, as is being said. Is it wrong for me? I'm just trying that we're trying to just say, hey, y'all, women, please stay away from the Jamarcuses. Y'all stop covering up for them. Start protecting them. Stop saying you're going to ride or die and carry their children. They do not care for you if you die. Is that wrong? I get people say, well, you don't care about what the police are doing. But I'm trying to keep y'all from the Jamarcuses. They
No,
will be
it's not wrong in a sense, but they also do have a chance to turn their life around because the odds is stacked
But
against us.
but most don't.
most of them don't.
They don't. And the thing about it is, this is the issue, and this is the issue that I have. And when I deal with women like this in my line of work, we're not learning. This is the issue with black people, period. We don't learn from past situations. We don't learn from the things that have shown us otherwise. You think Breonna Taylor was the first person to do this? She's not gonna be the last. But the bottom line, if you ask any woman that's messing with a bad boy right now, or a guy that's a Pookie and Ray Ray, I guarantee you she probably has other people that are older than her. I don't know whether or not it's a mother or anybody else that has messed with other Pookies and Ray Rays, and they had bad results. So my thing is, when are we as a people going to start learning from the mistakes of others, so that we don't continue to do the same shit that we seen that didn't work for women 10, 15 years older than you that have done the exact same thing where we're passing information to help you put yourself in the best position to win. Because most of these women, a lot of these women that mess with these guys like this, they repetitively have a history of doing so. This this is probably not the first bad boy that she has messed with. You know, she's probably messed with maybe a few other guys. But we have to get in a sense, when are we going to do things to change the trend so that we don't keep glorifying people that are detrimental to our community? Because and then these are the questions I usually ask women who claim they want bad boys. Okay? So that means that when you mess with this guy that's in this particular situation, yeah, he got money, he got the cars, he got this and that. So you do understand when you deal with somebody like that, you put yourself in situations where your life is at risk. Even if you feel he's going to
Right.
protect you, you're actually putting yourself in a position where you're going to need that protection because the likelihood you're going to be put in a situation where the likelihood of experiencing violence is going to happen.
Right.
What
But we
about that?
also was once young, and we're gonna make mistakes though. Like we're
Huh?
not. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
hold everybody feet to the fire. We're not gonna be perfect though. We
No,
lived
you're
in
not
the
going to be
impoverished
perfect, but
neighborhood.
there's too many women out here
True
who
water
who who,
sniper.
who who are saying that they want this particular man and so forth, and there's too
Right.
many
But it's
young
different
women.
types of bad boys too
Yeah,
though.
But
yes,
she
You know.
it
was
is,
she
but
was
there are
dating
too
both
Is
but
my
men.
sound
but
all
there are
right
too
now?
many there's too many women that are
Yeah, your
choosing
sound is good, SKC.
this type of guy, and they're not looking at the results and the consequences that have happened with other women who have had these situations and they had negative outcomes, and they're not taking into account that and applying it to their own life. That's all I'm saying.
Darrell, how come nobody acknowledges that she was dating both men? Like she was dating both of them, both of them.
Well, I
Well, I
didn't
mean,
know
And,
I
that
and
mean
that
either.
is
that's all
important
right.
to
She
say
has a
she
right to
dated
date who
both.
she want to date. I mean, I can't tell her
Right.
not to date two men.
I know, but see, the thing about it is, even the dude Kenneth, he thought that the dude, the gangbanger, was running up in the house. He thought, oh, we getting hit by your ex boyfriend.
Mm.
So,
I had to reread that.
yeah, but even the dude, Jamarcus was trying to talk to him while he was incarcerated. He was like, hey, I'm just trying to talk to him, and Kenneth's like, no, I don't want to talk to him. And they blaming the dude that was in the house trying to protect, that was trying to shoot back. Like, if he had not shot back, she would have been alive.
But you do know they trying to make her look bad though too
No,
though.
no, 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 no,
You
no,
do.
no, no, no.
In the beginning.
Let's leave that out. Let's say now we're looking at attacking. You got a black man that we hear all the time. Black men don't protect black women. You had a man for once actually take his gun, fire back at the white man, and literally now you had it where the criminal element says, if that stupid idiot had not shot back at the police, Breonna would still be alive.
The brother didn't even know that
No,
was the
I
case.
don't know about that.
The brother
I
didn't even
still think
know.
they would have
No
tried.
one,
He
no
did
one
try to
even knew that.
protect her though.
If somebody's breaking into your house,
Exactly.
you're reacting. You're going. That's
Right,
instinctual. That's not. And they didn't even identify themselves.
right.
So what are you supposed to do? He wouldn't have done anything different from you with the guns you have. If somebody just broke into your house and you got kids and a wife, you shooting. You're not asking who is this. Identify yourself. I mean,
I agree.
I mean
I
let's
agree.
just be
I agree.
honest.
That's the same thing I said, Darrell. But let me go ahead, SKC, get your mic together.
Yeah, yeah. I was just listening, but uh, yeah. I mean, when it's like this situation, I think when people try to take an overview look and say, "Oh, we just need to give blanket protection to black people," it didn't matter what she was into and all of that type of stuff. It at the same time you're making it harder for the good black people in those neighborhoods that were trying to live and do the right thing. Um, a lot of times when police are called for different situations and investigations get started, it's because some black people get fed up of cars coming in and out of one place, every 5 or 10 minutes, all these different weird people around their houses and around their children and stuff. And then you're asking you're asking the same black community to come back for individuals that were making it hard for normal black people to live respectable lives. I mean, I know some people will say, "Oh, she wasn't charged as a criminal," but everybody knows she was involved with criminal activity. She was
How do you know?
hanging
How
with
do you know
crim.
that?
She was hanging with criminals.
And what does that mean?
Okay,
I have criminals in my family that I hang out with. That means
okay,
I'm a criminal?
D. Darrell.
No, I'm
Right,
asking you a
exactly. He
question. I'm just asking
always.
a question.
That's
I have
why his
family
name is
members
his name, and he
who are
think that's cute.
criminals.
D. Darrell.
I have family members that are career criminals that I
You
talk to all the time. That
you
means I'm
had
a criminal too.
you had your opportunity to speak.
No, but I'm
Could
just
I just
asking you a
go through?
question. I just asked a
I
question.
Oh,
I would
okay,
like.
let
Right,
everybody
D. Durrell.
let everybody have an opportunity to speak. Go ahead, SKC.
This was a woman that at one time she rented a car for an individual. She may have not known what he was going to do with it, but she did find out at some point that there was a dead body that showed up in the back of that vehicle. So at that point, doing anything further with that dude, you know for a fact that you are aiding and abetting a criminal. You are helping someone who was linked to a murder. So again, if you have individuals like that in the neighborhood that turn a blind eye to people they know do stuff such as murder, that's not a good look for black people. And you can't ask ordinary black people that would never get wrapped up in something like that to come back for people that will give cover for that type of activity. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
That's why you gotta be smarter, and
See,
then you gotta learn how to cut people off of your life, and you be like, I don't have anything to do with them anymore. I can't, because the first time they show you who they are, that's who they are.
but
Gigi,
Yeah,
but
let,
but but
let,
the problem.
the guy showed her exactly who he was, and then later on, years later down the line, you still have this woman getting money to bail him out of prison and all this stuff. It's like, come on, the dude
So
had
Yeah.
a body to his name.
so what does
She
that
wasn't
do?
with him anymore.
So what? No, but let me ask you this question. So how is that conducive to her being shot down in her own place, and the police having the right to shoot her down unarmed in her own place?
I did
Please,
you did
please,
you
please
did
connect
you
that.
did you did you ever hear me say
No,
that the
no.
police
I'm
were right?
asking you a question.
Or
I didn't say what you
I
stated. I'm
I
asking
never.
you a question.
Then you're
I'm
asking
asking.
me a
No, no,
question.
no.
You're
You
asking.
told. Wait, hold on. Let me. All I'm asking you to do is to answer the question, not to interrupt me. I'm asking you a question. How is that conducive to the police lying to get that search warrant to go in and violate this person's human rights, to go and shoot her in her own place unannounced? Forget her character, because you know what? Just because you have bad character, don't mean that you, as a person of the criminal justice system, have the right to violate their rights. I don't understand why we're conflating the two. That you don't, just because you committed a crime, don't mean that as a police
You
officer
should be
or
shot
any
down.
person that's part of the criminal justice system, you have the right to violate their rights. There is something called due process,
and
but
Mm-hmm.
black people don't get.
there is
We
not
don't get due
there is not
process.
at and there is not at one point that I made an argument against that at all.
Okay,
The
so
only argument that I made was is that as a for a quote unquote black community to get behind a person who was aiding and abetting
It doesn't
A
matter. See,
person who
that's
was making
irrelevant.
things
That is
harder for the
irrelevant,
black
He's
community
not
SKC.
even a
is
part of the black
ridiculous.
community no more anyway.
That is
Not really.
irrelevant. That is irrelevant, SKC. Whether you are a part of something or not, this is a matter of police
If you do
procedure.
that, then you're
This
burning the
is a matter
candle at
of
both
people
ends.
showing the discretion and showing the mindset of respecting the lives of other individuals. It
You
You
doesn't
know,
matter
D the
what she
real.
did. It
You know,
doesn't
D the
matter what
real.
she did.
Slim
Just
man
It's
because a
already
it,
ate
person
him up.
committed a crime
it's
don't mean you
interesting.
have the
It's
right to
interesting
kill them.
that when Faith says the same thing that I just said, you don't argue against it. But because it
What
comes
are you
from
talking
me,
about?
you argue against it.
Wait, hold on. Don't do this, man. Look, first of all,
She said the
This is
exact same
Faith's
thing I
channel.
said.
Hold on, wait a minute. This is Faith's channel. Faith has the right to say whatever she wanted to. Just because I didn't say anything about it didn't mean that I may have agreed or disagreed. Okay, I'm letting everybody speak. But my thing is that you're coming from a position again because Faith is balanced. You're not, and we all understand that. You're coming from a position in regards to you trying to put this on the onus on the black community, or not necessarily the black community, but on this person based on the mistakes that she has made in her life, and that constitutes.
Sometimes those mistakes result in consequences.
And you know what? And those consequences may be in the hands of other people who are basically trained to do otherwise.
Yeah, hey,
So,
you
so,
can say
so
that.
if we want to go from that perspective, let's look at it from its entirety.
You can
Regardless
say
of
that.
what she did, regardless of what she did, that is not evidence to show that these people or these professionals of what they do have the right to go burst into your place unannounced, don't
I never
identify.
said that
No,
it was.
but see, hold on. But see, this is the thing. I'm looking for balance. If you gave me balance, SKC, I would give your position more credence. But all you're doing is looking at it from the negative, at the perspective of our community and what black women tend to do from your perspective. You're not looking at it from the fact of what the police. Please tell me what the
what
police
did
did.
I say?
Can you tell me what the police did wrong?
What was my argument?
No. Answer my question. Can you tell
You
me?
answer mine. You're
No.
questioning
Can you
me. What
tell
was
me
my
what the
argument?
police did incorrectly? What did the police do incorrectly?
What was my argument?
No, I don't care. I'm asking you a question.
And
Can
I'm
you tell
asking
me
you
what the
one.
police did incorrectly? That's what I thought. Because you don't see them doing
And
any. Because
that's what I
you
thought for
think
you.
because of her life and the lifestyle, because she's a black woman, that justifies her losing her life.
No, I
That's
never
your
said that.
position. Well,
I
answer
never
the
said that.
question. Answer the question.
I already stated at the
No,
outset.
I didn't ask you for what you stated. I'm asking you to answer the question. What
What
did
is
the
your
police
question,
do
Deidre?
wrong? What
The police went into a place and they shot an individual who was unarmed.
I asked, okay, that's what they did wrong. They didn't just went
Okay,
into a place. They
there's a
violated a
pattern.
person's
Okay,
rights.
there's a pattern here.
Hold on,
There's a
before y'all do that. Hey, we got 34 in the chat. You guys, shout out to the Faith Stream, the morning show. Like the video, share the video. Let's get it out there. You guys know we're trying to put on good content for you guys. Like the video, share the video, or if you want to dislike it, that's up to you.
Just
It's
hit
your
the like
option.
button, everybody, and
You
in the
know,
clouds.
so please like it or dislike it so we can get in the algorithm. Thank you very much. Y'all can continue.
well.
Now watch this, BMT. Will D Rail be balanced and answer a question from me?
Well, when you answer mine,
If it makes sense.
I did answer your question.
go ahead, SKC. I'm balanced. Go ahead.
Okay. Was what Breonna Taylor doing with Jamarcus good for the black community?
I don't know specifically. I don't. I'm gonna say this. According to what was written, the position that she put herself in was not good for the black community. If only if the information is 100% factual, which I doubt.
Well, not the information from the police, the information from the other dudes on Facebook and stuff that called her a part of her team.
What does that mean? That's subjective. What does that mean? There are a lot of
Oh,
people
okay.
who say that
Okay.
that's a street term that could mean anything.
Okay, from a
Part of the
bunch of
team.
dudes that are
All
Hold on,
wielding
right.
wait,
guns
hold on.
and throwing money up
Part of
in
the
gang
team mean
signs,
we just kicking it.
saying that it's a part of their team. Now that's subjective.
Part of the team can mean we just hang out. Part of the
Okay.
team can mean we play cards and dominoes together.
Okay.
That could mean a whole lot of things.
Okay. And that's what, and you call yourself balanced.
Yes, I am balanced.
Okay.
This is that was a dumb question. But
Well,
It
go
very
go
well,
ahead.
really
okay,
was.
wait. Can I can I
Okay,
can I ans-
there are no dumb questions. We're not going to sit here and disrespect each other on the panel. Now, everybody's entitled to their opinion. You can disagree,
right?
but no name calling.
No,
I'm,
But
I'm
I didn't call it his, I didn't call him out.
can I say
If
something?
any of us
Can
had children and we saw that type of message on our child's phone and those type of associates, we would be questioning them, talking about, no, no, what this talking about? You part of their team. You don't be blah 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 blah. Not with these type of people. And we would already know
but
as
SKC,
responsible adults and parents.
I've
We
okay.
wouldn't be up
already
here
talked
talking
about
about,
that.
oh no no no, it may be a domino game. It may we would no way,
SKC, I've
Yeah,
no
y'all
already
can
way.
talked
have some
about the bad
negativity
decision.
about
Since
black.
you didn't hear, since you want to talk about balance,
Hold
I
on,
I
brother.
already concluded before you came on, in which I talked about with at least 2 to 5 minutes about the poor decisions that are made from black women lack of vetting guys. If you would have listened to that, you would have known my position.
Well,
There
can
are
I also
degrees.
say
Oh, go ahead, man.
can I also say there is a pattern. There is a set pattern of police officers shooting black people down and going into their apartments and just killing them and just making excuses for why they went in there in the first place. If we haven't seen the pattern in the past few years, this has been happening. You understand?
This
It's
has
not
been going.
like they're not going into white people's homes and shooting them. They're giving white people chances. Like white people are running around naked or whatever. They won't shoot them. They'll actually take more mercy on them than they do on us. So let me put it this way, on a different perspective, is that we are the target.
I want to give a comparison of two events that happened in Dallas, Texas. Um, One situation happened in McKinney, Texas, which is a suburb outside of Dallas, in which there were black people uh at a having a pool party and so forth, and the kids were getting rowdy, and the police came there. These were unarmed black teenagers, and yes, they had underage drinking and all this other different stuff going on, and they were rowdy and they're disruptive. The police came there and violently restrained the girls and the boys unjustly, pointing guns to their face and head and all types of stuff. Okay, in that same Dallas Fort Worth um, metropolitan area, a goddamn motorcycle gang had guns threatening to hurt black people,
Mm-hmm.
and actually pointed those guns at the police. You know what happened to them when they restrained them? They basically told them to put the guns down. They didn't even touch them. They made them lay flat down or whatever, and they had guns, and they didn't even touch them. They actually followed procedure, and so forth, and they did it in a less conflictual, less violent, less intense manner. And these guys had guns. They didn't start shooting. They didn't grab them and throw them down and all this other shit. They basically very gently detained them and arrested them and brought them to the police station.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Okay, well, I have a question then for everybody on the panel, starting with BMT. Do you think that black people are killed more by the police than we are by other black people? And do you think that we would do better with trying to police our own communities or change the laws, against police brutality? And I'm going to start with BMT.
Well, and I'm being fair. we're actually killed more by ourselves. We kill it because we're in proximity, and we fear that white man more than we fear each other. So that white man can hold up like 10 black dudes with, and they'll all get against the law, drop the, and bend over and let him check them. And but let it be one dude walk by with a girl, they will bum rush that one dude and beat them. And I watched them beat a black boy to death. So I can say we kill off of our people very well. Now, when it comes to the laws and the policing, I got to be honest. You have a better, stronger chance of changing the laws. You have a better, stronger chance changing the laws than changing the people, because the people, they don't fear the man. We don't fear each other, but we do fear that book. That's the one thing you do got a chance. You get the bread to push whatever agenda you want. See, that's what I learned. We are scared to say the alphabet name. We scared to say the Jew name. But see, that's why you got to go get that book to put that fear in that community. And I know y'all don't like hearing it, but it's true. And because literally we're watching a lot of good men and women die or get victimized and terrorized, and literally we champion the people that do dysfunctional stuff, and that's not right. That's not right. That's not right at all. I shouldn't have to want to move my grandma out of the community after somebody done blast through her front door on her porch. She's been there for 15 years. She wants to die in her community around her and her girlfriends. But I'm not gonna keep going there and refixing her porch because boys are getting into fights, and they pull out a strap and shoot in front of her and the kid that she's babysitting. I can't. I'm not gonna keep doing that, and
In
I don't want
front
to.
of a child.
So
Oh
I
my.
don't want to have to smoke no little ace, but I'm going to protect my grandma and those. But see, I understand now. You know what I did? We got to. I go down there to the police department. I say, hey, I need a squad car here in this location every other day. And you know what? Now there's a squad car there. Now we're paying for stuff. Now some people think, oh, y'all pushing the white man on us. No, I am only placing the law in areas where I care about my women and children and elders. Y'all
Yeah.
want to get away from the people that don't want to do that. A lot of us work. Most black people work the 9 to 5 beat. We don't want to be bothered with no foolishness. We want to live our lives. We want to
Uh,
grow old and die.
I
So
can.
we're gonna have to work with. I rather say, yo, I got a better chance of going down there to the county office, paying for implicating certain stuff, putting my black people in certain locations, and we making certain changes because the community is getting worse and worse, and we're not
Mm,
caring for each other's lives and respecting each other's lives like we should. Nobody should have to fear for their life in their own community. No woman should have to be worried about having to step to a man because literally she said, I don't want to be with you. So you take a skateboard and crack it upside her face. No black boy, because he dresses a certain type of way, or he's not hardcore or a thug, or literally, hell, if you dress a certain type of way, you get victimized because you're in a certain location.
mm-hmm.
So,
Oh,
like I said, I definitely, I don't want our home to die out like this, but we're doing a damn sure good job of doing it, man. We're doing a
Well,
damn sure good job.
like
okay,
chess. Well, like
wait,
chess. Oh,
wait, hold on
sorry.
a second, because I'm going down the line. I want everybody to have a chance to answer the question. But next, I want KK to answer the question. KK, do you think that we get killed more by black people, or is it the police? And do you think that we have a better chance with changing the law or policing our own community?
I think we got a better chance at policing our own communities, but also I think it's kind of like a somewhat, no offense, a loaded question. It's kind of a little bit unfair, but can you highlight JB um, comment again? Because I agree with everything that she said. She laid it out perfectly.
Hold
I
on,
don't
I'm
know
gonna
if you
see if
could
I
go
can.
back to it again.
Yeah,
I agree
I
with
see it.
everything that she says because I think it's like I'm not gonna lie, like it is crimes in our neighborhood, but I'm also I will have to look at the exact stats. I'm not gonna like take nobody word on it unless they actually had a printout because my friend working it too, like the Fed off. But yeah, I'm sure it's gonna always be higher in our neighborhoods. But I agree with everything that she said. That's a fact though. Yeah.
Okay. And SKC, I'm going to ask you the same question. Do you think that we get killed more by the police, or do you think we kill ourselves more? And do you think that we would be better off policing our own community or changing the law?
We kill ourselves more. It'll be better to try to attempt to do some type of reform with law instead of trying to police self. The main reason that I say that is because as of right now, the trend in the culture itself, it trends towards a disrespect of law and authority, even within colloquial terms that black men use, just towards other men trying to give them advice or to lead them in a direction or whatnot. They call that you're trying to son me. So because of we have so many young men that have grown up without strong male figures, and they're not used to taking authority from those male figures, having other black men trying to police those individuals as a whole would be extremely, extremely difficult.
Okay. And Miss Gigi, I'm going to ask you the same question. Who kills us more? Do we kill ourselves more, or are we killed by the police? And do you think that we
Oh,
have a better shot at policing our own community
we
or
we
changing
we
the law?
we kill ourselves in most ways than none. In emotional ways, physically and emotionally, in just mentally, we just kill ourselves. Like we sit there, and it's been indicted in us, and this is the slave mentality that people carry, that I'm better than you, or you think you all that da 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 da. Like we bring each other to the ground, to the point where they're laughing at us. You know what I mean? Where they think we're weak, so they use us, and then we use each other against us, and then we end up killing each other, because that's the stigma they planned all along, is for us to demise ourselves, and we don't even see it coming. You know what I'm saying? The All the time we're sitting there fighting each other when we should be like loving each other, or uplifting each other. No, what we do is we do what they so called we do the stuff they expect us to do, what they trained us to do. And so I'm looking, and I'm coming from an outsider looking in, and I'm going like, wow, this is amazing how people can just self-destruct. You understand what I'm saying? Just sit there and self-destruct each other with no cause.
That's true.
You know? Yeah, they go ahead. They just keep and then it's so many things, so many rules set on us that they don't even understand is happening.
So, do you think that we have a better chance of policing our own community, or do we have a better chance changing
Uh,
the laws?
I don't think we can commute our own community, and I'm talking from coming from a militant family and having a brother that's a police officer, and my daughter's an Air Force chick, and I'm coming from a real military background, and no, you can't, no, because I need the force.
Okay.
I need the
And,
force on my side.
all right.
Because
Well,
I don't,
last but
I
not,
don't, I don't, I don't, I don't trust them. I don't trust people like that.
so you're saying you
Like
don't
you don't
trust the
trust the police.
police? I'm trying to get what you're saying. So you're saying you don't trust the police, right, Miss Gigi?
No, I trust the police. No, I trust certain cops. I don't trust all the cops. I trust certain ones. There are certain ones, yeah, they can come over and kick it and have a drink and with me and all that. and they gonna surround my house and keep me safe. But I don't trust all the police, no, because they'll let me know who's crooked. I don't look. People are people. The devil is the devil. I don't care.
That's true
Demons
too.
are everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. All
I
right.
don't trust
Well,
the police.
last but not least, D. Darrell, I'm going to ask you the same question. Who kills us more, ourselves or the police? And are we better off just policing ourselves or changing the laws?
Okay. It's quite obvious. We kill ourselves far more than what the police do because there's more of us than the police, and people who live with one another and look like one another are gonna, that's with any group of people, um, across the board from a demographic standpoint. Um, our groups of people kill themselves more than the police do, and that's no different. That same premise applies to us, um, for a variety of different reasons. Um, in regards to trusting the police or self-policing ourselves, unfortunately, I wish as a community we were strong enough to police ourselves. Um, I just think that at this point that would be ideal. But the bottom line is that our community is not in a position to police itself. Um, I don't trust the police, but at least with the police, they do have some level of structure. I think that what I would like to have is more involvement of black men becoming cops or getting into the legal profession, men and women getting into the criminal justice system, um, and so forth, and also from a political standpoint, as black people becoming more politically educated to change these laws and to know the political process to change those laws in conjunction with us as a community understanding that we have to do more than vote. We're going to have to, as a community, make a financial commitment to politics because you vote I hate I don't want to go into this, but you voting alone is not going to change the problem. We've been voting for the last 40, 50 years, and it has not produced enough change for us. But we have to be more involved in politics to change these particular laws so that we don't have a no knock search warrants and so forth. We're going to have to be able to invest financially in politics to change these laws.
Okay. Well, see, now this is what I'm interpreting from everything that everybody has said on the panel. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to interpret what I'm hearing here. Everybody said that we kill each other more than the police kill us. And I think, with the exception of KK, everybody said that, hey, we need the police. The police, because like Rail said, at least the police is a structured organization, and the police do protect us more than they kill us. Is anybody here going to disagree with me when I say that?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Okay, so with that being said, why is it that every time there's something that goes on as far as like these criminals? I'm not talking about the legitimate cases like Amber Geiger and Botham Jean. That was cut and dry. Like that was a homicide. You know what I'm saying? She was a race soldier. I believe that she went in there with the intention of killing him. But when it comes to these situations where you have people that are involving themselves in criminal activity or breaking the law or not complying with the law, and they end up getting shot, like that dude in Wisconsin. This guy was violating a order of protection, and he is a known pedophile. Okay, I find it very, very difficult to have sympathy for someone like this. Not saying that the police were right in shooting him, but I'm not about to sit up and tear nothing up over him either. What do you guys think about that?
I agree with that, but that doesn't mean that the police don't do their job like they're supposed to, because you have to understand, in many of these situations, The police and these other guys, they don't have prior knowledge. And whether or not they have prior knowledge or not doesn't excuse them not to follow police procedure. We can't pick and choose when we're supposed to use police procedure based on what a person does. Doesn't matter how egregious it is. I mean, the police are not trained to do that.
The other side of that, Faith, I agree with you. By the way, on that with the guy with the pedophile, I think it's ridiculous to ask a community of hardworking, honest-hearted people to get in the uproar and tear up junk over that dude. But I think it's weird that this is some of the individuals that will say, oh, no, it doesn't matter what the guy did. They will be fine if, quote unquote, street justice happened to that guy. If some black people had caught that dude, like say if the lady's new man was there and he beat that dude to death, people would be saying, "Oh yeah, he protected his black woman. That dude he had a restraining order. He was a pedophile. That's what had to happen to him." And nobody will play the whole thing of, well, as a citizen of America, your responsibility is to turn such an individual into the law because that's what you, as an American citizen, by law, are supposed to do.
Is that what happened, SKC?
It's hypocrisy.
Is that what happened? Did that happen?
We've seen on many
No.
occasions,
Answer the question. Did that happen?
We've seen on many occasions,
It's a yes or no question. Did it happen or did that not happen?
No, it didn't happen.
Okay, so why are we commenting on something that didn't happen? Why are we speaking
because we've seen street justice happen before.
Why are we speaking in hypotheticals?
Because we've seen street justice happen before. Because we've seen street justice happen before, and people have co-signed.
But we're speaking of a specific situation.
And what I'm doing is
you're moving the goalposts. We're not.
I'm not moving the goalposts.
Yes,
I'm
we're
showing.
Speaking on one topic.
If you will let me speak.
One specific situation.
If you will let me speak, what I'm showing is that on one side, individuals will play the whole thing of the law, and then on the other side, when it has to do with people within their own community, they will say that the law doesn't matter. It is very pertinent to this conversation.
No, it's not. We're speaking of one specific situation. Let's stay on topic.
All right. Well, at this time, I want to go ahead and introduce a new voice to the panel, and that is Judge Dre. Judge Dre, welcome. Once again, all opinions are accepted here as long as everybody is respectful. Go ahead, sir.
Hello.
Judge.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Judge Dre. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't add him to the screen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, about to say.
There you go.
Okay, I sit here and I really laugh at the opinions of these people. See, this is the problem with this whole scenario. It does not matter what the person did. If I say when you say we kill ourselves more than the police do, no offense, dude, we ain't paying tax dollars for a person to kill you. Your tax dollars go to the police, which are in charge of killing you. Make that make sense.
Are drug dealers paying
one of the
tax
things
dollars?
that I'll say, one of the things that I'll say that I've noticed, and what I would have never believed unless I was put in the situation I was in. With me going in and out of jail, like for the child support stuff, like a lot of people don't know, they even got weekend jail where they'll let you go to work all week, and then on the weekend you go to jail. So being checked in and out, all of this crap, dealing with so many people. I saw so many people sitting there months in jail on trumped up charges that would end up to be bullshit. Like if I take 4 or 5 months of your income away and then don't charge you with a damn thing and let you go, I mean, sometimes it's impossible to recover. You done lost your home by then, you done lost your car, Everything is gone. Now you sitting up
Ooh.
here, behind the 8 ball playing catch up over a cop that just wanted to put up a trumped up charge on people. And you would not believe how much it is. Just right here in my city alone, a neighboring city, they caught 2 sheriffs that admitted that they put over 250 people in jail for more than 10 years that never committed a crime. They admitted that on their retirement.
Yeah.
They said,
Keeping.
and that was so bad that was here. It was a big case right here, even in Cleveland. They said, if we put these people in jail, if we didn't like you, we just put a charge on you, and we know that you didn't have no money to fight it. And that's why the reason is the people who are upholding the law need to be held to a higher standard because you got people's lives in your hands. And if you sit up here and
Yeah.
fuck up and do something, you need to pay the consequences just like everybody else. I mean,
Well.
I'm not even going to lie. The only way that if you can be charged, like I've watched people sit here, you can be charged with CCW or possession of criminal tools, and the only
Mm,
thing that could be is like a screwdriver in your tool bag in the trunk. I mean, if
that's
they want to
it.
charge you with something, and you're gonna tell me that you can't find a charge to put on these people who went to the wrong house or whatever, I mean, you have as soon as you get into this and see how bad it is, that's what it is. Most people just get a glance of it. The beauty about being checked in and out of the system so many times is that you meet so many different people and you read their case file. Like with me, I don't take nobody's shit. Let me see your case file. The reason why I took the name Judge Dre is because I've been to court so many fucking times. So that's why I took that name. I thought it would be funny because a lot of times I beat judges and giving them a lot of good information. That's why I took that name. But to see so many people in jail or being what they call in a holding pattern, and what they'll do, they'll keep you in jail and have nothing on you and just be like, well, you don't know what day your court date is. And I mean, they'll lie so much to the fact is, it's been times that my children's parents have been contacted through the mail, show up in court on a court date, but yet I got my family
Mm,
calling every day and they can't find out my court date.
mm.
And then all of a sudden you wake up one morning, up, you got court. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, dude. You go to court, they cut you free. And then I'm sitting there and I'm like, my child's mother there. She's like, what are you talking about? I got the little last week to do what today was court. Today was your court day. And you're like, what? How is the world that I'm checking in jail? They're checking at home. I got my girlfriend checking here. My other son is sitting, instead of being here, he's sitting at my house alone over this bullshit child support case. And then I walk down here and she's talking about, what are you talking about? She got paperwork last week saying today was the court date to be here at this time.
That's why I said they got different rules for us.
So
Right. And I've seen them even, I've seen people even get released on a Saturday. I mean on a Friday. And they sit there
Hmm.
again. Your paperwork, they do that all the time. I've seen them. Like one gentleman I can remember and call his name right here in Cleveland. His name is, he's a little up and coming rapper. His case, basically, he picked up a case because of his friend. And what they said, well, back as a juvenile, you participated in a robbery. Now his participation was lookout. So, it wasn't like he was really, but his participation back then, a prostitute said she robbed him, that they robbed him, which of course, you know what I mean? She had an ad. We already know you meet at a hotel, you know what the deal is. Okay, whatever. They let the man in jail for 6 months. And I mean, just in and out of court, they bring you up there like you're about to go to court, and at the last minute, up, you ain't going to court today. They pull you right back out of the upper holding cells, bring you back down. They kept telling him, man, just sign this plea. You can be out in 14 months. And he kept telling him, he's like, man, the worst thing is sitting there and not knowing what date you're going to court nor getting out. And he just kept, man, I'm just going to sign this. I'm just going to sign. And I'm like, dude, man, you've been to court this bit. I'm like, dude, man, just listen to me. I said, I ain't no lawyer, but I said, if they keep postponing your case, that's what they did to me. I said, they're just trying to scare you into signing this paperwork. He
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't sign the paperwork. He said he was going to sign that day. Then after you talked to me, he didn't. And I just said, man, just wait one more month. You've been here 3 months already. He was like that. So then when I ended up being released from my day out. So I kept in touch with the mom. And she was there like, well, I had actually told him to sign too. Just hurry up. But they was like, give him like 14 months to be out. Come to find out, he kept pushing it off. A month and a half later, they let him go scot free. Where you was about to sign a paperwork while you were sitting there with me, that you would have been there for another year and 12 months on a charges you had nothing to do with, and your co-defendant said that you had nothing to do with it. He said I was the one that he waited out in the car. I went up there. I paid the borough for services. I gave her $100. At the end of the deal, she wanted $2. I said, no, you get $100, just like I said.
Hmm.
So she said, instead of saying admit to that, she said, no, they robbed. So immediately they were just,
But
it was like
but
no
now,
proof.
Judge
But I'm
Dre,
just saying, no.
I have to cut you off here because I got other people on the panel. But I do
Okay.
want to ask you. I want to ask you this.
Mhm.
Okay, you set up here and you talked about the police and the judicial system, the jail system. I've been through it too.
Not as many
I
times
agree
as
with you.
me.
Not as many times as you, but I agree
That's
with
fine.
you. I agree with you that they are unfair. They are unfair. Okay, I get that.
If
She
you
But
have
here,
no
understood.
money, but this is the rule. If you
but
have no
here's the
money, you're
thing. Here's
going
the
to stay
thing.
there.
Here's the thing. Why are you going to jail so much?
Okay, well, I've been to jail. Think about it. All my jail cases are child support. You miss a payment, or like just give an example. When you're on child support, if they put you on papers now. You miss a payment, that's jail. You
Mm.
Huh?
they give you yes. Don't believe me? You can check my record. I had they didn't believe me. I gave them my numbers and everything. I got 3 felonies for child support. You miss a payment, that's jail. All child support payments need to be made in cash. They give you these dumbass programs you got to go to, even though you're paying. So you pay your money, and they make you go to this basically class. It's just to put butts in the chair so people can get paid. So
Hi,
basically, all you
Sister
do is go there and
George.
sit there and talk about basketball. I ain't even
Okay,
gonna
yeah,
lie.
go ahead. Who is that?
That's Sister George over on the. She just
Hmm?
joined the chat.
So
But
the question
you
I just
miss
want
a payment, you go to jail. You late on a payment, you go to jail. You late going to a class, you go to jail. You lose your job because of downsizing, you go to jail. You,
why ain't
I
y'all
mean,
why ain't y'all black people, if y'all all become lawyers, why ain't y'all going to like get like
He said,
going to
"What
these
is
positions?
y'all?"
I gotta ask, man, like y'all, why ain't y'all going to go get positions like, I don't know, paralegals and all stuff? Like y'all do know college. Y'all can go to college or community college, night school. You know,
mm,
I'm seeing a lot of black girls. They are going, and y'all complaining. Y'all need to go be
mm-hmm.
lawyers, child support lawyers. Like, why ain't y'all going to do this thing? Why ain't y'all going to do this thing?
Nah, they
Well,
say a degree don't mean, they got people saying a degree don't mean anything these days.
Well, then, wait. Let's both
No,
stop
it
it.
means a lot. It means a
Oh,
Nah,
so
lot.
they saying that
oh,
it's you don't need a college degree anymore according to YouTube.
so
Well,
let's.
according to YouTube, but YouTube don't even give us a fair chance neither, right? This
No,
is
so
called the
But
Black YouTube
Well, you talking
but
about
system.
black
but
women?
but but hold on a second. The point is, Judge Dre, you going to jail a lot. You're having a lot of encounters with the system. Like to me, I would have put something in place where I wouldn't have to be going in and out of jail so many times.
it doesn't work like that. It doesn't. Just give an example. It does not.
He's
Basically, like, okay, I'm gonna explain to you. Basically, it works like this. Certain people, just give an example. I got a coworker works with me, same job, same county. Like he has 8 children. Some
Wow.
people they turn the screws to. Some people they don't.
y'all ain't
I
learning
mean, just
shit.
give an example. I've been on both ends. I've been on the end where, just give an example how I know the system is crooked because the only case that I got other than a child support issue is 21 years ago. I beat up a gentleman who broke into my home, and I was charged with a crime because I dragged him outside. I didn't know you got to keep him inside the house. Basically, I was sentenced, charged, cut to the deal, stuck in a jail cell. I paid 5 grand to a lawyer. All of a sudden, I get pulled out the cell. They be like, not go to court. I go straight to the judge's chambers. They talk all this, but they say, well, it seems like the only problem you have is that because basically anything is a violation to get you like now. If you even have a drink, you're not even allowed to drink alcohol if you're on probation. So anything's a violation. They find alcohol, they say, well, your test came back, you found alcohol in your system, you're going to jail. It just goes like that. I mean,
So,
anything is a violation.
so
Traffic, if you even talk to a cop and don't report it, a cop talk to you, that's a violation. You go to jail.
So, so why ain't
I mean,
y'all?
but
Why
what
ain't
I'm trying
y'all
to say
doing
is
it?
this: I was
Why,
took
okay,
out of
Wait,
jail.
wait, wait. Hold
Wait,
on
let
a
me
second.
finish. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
no,
Took
30
out of
seconds.
jail after giving him 5 grand, brought straight to the judge's chambers, and then cut free right there that day. So I mean, and I've seen it work on both ends. So if you don't have any money, you're gonna get screwed,
Oh,
and a
okay.
lot of us don't. That's why they get screwed.
So y'all telling me? Okay, so let's look at this. Let me just do the correlation. Black women getting screwed by the system. Black women go join the system, go get positioned in the system. Now y'all get mad. Black men, you been getting fucked by the system. Y'all still getting fucked by the system, but you don't want to actually get into the system to actually fight back the system. Is that honestly what's been going on all the way up to 2020? But we're seeing black female judges, mayors, captains, chiefs, all this shit. And I'm not mad at them, but I said shit. You can't beat them. Get in the system and make your own goddamn rules for you. So why aren't we seeing the black men if we want the power? Why ain't we getting these positions? Now I'm just saying, but that white man ain't keeping you out of community college. That white man ain't keeping you out of GED school. He ain't doing that much damn shit. Like he right now trying to deal his Becky right now. Why ain't we doing this? But I see a lot of goddamn jail stories. Hell, back in the day, brothers used to go to prison, get a whole goddamn degree, and come out. I'm like, wait, nigga, you got to go to prison to get a degree? You could have just gone to goddamn college. Like, but why are we doing this the hard way? Why are we doing this? I mean, the brother who got 8 damn kids, I sound like that nigga ain't learning shit. But he got 8 damn kids and he's still getting caught up. I don't know what to tell him. Like, listen, brothers, y'all can't afford one, kid two. Y'all niggas need to go down to the clinic and go get snipped. Y'all,
Well, no, he got eight
y'all,
kids, but he ain't on child support. I'm just letting you. I mean, he ain't on what they call papers for
okay,
child
okay,
support. But I'm just letting you know how certain people they do turn the screws because he even told me. He said, "How the fuck you pay more than I do?"
no, here's the thing about it. It seems like a lot of people are gluttons for punishment. We just now it's more easier to rag on women about baby daddies and doggone bad decisions. And I'm asking the black men and black people, y'all can come at me being too later. So there's nothing stopping y'all. No, but we got a lot of people. There's nothing stop Dita Rose. Anybody stopping anybody black from getting into college?
Nope.
Well,
So
Okay,
well,
here's the question.
Rob B just
BMT.
posted something down here in the chat. She said that's not true. Your legal history matters. If you were convicted of a crime, you cannot go to community college.
That is true. That's the reason
well,
I have a degree in computer networking. The
okay,
reason
okay,
why
so
I'm
okay,
supposed to be making
so
like 300,000 a year. They
so
won't touch you once
let's
you have a charge.
let's hit at this. So
That's true,
you say
BMT. You
okay,
don't. I
okay.
hate to say. I love how you said it. But what's so bad? You
No,
sitting
no,
up
no,
here
no, no,
talking
no,
all this
no.
mess, and
I let you talk. I let
man,
you talk,
we
dude.
didn't say nothing about the women. We talking about the system.
No,
Because
okay.
you
So
notice how you brought that
let
back to the women.
let
We're not talking about the women. We're
Well,
talking
well,
about the
actually,
system.
this is about the Breonna Taylor case, and
exactly.
actually, I did started off talking about how some of her bad choices, kind of led up to where she ended up, today.
Okay. But here's
So
the question. Just because she used to date a dope boy don't
Still do.
mean that they
Still
got
do.
the right to do that to her.
Okay. So, okay. So
That
let's put that.
doesn't lessen the fact. But see, this is the problem is
And
this. That doesn't lessen the fact that what they did was wrong. That's all that matters. And the problem with us black people, when we sit up here and want to talk about shit like that, well, she did this, that, and that. No, 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 no. She was sitting up in her own house, but it had nothing to do with the case at hand. We got to stop digging these. Notice they don't do none of that shit when it's them. Stop
hold
digging
on,
in
hold
these
on, hold
people's
on, hold
past.
on,
Had
hold on.
nothing to. I don't give a damn if the dude was on drugs yesterday or whatever. It had no right that the dude had to
Fact.
put his knee on his neck for 8 minutes.
Then,
It had nothing to do with the
let me
case at
put on my
hand.
sip cake for today. Let me put on the sip cake. So
Fact. Thank you,
when y'all
Judge.
do the same shit when a black woman has different baby daddies, all of a sudden, well, you should have known better. You should have not chose that. You should have. Hold
But
up.
we're not
So
talking
the
about
only
baby daddies. We talking about the
person,
system.
hold up. So y'all will do that and tell this woman you need to have a higher standard. So now all of a sudden, we all of a sudden we like. I notice we like to play these little shit games of accountability where it don't fucking matter. And I'm like,
How
hold
is
up.
it accountability when she was not with the dude?
Oh
She
my
was
god.
sitting in her own fucking house.
Okay. So
Exactly.
let's
Don't I
okay.
mean go somewhere, man. No offense, dude. Don't try to sip on that bullshit. Go somewhere with that bullshit.
So
When
hold
you
on.
know what? Yesterday you ran a red light. I got the right to come in your house and kill you today.
Let's go ahead and do
It
this. Let's
don't
go
no.
ahead.
But here you
I've
go.
already
By
been,
your
I've already
means and
been swatted.
standards,
I've already
yesterday
been
you ran a
swatted
red
before.
light. I can kill
I've
you
already
today.
been swatted. I've already been swatted before. So
No, but I'm just saying, right. Yesterday you ran a red light. I'm
swatted.
allowed to kill you today.
So hold on. So
Make that make sense.
let's go at it. Let's go at it like this. So here we go, where we've had a whole space that will rag on women and people of lesser financial background, people with education, different other assortments of stuff. And now we're talking about making changes with law. I start hearing all the excuses in the goddamn book about
Okay.
accountability. And literally,
Okay.
when we say, "Hey, why don't y'all go ahead and go join the police department? Why don't y'all go start setting up neighborhood watches?" You know what's crazy? Those videos never get watched. Them type of accountability when Love Wisdom or different other women or men are start talking about that shit. But let it be the doggone panel for let's bash the community, bash the women, bash
We're
this,
not
bash that.
bashing women.
No,
We're bashing the police.
no. Niggas show up in fucking goddamn droves for that
Okay.
goddamn congregation.
But here's the
But you
question,
know,
dude.
like
We're not
these,
bashing the women. We're bashing the police. I understand you keep bringing it back to
okay,
broads. It
okay.
seems like you can't keep your mind off the
I
fact
guess,
is
I
the
guess
woman was sitting in her
I
own
guess
fucking house minding her own
black
business.
women bash panels coming up next. Okay, we'll wait. I'll wait for that congregation to start up. I'll be over there for that one, and I bet
But
it
I'm
has.
just saying, why you keep bringing it back to broad? You ain't never got no woman or nothing. But I mean,
Oh,
dude, the
okay.
woman
You
was
know
sitting
what's
in her
crazy?
house minding
You
her
know what's
own
crazy?
business. It
Be the
don't
rep.
matter
Be
that
the
she
rep.
fucked the dope
But
boy last
okay,
month.
but Judge Straight. Now I'm of the opinion that like this. I think that a lot of black women, and I'm just speaking on my behalf because I'm a black woman, and I'm gonna go against the grain with this. And I know it's a lot of black women listening gonna be mad, but at the same time, she might not have been a criminal, okay, but she sure liked hanging with criminals. All right, she was
But
a victim, but at the same time, she was not innocent. So I'm not
okay,
saying that she
oh, hey,
deserved to
wait.
die, but hold on, let me finish. But a lot of the decisions that she made, it led her up to that point. Now
Okay.
everybody want to sit up here and they want to ignore the fact that she was sitting up here aiding and abetting a criminal. But I can't ignore that. I can't.
Her
You know,
boyfriend that she's with was not the dope boy. That was her last boyfriend. That was her ex. On top of that, one of the things it doesn't even
You're
matter.
fucking both of them.
Wait. This is the
You're fucking both
problem
of them.
when you
Fucking
go
both.
down that slippery slope like that. All of us got a black sheep or somebody that's a friend of ours
Oh, here we
that do
go with
some
that.
foolish shit. So you
Here we
want to
go.
sit up here and say that your life is worth less money because you know somebody who do some dirt. I mean, make that
nobody
make sense.
nobody
No.
is
The
saying
only time that
nobody's saying that her
wait a
life
minute.
is not
The
worth
only
anything.
time
Nobody
no,
is
but
saying
listen.
that she deserved to die. What I am saying is that she made a lot of bad choices and the people that she hung with and dealt with. She sat
But the
up there
bad
and she hold on. She sat up there. A damn detective came to her house, okay, about a dead body that was in the trunk of a car that she set up there and she what do you call it? She rented. In a rental car. She rented that car. She let her boyfriend drive the rental car, and then later on down the line, here comes the detective knocking at her door, questioning her about the rental car. Now, even if she thought her boyfriend returned the rental car or something like that, here's a detective at your door saying that no, the rental car was not returned, and on top of that, there's a dead body in the trunk. Now, for me, if the last person I gave that rental car to was my boyfriend, and now a detective at my house talking about a dead body, guess what? I'm not fucking with you no more. But she didn't do that. After that, she kept on fucking with that guy. Years later, she's over there trying to bail him out of jail. Everything else. Now come on now. That is not nobody
Now they
that's
probably
innocent.
was just cool. I don't
Stay
know if they was
turned
back
up.
together though. I don't know about that.
Weren't together. No, but this is the problem when it all boils down to the fact like that. If she would have been a white girl who dated a dope boy, it would
Exactly.
not. These things would not even be considered. You can't consider. I mean, if you want to go like that, I mean, this is the problem with with too close thinking like that. You
Yeah,
don't
there's a
this if
double
you want to sit
standard.
up here and relate that just because I'm associate and I grew up with a person who slangs dope. Now I know if I ride in a car with him, I got a chance of being shot in a gang related activity or whatever. But the police have no right to come and shoot me just because I used to fuck a broad who's so dope. It does not matter. I didn't sell dope. I wasn't involved in none of. You don't have that right. When we start allowing stuff like this to happen, this just opens the door, and this is the reason why they say our lives are not valuable.
But
Well,
hold
this
Because
on,
our
doesn't
first,
hold
I
on.
mean, think
If
about
matter.
it.
This
Wait,
isn't
wait,
teaching
brother, Bokum
matter.
John. First thing they did after all that bullshit, they couldn't find no dope. Well, he had some marijuana in his house. See what I'm
Well,
talking about? That
this is
had
a
nothing to do
teaching
with
now
chase
moment.
at hand.
the Botham John situation is totally different. Okay,
Yeah,
But
totally.
this
look
is
what
a
happened to it.
teaching
Think about it.
matter.
This
This
broad
is
think about it. If you Amber Geiger's gonna get out in 2.5 years max. On
Exactly.
top of
this.
that, she wasn't even charged. No, to go to show you how she wasn't even
Listen,
in charge until the shit hit the fan.
can
This
we
is the reason
understand
why.
that?
You if there would have been
Okay, don't
anybody
go.
else, think about it, with no evidence, they would have been in jail. She wasn't even charged until somebody came out and the video went viral. It should
There's a
not take a
double
video to
standard,
go
and we
viral
know
for a
this.
motherfucker who should have been charged with something to go to court at least. I mean, they
No,
ain't even
okay,
think about it. There's
you're a
another
little bit
reason why they
stubborn.
put us in jail more than them is because half the time they're not even brought up on charges.
Okay, listen to this too. She was going down the wrong path, and this is a lesson matter which we brought up in the first case so women can understand not to go down that path. You messed up with the wrong kind of crew, you're gonna get dealt with.
Right. But let me go ahead and welcome Love Wisdom onto the stream. I'm sorry, sis. She's been waiting for a long time to speak. Go ahead, sis.
Hey.
Oh, good morning.
So,
Good
what's
morning.
up? How you doing, Love Wisdom?
What's going on?
Morning.
No, I'm just listening. Um, no,
She's dealt with by the police, not the
I'm just
drug boys on
listening.
the street. You can't pay
Um,
the civil
Okay,
people
we
don't
get
need to
that.
do that.
We know
let me
that much.
let me
Okay,
ask
hold on. Let
Let
Love
Love
Wisdom
Wisdom
have
speak.
her time, please. Go ahead,
now
Love Wisdom.
with the whole thing with Breonna Taylor. I got to do my own independent research because the whole story is a rabbit hole to me.
It
Um,
is. Mhm.
personally, she did not deserve to die. The police could have handled that situation a hell of a lot better than
Differently,
what they
yes.
did. But I think what people are overlooking, and I said this in the commentary, I'm looking at the family. All this other stuff, I'm looking at the family. Number one, whenever I see Benjamin Crump pop up, I know justice is not going to be served. I know
Exactly.
this is going to be a settlement situation. He
Mhm.
is what I call the ambulance chaser when it comes to Black Death.
Mm.
So whenever I see him, there's not going to be any justice. Number two, if the community has more outrage than the family, I'm not moving nothing. All right. I'm just not
Mhm.
doing it. We have been slapped in the face too many times by these families who will have us tear stuff up, get our blood pressure high.
Mhm.
Everybody Perry Mason and everybody Matlock in this space
Madeline.
until the grand
I mean,
jury,
seriously.
the grand jury will say, we ain't charging nobody, and you'll hear a month or two later they have a settlement. So how the family moves is how we should move. All right. Now, if the situation with the rental car and the body, if are those events that led up to what happened in March? If it's not, if it's not what led up to March, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. If
Yeah.
it did lead up to what happened to March, she would be considered an accessory. She may not have known, but the fact that her name is on the paperwork, they're going to make her involved in that. All right.
Mhm.
It is a teachable lesson for Black women that
Mhm.
they have to be careful with the people that they are involved with.
With. Yep.
So that's a
It,
teachable moment. When
And
it
they
comes
also
to
changed their warrant twice too,
see,
trying to
so
lie.
that's why I said this is a big giant rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I agree with BMT when we talk about the law. When I say this with brothers, if I could step my foot out the conversation for a minute, this is why Black men ought to have their own men's rights activist groups where they have a team of lobbyists and lawyers and public defenders that can be able to help other Black men in situations like this when we talk about mass incarceration, police brutality, child support. Now, before they took away the prison library out of these jails, you had a lot of Black men who got themselves out of jail and mentored other Black men, especially in the 90s, because they had the law. They read the law, they knew the law, they got themselves out. They became lawyers and public defenders to help other Black men. You can't be on your Matlock and your Perry Mason and you're not helping other Black men. Black men need to have their agency where they're able to get these things done for them and these boys, since these things affect Black men the most. And I would say the same thing for Black women. We got to get out of this habit of groupthink. If there is a problem, let's fix it. If we got to come together, start small. When you talk about politics and lawmaking, it's not a trickle down effect, it's a rise up effect. You got to start from the bottom and you got to build your way up. You cannot expect people from the top to trickle things down. The people from the top, if you don't have no money, they ain't trying to talk to you, especially if you don't have a certain amount of money. They ain't trying to talk to you. It got to start from the bottom where the people, the grassroots movements, are involved in their local politics to change law and bring about reform. As far as policing the Black community, sorry, we're not ready for that yet because Black people are just too scatterbrained. It's best if we work in local politics. You get to know your mayor, your alderman, your councilman, your chief of police. I think Psycho paid this in the chat. Hopefully he could back me up on this. We're from Newark. Now, we had a whole bunch of situations in Newark, New Jersey, where a lot of the police officers, they're not from Newark. They was from East Hanover. They was from these suburbs. There's no action in the suburbs. So when you come down to the big city, that's where the action is, okay? And because they're not from the city, they don't know how to relate to the people, so they're more aggressive to the people. If you are involved in your local politics, if you know your chief of police, if you know your mayor, you can make about change saying, listen here, where are your police officers from? Because if they're not from the city, if they're not from the town, we don't want them here because they don't know how to deal with the people. It's best if you have people who live in the community be the police because they know the people. You understand what I'm saying? This is why the community has to get involved. The problem with the community is the community want people from the top to come down and rescue them. We got to rescue ourselves, especially that we know what's going on in the community. You pay taxes in your community. You know what's going on in your community. So you have to build your community from there. But Black people don't get involved in local politics like that. And that's why it's easy for people to come in here and manipulate and take stuff and do whatever they want to do, because they know as a people, we are scatterbrained. We're not a close-knit unit to get things done. You understand what I'm saying? So until we get there, we're going to still be in this particular situation. When it comes to the police, like I said, the minute I saw Benjamin Crump, biscuit headed behind, start to talking, I was like, we're not going to have any justice because he's an ambulance chaser. And again, with the community, in situations like this, before we start tearing stuff up, before we get our blood pressure up and be on our Perry Mason, you got to sit back and watch the family. If Botham Jean was not an example about how you have your own people that will basically say, fuck you, I don't know what is. What did we see with Botham Jean? The judge came down in her old Navy flip-flops with a Bible in her hand. You had the family tell them, I want to be your friend, and giving her a hug. Where you had an entire community going up in arms. The witness.
And they took the money.
Right, the witness. Remember the brother with the Dragon Ball Z t-shirt on the stand? Did he not get killed like by the end of that week?
Yep.
Yep.
He got killed
Yep.
under mysterious circumstances.
Circumstances.
So
Yep.
before we start hollering and screaming, you got to sit back and you got to watch how the family moves. If the community is more outraged than the family, stop what you're doing. Just keep looking. Because I hate to say this, for some, for some of these parents, I know it's a cruel thing to say, but you got to say it. Some
All
of
right.
these people, they worth more dead than they are alive. Okay. Now we done every time there's a settlement, stand down, y'all. Stand down. We gotta
How many times
forgive.
have we heard this? How many times
You
Well,
have
know,
we heard this? You are
we
worth
we,
more
we
dead than alive sometimes. And
yeah,
people
we
have
got
insurance money over your head and they count on your
and it's
Demar.
a sad thing to say,
profit.
but let's be real. It's a sad thing to say, but it's true. Okay, they do this in the black community specifically. They don't do this in other communities because other communities have what's called racial pride. Ain't no amount of money gonna bring my child up from the dead. You either gonna be in the ground with my child or you gonna be under the jail. You're not gonna give me no sort of money for my child. So what they do with black people is they grab onto our emotions. We yell and scream. The cameras are in the grieving parents' face. The family's grieving. They ain't in their right mind, but the mic is right in their face. And what happens
Mm.
is, here comes Lee Merritt, here comes Benjamin Crump, here comes the opposition, here comes the control opposition crew. Okay,
Okay.
this is how much they trying to settle. So
No,
what you gonna
and
do?
you're right because I was on my deathbed and I remember they because I couldn't speak or nothing and I was kind of like a in a coma state and they were dividing my property like in front of me and
Wow.
I can hear it, and I'm like, wow, this is my family doing this for real, and I'm like, man, I cut ties with a lot of people because I was all like, oh no, they can't be
That's
around
horrible.
me no more because they're looking for my demise. They're waiting for me to die.
Well, can
Wow.
I say something real quick? Because I got to move on to my next property.
Okay,
Um,
but first, let me acknowledge BMT. Thank you for the super chat. He says that the whites was killing. What did he say? But the whites was killed by bad drug deals.
What?
Oh no,
yeah,
the witness was killed by bad drug deal. Okay, I'm
supposedly,
sorry.
right? He was supposedly in a drug deal that went gone wrong, as they say. But one of the things I'm gonna say this is to black people, and I want y'all to just realize this: it's different parts. The main thing is this is the problem. You're not focusing on a problem at hand. The problem at hand is that we're paying a civil service worker who, if this would have been a person at Dunkin' Donuts or McDonald's, y'all be calling complaints or they'd be getting fired. The plain and simple. Cops fuck up, they don't get fired. That's the thing. If it had been somebody working at McDonald's for $10 an hour, you'll fire him. But somebody over here making $60,000, $70,000 a year, go ahead and take somebody's life. It's okay. Now the reason with the riots and all like that is I hate to say I'm one of those ones that believe there's different sides to win a war. The reason why, unfortunately, as we say, the white people own this country and took over this country is because they were afraid to do things that we would. The reason why certain people raise to the top and say CEOs and all that because they're not afraid to take the backlash to do whatever they want to get it done. So the people, I understand. Some people want a peaceful protest. Some people want to riot. Some people going to take advantage of the situation to get free shit. Some people going to actually hurt people. It's different to all of them, but I hate to say the main goal at the end is to change the system. Unfortunately, you get enough people and enough problems with this. They're worried about the riots and the buildings. I mean, like literally, if I can go down here on the street and show you, it's still windows torn out in all of these buildings that still ain't been replaced. We're just out of glass here in Cleveland. I mean, and you'd be like, God damn, that happened 2 months ago. And it's all these windows ain't been replaced yet. I mean, just it's the fact is you have to realize there's different ways to win a battle, and that's the reason why cities like Rome and them were so powerful. They realized, well, wait a minute, we're gonna either kill them, we're gonna either burn this shit down, we're gonna either starve their ass out, we're gonna either destroy. I mean, that's the reason why. No offense, that's how the white people took this land from the Indians. You cannot. This is the problem. We try to fight our battles morally. You can't fight a battle, a moral battle with people who
But
have
that
no
come with the
morals.
riots, though. They said that 50 years ago this was gonna
Right, but
happen for a long
but
time.
wait. But this is the problem, sweetie.
You
It's
spoke
just
on
a
it too in
different.
A-Trap round.
No, but what I'm trying to say is,
No, it's
it's
no
just
different.
a different way to bring people to the cause. Because some of the people, this is what happens when you people say, "Well, the riots don't really do nothing." Yeah, it actually does. Because a lot of the
Yeah, it
taxpayers say,
does.
"Wait a minute, wait a minute." This is what the taxpayers say. Wait a minute. I own a $50 million building down here in Cleveland. Y'all motherfuckers can't control y'all dogs who are breaking the law, not doing this, and it costs me damage on my property. So guess what, motherfuckers? I'm not paying that
They
coming out of
probably
my
didn't
tax.
know it was black-owned businesses.
No,
If
but
it's
no,
not a
wait. I'm not
black-owned
talking about.
business,
Think
it's
about
not
it.
that.
These skyscrapers I mean, ain't none of these motherfuckers owned by a black person. All these buildings right here with all these windows gone, ain't none of these $1 million buildings owned by black people. But the fact is, when you got white people coming to the cause, they're like, wait a minute, you motherfuckers treating the people and killing them for no apparent reason or putting them in jail over bullshit ass charges is costing me money. So either this is what you do. You get your dogs under control and get this shit under control, or I move my business somewhere else. And that's what that I mean. So basically, I hate to say the riots do play a part and it helps. But it does not look like that off case. And that's why if you ever notice, they don't say shit about when the cases, when they talking on the news, they don't say nothing about, well, all they had to do was give this motherfucker a charge, which he did, and all this shit would be avoided. All they talking about is all the damn windows and shit being stolen. No offense,
But they've
you
been
wouldn't have
saying
the
that
you
white property
wait.
too,
You
boo.
wouldn't have the
Now
effect
you've been talking a
if you
long
don't
time.
have the call. Now you can
You should
have
have
it.
put
Go ahead.
black-owned business in your windows. That would
Well,
have
but
they would
just
have
give an
avoided it
example.
too.
If look, listen, I own properties. If they said black people, my children could have a
And
better
I know
life
plenty of
and
people
don't
that
have
own
to worry
property.
about being taxed the fuck out of death, and they said we gotta burn this city down, motherfucker, you can start with my house.
Well, you know
That goes
what,
to show you
Judge
I understand.
Judge
You know
Dre, you hold on,
y'all was
KK,
giving
hold on,
grants
KK,
too.
hold on, KK. Judge Dre, you bring up a really good point about the businesses and all the looting and the rioting, and I want to go ahead and get some more people on the panel. I haven't heard from D. Durrell. Then I want to move on to Ms. Rob B. joined the panel. But
What's up, bro?
what's
Hey
up,
y'all.
Rob?
Hey, what's up,
If it
Robbie?
ain't black owned, I don't care what get burned down. I
Right.
truly
Well, thank you for having me. I gotta go. I gotta get to another property.
do.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Judge Dre. D. Darrell, what do you think about what Judge Dre said? Because you know we do, as a black community, we get upset, we start looting and rioting. But how come do we loot and riot and we tear up the businesses in our communities, but we don't go over to, like, say for instance, where the police officers that shot the people, go to their communities and tear their stuff up?
They been doing it. They ain't tell no black businesses around my house. And
I
I'm in
mean,
Chicago.
the way,
Wait,
can you hear me?
yeah, D. Darrell,
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Now he gone.
Mm.
Oh, anyway, I'm going to go over to Rob B. Welcome to the panel, Miss Rob B.
Hey, how
Right.
you doing?
All right.
They
Okay,
also can file grants. They'll get their money back. They'll live.
so I have a couple things to say.
Okay.
First and foremost, to the last point that y'all brought up, black businesses. I'm sure y'all, each and every one of you, know what businesses in your neighborhood are black owned because you live there and you shop there every day. So putting black owned businesses in the window will not protect a business from rioting because the people that live there know who owns their stuff. They're just having an emotional response, so they don't care and they're tearing up everything.
Well, it
But
protected the ones in my neighborhood, and I witnessed
Yeah.
that. I went through it,
I'm
and I
back.
was
I'm
out
back,
there
Kate.
in the right. So,
Okay.
okay, well,
and if you don't read pro-black books, if you don't read up on wise riding, and if you don't know what's going on, you wouldn't understand it. So, I'm not looking at it through a white perspective and what the media say, because I don't side with them and a lot of people in this space
I
that
don't
speak
side
down
with
on
the
black.
media and a lot of people in these spaces either. What I'm saying
Right
is,
now,
I know.
I don't have coon thoughts. Well, and they'll get their money back. They'll live. They can rebuild, just like Target.
Well, the
They'll
thing
move
when
on,
it comes to insurance and repairing businesses,
and they'll get their money.
businesses look at the viability of a business in a said neighborhood, and they look at the potential for the business to be redestroyed, that will ultimately change the amount that an insurance company pays out. And if an insurance or if a business owner decides it's worth it
And
to
they've been
take that
burning down
payout
Black
to
Wall Street, and
rebuild.
we never recover from that. And still, they
Exactly.
breadline you kill us dead every day.
Okay, but the point is, we have to be more responsible ourselves for to protect the people around us. My second point is this: have any of you heard of the rape shield law?
No.
What? What's
Okay,
it called?
so with the rape shield law, a
What's it called?
court as a court rule that was introduced in the late 20th century, which limits the ability of a defendant's counsel to introduce the accuser's sexual history as evidence during a rape trial, preventing the accuser from being discredited by information not relevant to the defendant's case. And I use that to elucidate a point. When it comes to sexual crimes, we don't bring up a man or woman's sexual past, because it doesn't matter if they were a whore. It doesn't matter if they have had sex with 50 million people, because that has no bearing on the case at hand. And
Medical spouse.
I'm actually starting a petition to stop introducing the victim of a police murder's past crimes or past history into evidence, because that discredits their case. This woman is her her assailants are not even being brought to justice, and we're sitting here and we're dissecting her. That's just like saying a woman that has had sex with her whole community and is then raped is wasn't really raped. She wasn't really raped because she was a hoe. Y'all are basically saying that Breonna Taylor's murder doesn't matter because she was intertwined with past people. While people keep bringing up that dead body in the trunk, Breonna Taylor was absolutely exonerated of those charges. People want to say, oh, well, her boyfriend shot the police. He was absolutely exonerated of those charges. And as someone who has family members and friends firmly intertwined into the criminal justice system that work with the police never miss an opportunity to penalize a cop killer or someone that has shot a cop to the fullest extent of the law. The fact that he's exonerated, those charges are completely dropped with prejudice. He can never be charged for that again. Lets you know that the police know that they were not right and exact. And it's a sin and a shame that you guys are dissecting Brianna in this manner and making her look like the bad guy and completely excusing what the police did to her. As a people, we have to stop sitting there, okay, Papa, sitting there and fueling the nonsense, fueling the hate machine, fueling the prejudices and the stereotypes. Because at the end of the day, we all, every single person, whether you know it or not, knows somebody that in one capacity or another participates in a shady principle. And I would hate for any of you to be murdered. And then someone say, well, she knew Thomas down the street and Thomas was a drug dealer and she was talking to Thomas every other day and she cared about Thomas as a friend. So if she gets murdered by the cops, oh well, because she shouldn't have known Thomas. That's insanity.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't disagree with you, Robbie, but I don't think anybody is saying that Brianna deserved to die.
Yes,
And I
well,
do
But they
agree.
had
I
some
do.
people that was insinuating it.
and when you say that, oh, well, she made bad decisions, so this is the sum total of making a bad decision, that's kind of the inference. I'm sorry, sis, it is.
No, but see, here's the thing. What you're talking about as far as like the law and court, that's totally different than public opinion. And I'm sorry, but everybody's going to have their opinion, especially when it's a high profile case. You're not going to stop people from having their opinion. Now, I do agree that a person's past, their past history, it should not be brought into court. But however, when you're talking about a public case, people are going to have their public opinion. You're not going to stop people from having their public opinion.
Right, but when you feed the public opinion that basically she deserved it or basically it was her fault from who she was dealing with, then it's never going to really get to court. There is no pressure on these agencies to have any accountability because the public is basically saying it's okay. So what's the
Okay.
point? What's the push for the prosecutor's office to go hard and really force this case? No, as the judge just said, they threw a charge at it and whatever. And for those of you that don't know, wanton endangerment is a little less than murder and a little more than negligent homicide. It's a sweet spot right in the middle. It's enough to make people feel like they attempted some justice. And as far as them putting a murder trial, even when they charged Amber Geiger with murder, they went above and beyond to pretend like they were going to convict her. And then her conviction is kind of being disavowed. She's getting away with the slap on the wrist with the conviction of murder because the community is not behind it.
You know,
Okay.
I wonder how many black pastors got to have sex with young girls and then say, "Well, God knows my heart. God forgives me." And then we say, "Oh, you know what? Thank you, Jesus. We forgive him. You know what? We forgive you, Pastor." Even though that young girl's now mentally jacked up. I wonder how many of us have done that or those types of sins. Listen. If a pedophile would a doggone say I turned my life around, yes, I had sex with a minor when I was 17. You know, they were 9, but now I'm 30 and I want to work at a daycare. We're not hiring that person at the daycare. I'm sorry, we just ain't. I'm sorry, bro. We might not even hire you at all at any other place where kids are at. Like, we're not going to overlook that. There's just some things we don't overlook. If like there's some stuff well, I get it. People could turn their life around. But just like, hey, you're still gonna have to carry that sin on you. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm tired of always playing. I'm so tired as a black man. I'm being told I gotta forgive, 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 forgive. Nah, fuck that. Because when I mess up, everybody holds my sin on me for goddamn until I die. So we right here now where guess what, people? Welcome to being a black person. You know, if you fuck up in front of the eyes of the world, they hold it over you. I'm not going to be forgiving people when they're doing the wrong thing. Now, I'll give you the benefit of a doubt, but when you're hurting my people, when you're helping those who hurt my people, my mercy goes out the window. I don't give a shit. That's like the dope man that's so dope, and now the woman's baby has medical problems and stuff. Is the dope man going to now turn his life around and help that woman with that baby's issues and stuff? Does he turn around and help that child out? The father that doggone walked out on his children, does that kid get any retribution for that father walking out? At some point, it is what it is. The game is not pretty. It's just not pretty. You know what I'm saying? I have a black owned business, quite a few of them. I'm gonna tell you right now, the government didn't really give that many black businesses any help. So we don't get the fair shake. If y'all really want those types of change, but I was listening. I was at my doctor's appointment, but we don't get these type of things. So whoever's saying that, hey, black people were protecting, we got videos of black people out there screaming, "Why did y'all burn down my stuff?" Somehow businesses, all kind of stuff. But we never burned down the trap houses. We never burned down the crack house, the zoo house, the goddamn where the brothels at, where the girls are being taken. We never go after the places that are doing harm in our community. They survive.
Exactly.
Everything else somehow survives. And then I'm like, wait, hold up. So all the functional things, y'all don't even get rid of the people that don't look like you out of your community. You know, I done took 2 beanbag rounds and shot 2 boys in a riot that were trying to break into my mom's goddamn rental house. You think I cared? I did not. You think they cared? They did not. They chose their fate. You were gonna break into a black owned property to doggone steal some stuff. I put your ass down. I contacted the police. Say, yo, video. Oh, video. You remember that time when I was doing a video? I had black boys try to rape my three nieces.
Yeah,
They
I remember that. I remember when you was live for that. I remember that.
leave, run 2 blocks, and go get my baby. So when I hear these stuff, best believe I almost killed 3 boys that night. My girls, their clothes were ripped off, screaming in blood, doggone fearing for their life.
And if
Was
you would
that
have killed them, you would have been
the
charged with
decision?
murder, and
Was
they would
that the
have cared
white man
nothing
making me do
about their
it? Or
history.
those boys were just having fun saying, hey man, we were just playing. We were just playing. Now one of my daughters don't even want to touch a man now. So I bet you she says, you know what, I align myself with the LGBT. Y'all would call her, well, she's part of the agenda. But who pushed her into that avenue now?
And if
So
you would have killed those children or those
I
boys that
would
try to break into your business,
have not felt guilty at all
you would
because
have been charged with murder. It
no,
wouldn't have been a
no,
let's look at their past history and let's
no.
dissect them to the fullest
You,
extent of the law, and you would have got warrant
I'm gonna
endangerment.
tell
You
you
would
right
have
now.
got
I'm
charged
gonna
with
tell you right
murder.
now. See, it's always easy to play. It's always easy, Robbie, to play Monday Night Quarterback until until y'all walk into a room and y'all see y'all children or somebody you care about in that situation. Then you get to play judge, jury, and say, you know what? If not for my baby running up and saying, Uncle, please don't kill him. Please, but I swear on everything I am as a black man, I was about to send that SOB straight to hell. And I had no, I would have slept good knowing I would have been one less vagabond filth in the world that could probably harm another person.
So how do you feel
We
knowing
give out a
that?
lot of chances to people that harm our people.
So how do
And
you feel
literally,
knowing that? How do you
listen,
feel knowing that Miles Cosgrove also has prior history of being involved in a police involved shooting, being involved along with
who?
20 other people in a major police brutality case for Louisville Police Department?
Who?
Miles Cosgrove, the man that killed Breonna Taylor, has a history of this. He was named in 2012 in a police brutality suit. In 2018, he was reprimanded for failing to file an incident report. In 2006, he was suspended for his role in a police involved shooting. So, what do you feel knowing that? Because he
I
has
feel that
patterns too.
no, no, okay, I'm gonna answer that. I feel that the black people in Louisville have a charged duty to get that motherfucker out and go run his ass down and go do what they need to do, put themselves in it. I used to live in Elizabethtown, Kentucky, so I know there's a lot of black people there. So guess what? Do your own goddamn justice. Every man, dog, woman, child. It's sad to say. I don't even feel bad when a black woman say, "Yo, we gotta protect ourselves." Shit, these niggas ain't gonna do it, so I gotta do it for myself. I understand when a man say, "I gotta protect my seed," but shit, I can watch my back. We here now, so
Okay, oh,
if,
excuse me.
if you find no, you ask me the question. If you are fine, if you're tired when you get tired of being tired of the abuse, you want to get rid of it. Just like those dudes who shot Ahmaud Arbery, shot to the black people in Georgia. You know where they went to? They went right to those 2 white devils' houses with guns, and guess what? Forced their shit on them. So we can't say that if you get the right people, they'll get the job done. You just ain't got the right people. Y'all can keep on wishing that white man do right by you. Don't.
You breaking up a little bit.
I know I'm
Yeah,
saying
you.
out there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
it's kind of
audio is a
loud, but
little
it's
bit
breaking
off.
up.
But I want to go ahead because I want to get the people that haven't gotten a chance to speak yet, and then also SKC has rejoined the panel. Welcome back, brother. I want to go over to D Rail and then Love Wisdom and then SKC. What do you guys think about this whole business with people looting and tearing up businesses, and some of those businesses are black businesses? Do you think that that's smart, or should we be looking to do something different, or should we go tear up somebody else's community? Go
We
ahead, D Darrell.
I'm gonna say this, and I don't agree. I don't agree with the looting. And if you're going to loot, we do need to be strategic with it. I know examples, particularly. There were a couple of businesses in Dallas when they had the protest in Dallas over Mr. What's the guy name that died in Minnesota?
George Floyd.
Yeah, George Floyd. Yeah, the George Floyd. there were several black businesses that were destroyed, and the owners of those businesses did a GoFundMe and made it public, and they basically raised hundreds of thousands of dollars in a week. So the black community did support them to reopen their businesses without having to a file an insurance claim to do
Right.
so.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
there is some sign of the black community understanding that and supporting those black businesses, even in the event of them making that type of mistake. But I think that
Right.
I don't have an issue with it. I mean, we don't own the businesses. I don't. I think it's strategic to tear up other people's shit because
Yep.
we don't own it. I don't care. I mean, my thing is this:
They
that
might
there
have to
has to
take that
be.
hit if it's around non-black businesses.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
it's not in
I
your
mean,
own hood.
if I think that we should tear up their stuff. That is a consequence
Yeah.
to breaking our human and civil rights. We're gonna do that.
Yeah.
That's just basically what's gonna happen. You have to hurt
Yeah.
the system from a financial standpoint,
That's the
and
only way
so
to
on.
get their attention because they
So so
support
it
a
so
lot
it
of these
so it is
judges
what
and
it is.
cops too.
So my thing is that I would like, and of course I mean I would like us to be more strategic in doing so. And I don't agree with them. We destroying up our own businesses. The very few businesses that we have, we don't need to be
Hmm.
destroying those businesses. So I mean, but outside of that, this is the issue that I look at. Okay, you loot, you tear up these property, these particular businesses and properties. What comes after that? You see, we can't stop at just tearing up something and thinking we proved a point. I mean, we have to have a continuation of a movement, and so we
Right.
just can't have a moment where we just do something out of emotion and outrage. So how is that going to translate into us doing things for the long haul, as far as us galvanizing resources from a political standpoint, from as far as economic standpoint, and education, and also in regards to changing these particular laws? If we're just going to do this just out of reaction, just out of emotion, and it just stays there, I mean, we're just going to basically play out the way things are now. We're moving from one tragedy to another. They kill an unarmed black person. We riot.
Right.
We complain. The family gets money. I got a video I'm going to drop now about Lee Merritt and Benjamin uh,
Right.
Crump, because they
Right.
basically go around doing the same stuff. The matter of fact, it was sickening to see him on. I think it was NBC, or I think it was NBC or ABC, where Benjamin Crump is a civil lawyer, civil rights lawyer. He has no business commenting on the results of a criminal investigation and criminal law. That's not his
I'm gonna have to look
specialty.
him up.
Why are we always going to him to comment on something? And all he says is, if you look at Benjamin Crump, if you just outline his history, he goes in, he focuses on a settlement, not on the conviction. He doesn't even give the family the proper information or proper guidance in as far as them requesting that, as far as charges and so forth. Well, you know what they do? They train and basically, um practice and rehearse. Oh, we gonna apologize. I forgive. You know, we just gonna put. Notice the language from the family is usually in forgiveness, or it's very very neutral, very racial neutral, so that his whole point is, I'm gonna try to see how much money we can get. I'm gonna get my 33%, and I'm out. That's basically what this guy has done. Whenever you see him, you already know it's going wrong. And I think that he's an agent, and I think he's purposely sent to these situations so that we can continue to have these same outcomes.
I'm gonna have to look him up though, D the real. I might know who you're talking about, but I'm not familiar with his name. But I'm gonna look him up. Thanks for making that point. I thought I heard him say that earlier.
Yeah,
Right. And also they've been robbing, stealing, and killing from us from hundreds and fifties of years and dropping bombs on us. But people don't talk about that though. They just gonna ignore they crimes of humanity. White folks been killing us forever. But soon as they businesses, they can file, they can get They can get grants, loans, and they'll replace it, and they have insurance. Some of them will live. They'll be
Yeah,
okay. It's
they'll
just
be all
that
right.
comes a part with war and riots. They people if people don't like the research, I can't debate with certain people. I'm sorry.
If you
Right.
highlight Lee, I mean not Lee Merritt, but particularly Benjamin Crump, since
Hmm.
Trayvon Martin, if
Hmm.
you look at every case that he has been involved in, it's
Okay.
basically all he's focused on is for the family to be in front of the camera and to be as race neutral and
Right.
as soft spoken and meek as possible, so that that can be evidence of, okay, hey, we're going to get we're going to from a civil right from a civil perspective, we're going to present you in this light so that we can
Hmm.
win in a civil court situation.
Right.
Somebody
I
being found guilty of or
right.
being negligent of a crime from a civil perspective, that's not a punishment. That you think the
Mhm.
city of well, she's from
Right.
Tennessee, where's she from,
And
Kentucky?
money can't bring them back.
Yeah,
Right.
the
Louisville,
money can't bring
Kentucky.
them back. That city can afford that $12 million. They not hurting for that.
Right. I knew they weren't gonna be found guilty because they was quick to give a settlement. I knew it was something to it too, and they started boarding up the windows. And Kentucky, downstate Illinois, and all that, and Missouri, they're very racist. Wisconsin is very racist. Indiana is very racist. Like they laws have not changed on the book, and I know on the West Coast they still got the good old boys and those 1800 laws. I can't remember the exact year. I'm gonna look it up again. But I know look like they laws never change. They still don't see us as human as possible, and we're still 3/5 as a man. They never went back and changed that on the books.
And,
So
and
they actually cops are like slave catchers, and they only protect corporate interests in themselves. They don't really protect us really anyway.
but you know
Certain
what?
things.
But I thought also say this. Why don't anybody say anything about when stuff go wrong when white people loot and tab shit?
Exactly.
Why nobody says
When
anything
they
about
favorite
that?
sports teams.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
but a
do.
lot, pro blacks, we talk about that in this space. Like they may not like some of them or some of us, but oh well. But they make news about this all the time or months ahead. But they go against us and be mad about, I guess, people's personal issues or their own lives. But
All
I
right.
speak about
Well,
when
you
white people riot, but I do know now those riots that we
exactly.
had in Georgia, that
And
area is not repaired, and it's not going to be repaired no time soon, based on COVID, based on insurance, or whatever. So rioting has destroyed that neighborhood, and
right.
that neighborhood is going to stay in disrepair. At the end of the day, what we need to be doing is encouraging our black men and our black women to start affecting the change of law. Period.
facts,
Right.
facts.
And I'm only encouraging men and black men that actually care about black women in the community. Not none of these dysfunctional ass men online. I'm sorry. I'm not willing to work with them. I'm cool on the manosphere and most men that come from there. If they come from out of that, kind of like BMT and maybe D Derail or certain men that actually want to work with other black women and don't hate us, that's fine. The rest of them, I can't deal with them or talk to them.
But
I'm
I
good.
just
We've been talking to them for 2 years in this space.
2 years. 2 years is
Yep.
supposed to erase 400 years of programming and bad
No, I don't deal
behavior.
with coons. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but
KK.
I'm cool.
All right, y'all. Now let's
Okay. No,
go over
no, no.
to
I'm not mad.
There's
I
love,
was
no.
just explaining
wisdom,
her.
love, wisdom, sister. How you doing, girl? You've been sitting over there
All right.
patiently.
Yeah, I
I'm
can't
just
ban
listening.
you for them. Go ahead, love this.
I'm just listening. Um,
Go ahead, little
uh,
wisdom. I could agree with her.
So
70%
so
of the time. She
so
gonna
love,
preach to
wisdom.
us.
What do you think about us doing all this looting? Destroying businesses in our neighborhood. Do you think it's strategic, or do you think we should do something different?
it's time to do something different for real. What have we learned from the 60s with rioting and our neighborhoods have never fully recovered from the rioting. What happens is we do it within our own community. You know what I'm saying? And people would say, well, we don't own nothing. But I always go back to you pay taxes in these communities. And when you destroy a grocery store or a CVS, that's also somebody's job. You feel me? And You burn down a CVS, somebody could have been a pharmacy tech, somebody could have been a cashier. What if they don't have public transportation to go across town to another CVS? You understand what I'm saying? So
Mm,
that person is out of a job. When we
good
burn
point.
stuff
Good point.
down within our own neighborhoods, we're taking food out of people's refrigerator and money out of people's pockets. You understand what I'm saying? The smart thing to do, as D. Durrell and KK was saying, if you have a Caucasian police officer killing somebody in your community, why aren't you going to their community and burning stuff down? If you don't want to burn their stuff down, at the very least, why you ain't burning that person's house down? Why is all of the madness contained where you eat, shit, piss, lay, and pay taxes in? Because in Newark, when we had the riots in the 60s, a lot of
Mhm.
neighborhoods in North did not recover. We're just now recovering like 10 years ago. And this is from the the 60s that we haven't recovered. LA from the 60s, they really didn't recover from the 60s. Then they had the riots again in 92. A lot of these places don't recover after these riots. And I think we need to do something different. If you're going to tear shit up, at least tear the shit up in the other person's neighborhood that's responsible for the killing. Don't tear your own shit up. And let's be honest with the looting. Um, Hurricane Katrina, for example, when you had black people at the Walmart, people was taking food and water. We're not going to talk about the brothers who was taking the damn flat screen TV. I don't know what they was doing with that, but and and DVDs and shit. I don't know what you was doing with that.
In
But when
water.
you and water,
I'm
when you
sorry,
had
I had to laugh.
when
You're
you
right
had
though.
black people taking food and water and clothes, they were called looters. But then you had white people doing the same thing. Oh, they're
Exactly.
survivalists. So we have to understand when things like this happen, we got to be strategic in how we do things. I don't expect to see a bunch of black people at the Apple store or at the Nike store taking sneakers and shit when a black person gets killed. Excuse me. Why are you getting them Jordans and somebody got killed? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, that's not how we do things.
Right.
And
What does
if
that
you
got to do with justice?
right, and I think to Raw B's point, we got to do it with the law. Black people love to avoid this. Okay, when it comes to politics, we don't have a military. Okay, we don't have an independent military, so we got to do it economically and through politics. You got to get into politics. That's how things are going to get done. If back in the 60s and 70s when we were a little more politically astute, then we were getting things done. We were actually getting things done. Okay. Now it's kind of like we don't want to deal with politics, but we have a Wakandan fantasy that things are going to get done. In the words of the old folks, if you want to get biblical, God helps those who help themselves. At some point, when are we as
Amen.
a people going to say, guess what? We're going to have to support other black men and women who are in politics. We got to get things done locally because, like I said, it's
Right,
a
the right
rising
ones. The ones
right.
that won't sell you out.
It's a rising up effect. It's not a trickle down effect.
Hmm.
We're not going to get the things that we need if we don't get involved. Now, we did not. Now, the trial for Ahmaud Arbery and the trial of George Floyd did not happen yet. You understand what I'm saying? So, though biscuit head Benjamin Crump, I think is the attorney for Ahmaud Arbery's family.
Yep, he is.
Okay, and he is for George Floyd's family. So I'm telling black people, excuse me, right now,
You got to
because
watch
I
him.
saw because I saw the behaviors of George Floyd's family that I didn't like. Okay, this
Yeah.
situation with the young man in Kenosha, Wisconsin, I did not like the behavior of his family having a block party and their son is paralyzed from the waist down. Pay attention to how the families respond to these things, people. Because see, I'm sitting back watching. Now, God forbid, with Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd, them cops walk off. I want to know what black people are going to do. Y'all going to tear shit up then again?
Yep.
Nah, they gonna
Because
tear up
at
his
the
shit and burn down his house. I'm with that shit.
You again,
You know,
we
that's a
gotta
lot
be
of
strict.
scary ass men that ain't gonna do it.
You gotta be strategic and not reactionary. You gotta sit back and watch how the family moves.
True.
I love our people to death, but at the same time, if your outrage, if the community's outrage is stronger than the family's outrage, stop. Your outrage got to be stronger than mine. Because that's your kid. That's your kid.
I think that's
But but
unrealistic
but but
expectations.
but
Somebody
if
got
I
some
see
feedback.
but if I see all of these ambulance chasing attorneys surrounding your family, I'm like, okay, what's going on? Because Benjamin Crump ain't got no track record of winning no justice now. He got a track record for settlements, but he ain't got no track record for no justice now.
So that's not what he's trying
I'm
to
gonna
do.
research him some more. Thank
And
you, Will.
why is he always, and to D. Darrell's point, why is this man always chosen?
Right.
This
We
man just
we
pops up out of nowhere and says Trayvon Martin. This man has
right
been a
like Johnny
staple.
Cochran types.
But see, at least with Johnny Cochran, see, Johnny Cochran wasn't no ambulance chaser. Like Johnny
Right.
Cochran
He was a real one. He was actually pro black. Right.
trying to get reparations on the side for the people. But when he was
Mhm.
trying to get reparations, he was he died. You know
Mysteriously
what I mean?
died.
Mysteriously
Mhm.
died. So Benjamin Crump, ever since Trayvon Martin, has been a staple when it comes to this thing with black people. So I just want our people to be aware of what's going on and just
I'm
pay
glad I'm
attention.
glad you pointed him out, Love Wisdom, because I wasn't even looking at it like that.
You
I
you
really
got you
wasn't.
you got to pay attention to what's going on. And Raw B, I appreciate you, sis, for putting that petition out. I would like to sign that petition because I don't. People's past should not be used against them. I do agree with BMT that unfortunately, as black people, they're always gonna they're always gonna, put us on the cross. They did it
Yes, they do. They
for
do the media
example,
lynchings.
with
Malcolm X said
example
that too. And
with Tamir,
woman.
with
That was
with
sad.
Tamir, for example, with
He
Tamir
was right.
Rice. He was a 12-year-old baby. So they couldn't find anything on him. They went straight to his parents. This is what they do
Yeah.
when it comes to us. So we now that we know these things, now we have to work together to turn the tide against them with that. That's what happened with Jordan Russell Davis. Perfect example. He was killed by Michael Dunn in Jacksonville, Florida in 2012, I think the day after Thanksgiving.
Who you
They
say, Michael
tried,
Dunn? I'm sorry.
no, Jordan Russell Davis was 17 years
Okay.
old when he was killed by Michael Dunn in Jacksonville, Florida over loud music.
Okay.
They tried to crucify this 17-year-old boy. Oh, he was playing loud music. He was playing that thug music. But thank God for the community of Jacksonville and his parents to reverse that stereotype and his friends to say, that was not the type of person he was. This is what he did. This is what he wanted to be when he grew up. This is what he was involved in the community. See, when they throw stuff like that out to us, we got to come back with saying, no, 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 no. This is what this child was doing. This is the programs they was in, because you got to combat the stereotypes that they send to you. And that was a major factor in how Michael Dunn is now serving life right now, because the Davis family was offered the settlement money. They was offered the settlement. The mama and the daddy said, oh, no, 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 no. Because Florida, he
Yeah,
was
they laws are
guilty.
different.
He was guilty, but not because of the murder. They tried to get him off as
Stand your
easy as
ground or
possible.
something.
Stay the ground. But what happened is the mama and daddy, they went all the way to Congress. The feds had to come in and reopen this case. But the parents wasn't taking no money. It wasn't no
Right. They must
Benjamin
have went to
Crump
the
thing.
Supreme Court too.
They went all the way up there. And what happened? That white boy is in jail for life. And his mother actually got a position in Georgia.
Wow.
She ran for a political position in Georgia and actually won. So this is what I'm talking about, where when it comes to money, money don't mean nothing. That family, Jordan Edwards family, same thing. They fought and fought and fought. Now the killer of the police officer who killed Jordan Edwards, who was 15 in Texas, He's doing 15 years. It wasn't no settlement money
I
given to
remember
that
that one.
family. It wasn't no Benjamin Crump there either. So
Right.
understand something. When you have parents who say, listen here, you not going to pay me. Ain't no amount of money going to bring my son back. This man going in the grave or he going into jail. You're not getting no money from me. And
That's
when the
right.
parents fight and fight and fight, justice gets served. Understand something too, family. I'm going to pass the mic. When there is a settlement, once that family sign off on that check, understand something in the eyes of the city, the district, that's justice. Or that's justice. Once you sign that settlement, that's considered justice
Maybe
because
that's a
now
part of it. Yeah, that's what I just thought about it
that
again.
that's justice. What you are telling them is, I acknowledge that you killed my child.
Mm-hmm.
And I also acknowledge that you are paying me in blood money essentially for the death of my child. Whenever you do that, that means the police officer or the person who killed, they're not going to serve any time in jail because justice has already been served in the eyes of the city and the district because you signed that check. This is what a lot of people
Right.
don't get. Once
I'm
you
glad you
sign that check,
explained it.
justice is served. And on top of that, you notice these families don't say nothing about them cases no more. Boop, boop, quiet.
Mm.
They don't say nothing. So you have to ask yourself, once the checks are signed, is there another contract that they have to sign where they do not talk about these things anymore? You just kind of go about your
Yes,
business.
there's an NDA.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, okay.
thank you.
Right, right,
See,
right.
thank you, Sister Raw B. There's an
Mm.
NDA. So Freddie Gray's family, 6.5 million. Laquan McDonald, 6.5 million. Um, what's the Eric Garner, 8.2 million. Philandro Castile, 2.1 million. Sandra Bland, 1 million. Walter Scott, 6.3 million. You Trayvon Martin, 2 million. You see what I'm saying? Sam Dubois family, 5.3 million. Listen to the amount of money that's being thrown at these families, and now you don't hear anything from them. What you'll hear them say is, stand down. It's peaceful. It's all right because they
Oh,
got
cold
the
word.
check.
Okay.
This is why I
Oh,
say,
okay.
family.
Now, hold on, love wisdom. I'm going into these mountains and I might get cut off. Please
Okay,
pass the mic to SKC, and then I
okay.
want to derail KK. Y'all better
Mm-hmm.
behave.
Oh,
Oh,
you can
I'm
go.
gonna
All
try.
right,
I'm gonna
y'all.
try. I'm not mad.
All right, go. Oh,
Love,
okay.
love,
I'll pass the
wisdom.
mic.
Would you please run for your local council? I'm not in Newark, but if I got to fly down there and saying you want to vote for you, I'll do that. If if you run for anything or in the Senate, I will vote for you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Now you got me thinking.
Yeah, and I sign your petition too, Robbie. I gotta check it out. Okay. No disrespect.
I'm in the process of writing it right now. I had to go to the emergency room last night with my son, but it will be
Ooh,
finished today, and I will be posting it on my community wall.
everything
Okay.
all
I
right with
hope
your son?
everything's okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he had a little urinary issue, but we got him straight, and now he's home today. And y'all hear him driving me crazy, so forgive me.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
perfect,
Yeah.
perfect. But I'll pass the mic because the young man has been waiting for a while, so I'll pass it to him.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Spring.
I was just saying that, you know, I think the question was about all that rioting and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm against it, but I think people don't take into consideration a lot of the damage that gets done for generations, decades, and you already have people that have issues getting jobs and so forth, and you're working against your own interests when you say on one end, hey, we need more black businesses, you need more black entrepreneurship and so forth. And then when something happens, it could be even in a place that is across the country and those businesses get destroyed. I mean, they had to fight hell and and high water just to build those things. And then for them to get destroyed, it's completely demoralizing. In addition to that, you have people who, in these riots, a lot of black people who have died silently. I mean, you had the dead elder who was on the police force. A lot of people here stated that you need more black people that's within those places. Well, you had one who could influence other young men to follow suit like he did, and he got killed. So again, it's you're working against your own business interests. You're working against the social capital that you have in place that are putting forth positive examples of what um, individuals could be. All for what? So that you can say you tore up something, and then what happens? Nothing. I think that unstructured people are not going to move in structured ways. A lot of the families that have received monies, the attorneys that receive money, the entertainers that have everything to say on how black people should be moving and so forth, that do not live in those areas whatsoever.
Right. And they
That do
don't
not
speak to us all the
that
way.
that that do not have their children involved in any of those things whatsoever. They have a lot of stuff to say, but all of those entities never have come up with the idea of, you know what? Say these families receive this much money, millions and millions and millions. How about we take 10% of that and put it in a pool? And these attorneys that say that they are for black people and so forth, instead of to them taking their 33%, how about they take only 10% and give the other 23% back into this pool? And for those entertainers that want to have all this to say about this and this, okay, we'll put your money where your mouth is and add into this pool so that you will actually have some type of money that could be pushed towards some type of reform or programs that actually help those communities as a whole.
I
Agreed.
think they do got some justice system defense like that. Now I don't know if community. Now I don't know if actors have that or have their own thing set up, but some places they do have that. I think Colin Kaepernick he might have started one too, or someone involved with him. It's certain
Now,
programs like that, but I don't know about the celebrity ones.
but it
I
all
don't
should
know.
be together if people are asking all of these people together all around the nation to move as
They
one.
probably don't think like that.
So in addition to that, another question, BMT was up here earlier and he brought up this real situation that took place with him and his daughters. And I just want to pose a question to you all. If he had killed those boys in some type of street justice, would anyone here say that he was wrong?
You saying the boys killed what street guys? You talking about the cops or boys?
No,
I missed
no,
that
no.
other part.
BMT was up here earlier and he said that he was in a very real situation. D the Real co-signed it and said, yeah, he had this live stream where he had to go down and get on these boys who were trying to rape his girls. He said there was blood and everything. He said that one of his girls don't even want to deal with boys now because of that situation. Now, if he had killed those boys for what they had did, would anybody have a problem with it?
Nope.
It depends. They still are young, but in a sense, it would kind of be justice. But then they also are boys. He probably would have to use his head. Now, if they was over 17, yeah. But what I'm not excusing what they did was wrong. So that's like a tricky question. I don't know. It's like
I'm
I think it would be in a sense of justice, or if he would have beat him down or beat him up and got him locked up.
Now, what
I
happened
don't
if
know
he
the
would have
ages.
killed
I'm not
those
sure.
boys? What happened if he would have killed those boys for attacking his young black girls?
Yeah, it's kind of like
Would,
tricky.
would, would,
I don't
any,
know
would,
the
it,
age.
would anybody
If he
gonna say
here?
it
would have
like this:
killed those
as a
boys,
black
he would
man
have
who
got
got
charged
two
with
daughters,
murder,
I
and
got
everybody would be vilifying him like he's a black thug committing vigilante justice.
Mhm. Yeah.
How about you, Darrell?
Let's see.
I'm gonna say this as a black man with two daughters. Um, I understand his sentiment. I probably wouldn't have.
Right.
I'm not gonna say he may have that may have been the best decision to kill two kids for that. I think you have to let the criminal justice system do its work. But I'm gonna just say that I'm not saying it's the best choice, but I understand that choice.
Okay,
I'll just put it at that. I'm not saying
okay.
it's right. I ain't saying it's wrong.
So
But
let me so let me
I wouldn't
so
take
let me
that. I
frame
wouldn't
so
take
let me
that
frame
step.
it a little differently. Would anybody here, if they would have saw that happen, would they would have called the police on BMT?
Would I have called the police?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, I would have called the police.
You would have called the police on BMT.
Yeah.
Okay.
You would have called the police on BMT?
Yes, he still committed that. That still needs to be addressed. With you. So what you want something to be unresolved? You got two dead kids laying around, and the police system not supposed to be involved in that.
It's
I
a
mean,
tricky one.
I'm not saying that I'm not, like I said, I would have been like, I understand why he did it. I wouldn't have took that route, but I understand why he did it. But if I seen some guy kill two people, whether I know him or not, I'm not just going to excuse that. I don't believe in the no snitch rule. That's not snitching. That's the fact. That's something that, I don't know what happened or whatever. Regardless of what happened, the police need to be involved in something like that. They need
But
to
see me,
investigate.
I'm all for the purge. Okay, if I see that there's some people in the community that's doing some rotten stuff, they hurting folks in the community, I'm all for the purge. Get rid of.
All right. And also,
What
some
else do
kids
y'all think?
deserve a second chance, though, too. So it's like, it's a three-sided coin. Like, you can't, it would be justice in a sense because them are his kids and he had a right to feel that way and want to do that.
Yeah.
Then, in a moral sense, D. Durrell also makes sense. So I won't say nobody's wrong. It's like,
What
I
about you,
kind
Love
of take a
Wisdom?
little bit from each person. I can understand y'all says it's hard to pick. I can't pick one side.
What about you, Love Wisdom?
Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Is she there?
Hello?
Love wisdom.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay,
can hear
now
you.
we can.
Not a little bit.
Okay, now repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, so BMT got into this situation where these boys tried to rape his little girls, and he
Okay.
had to stop what he was doing, run down there and protect them or whatnot. And one of them is traumatized to this day.
Okay.
Uh, that he said there was blood and everything. D. Durrell said, yeah, this actually happened. He saw the live stream. If BMT had killed those little boys, would you, and you saw it, would you have called the police on BMT?
Yeah, I would call the police. I mean, I understand where BMT is coming from, but at the same time, I mean, a murder was committed. A murder was committed. We gotta. There's a difference between, street justice and when the law comes in. As the people, we don't have that type of power for street justice like that. It's not like we're for example, the Japanese or the Chinese triad where you got different
Sorry, you
sort of
going now.
networks and everybody has like a code of conduct. We don't have that.
That's true,
So,
too.
we, yeah,
Robert Nielsen makes sense. You can highlight his comment if you can.
call the police. A murder was committed. Although I understand why he had to do what he had to do, it's still a murder under the eyes of the law. If we as a people would have had connection like those of the Jewish faith, right, where we have a tight knit system and everybody was on some sort of code, no harm, no foul, that would be a different situation. We are too wide open for stuff like that to go down. I would certainly understand where BMT is coming from and be like, look, man, I feel where he coming from because I'd have probably did the same thing. But I also too would expect to be arrested and tried based on the law because a murder was committed. That's the bottom line.
Interesting. And
That that's
the reason why I bring this up is because in those riots, you have a divide between people that feel the way that you do and people that feel the way that Faith does. And when you have a combination of those two individuals within a rioting situation, you're going to get two totally different outcomes.
certainly, certainly.
So,
You,
so
you
to say, so to say that people could in any way, because you're talking about a community as a whole that is unstructured, ever move in such a way to where they would riot in such a way to gain something, is absurd. Because if you look at just the ideology that people hold within the community, it goes against one another.
Well,
I think you're looking at it. I understand where you're coming from, but you have to you also got to look at the fact that we're coming from a position of not having power. So
Right.
powerless people have to do things from an indirect manner and so forth to challenge the majority culture. I mean, if we had power, if we had true power, then we can have other choices and other options. But because we are a powerless people, you have to resort to tactics like that.
I put it this
That's
So
way,
you can't
that's a
just
good
you
Darrell.
can't
question,
just you can't
Aries
just count
Queen. He's
out
still
the fact.
always worried about the black community. He married out. I don't know
I
why
put
he
it. I
keep
put it.
saying.
I put
Please
it this
stop
way,
speaking on the
Darrell.
black community because I heard you the other day in the debate.
I'll put
Be
it this way,
concerned about the
Darrell.
Asian community and over there with
If
who you to.
it, if you had more individuals like yourself, D. Darrell, do you think that the black community would be in a better position?
What kind of question is that, SKC?
He always.
It's an honest question.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
think.
it's not
I mean,
okay. It's two ways.
by
Hold on.
by all
Let me say this.
by
Let me
all
say this.
respects, you're a married man of one woman. Have you raised your children underneath one household? You've gone off to school. You've accomplished. You're an accomplished businessman. You're
What does that have
talented.
to do with that?
You're talented creatively. Do you not think that if there were more black men like yourself in the community, that it would be better?
That doesn't guarantee anything.
Okay,
What do you think,
I'm gonna
Darrell?
answer it like this. I'm gonna answer it like this. Um, I understand that I may not. The things that I have done may not make up the majority of the black men in our community, but it does exist. That other men like us. It's not like the black community doesn't have other men that are accomplished and so on. However, regardless of if there were other men like me, in the community, um it's not like in a sense that I'm looking down on those that may have not done just as much as I have done or accomplished just as much. So yes, I do think the black community would be in a better position. But my thing is the black community doesn't have to we could still be a better community whether or not the men accomplished or did as many things as successful as I've done. You know, we're at a position where we have a large percentage of our men that are not successful or are not thriving at anything. That's the big issue. Whether or not how much success you have, how much education, that doesn't necessarily guarantee anything, but it increases the probability.
Right.
So I'm going to say that the issue should be the guys who are not doing anything positive at all. Can we uplift those guys to get a high school diploma? Because the graduation rate for black boys is dismal. If they can
Okay.
get a trade or if they can get a college degree, they don't necessarily have to have a college education. They don't necessarily have to have businesses. But if we just had a 25 to 30% increase in black men getting a high school diploma and holding down a full-time job and not being involved in the criminal justice system, that
Now,
alone will make a great difference.
how do you propose to get to that point?
How do we propose to get to that point?
Yeah.
Man, that's a show in itself. But since you want to ask that question, what we're going to have to do as a community, if we want, so I'm assuming you're saying you want more functional black men.
I've always had that opinion.
Oh no, but that's I'm just verifying. That's what you're getting to. You want me to talk about producing more valuable black men.
Yeah. How do you get to that point with what
Okay,
you have right now? How do you get to that point?
the first thing we have to start doing is number one, we have to go back to traditional black values that reinforce having positive black men being in families. But in that, we're going to have to start reinforcing to young black men and little boys that it is not fashionable to be dating and pumping and dumping and seeing how many girls you can get and all this different stuff. If you want to reinforce boys grow up to be men and be responsible men, you have to do that as when they're young to basically discourage them and not glamorize irresponsible sexual behavior. That
And I'm
and
glad,
what I mean in
I'm
that,
glad that you said that. I'm glad that you said that
okay,
because
so
earlier,
what that entails
oh,
is that we're not going to be looking at women solely as sexual objects, as
hmm,
conquests. We're not
okay,
going to think that it's cool to have, we have to reinforce fidelity in a
okay,
relationship.
okay,
We have to reinforce those things, but also in that we have to reinforce to these boys is that you have to attempt to be leaders, and then that you have to be somewhat accomplished. You have to do part of being a man is
Facts,
that you have
Robert
to have
Nilsson.
some things established for yourself, so that
okay,
whoever comes into it, you're providing. You have a foundation, and see, a
okay,
lot of these guys don't have a foundation. So
okay,
those are things that we have to do. But in the essence of doing that, we're going to also, as men, which is something we're kind of excusing,
uh
we
huh.
have to highlight and hold men accountable that are actually doing things that actually are detrimental to our community. That goes from the music, the dress, how they act, and so on.
Oh, oh. Now, would that not include an individual like a Jamarcus?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean not
What is
include him?
that?
You mean as far
You
as say,
tried it, SKC. I see exactly where you go when you
I
try
know where
it.
you're going to. Yes, but again, I hear what you're saying in regards to Jamarcus not engaging in certain behaviors. But however, there are people that have been reformed. There are people who can
Hmm.
change their lives, and it's done
Yes,
every day.
but look at the percentage wise. Is it likely? And look how much damage
Okay,
occurs
we
while
can
they're
go
being
by
reformed.
percentages. Hold on. We can go by percentages, but also you can also have to look at things from a case by case scenario because
Okay,
everybody's situation is different.
okay. Now it's interesting that you said all of those things about the fidelity, the over sexualization of things and so forth, because yesterday, Faith and I we had a little exchange email, and she sent me some research. I sent her the video of the DNC, well, the stripper thing.
Yeah, I saw that. I
Okay,
saw it.
now if you go and you do the research on that, they put together a team to see what would capture the attention of the target audience. It wasn't just randomly done. They actually put research into it. So as they went through people's habits and so forth, particularly online, that is what they saw that would resonate with the black community.
But
Now,
hold on,
now
SKC.
again, that's
No,
going
no, no, no.
on
I'm gonna
not
let you get
that's
away with
not
that.
going
Hold on. Wait a minute.
that's not going on a guess. That's going on actual data that they
No,
are tracking via
that.
people's
Hold
social
on.
media, their phones,
Okay.
all of that type of stuff.
Okay.
So what I'm asking you is when people
No,
can look at data
no,
and then say, you know
no, no,
what, we
no,
have to
no,
make
no,
this
no, no, no,
marketing
no.
campaign in order to
I,
capture the attention of these people, then how do you get those people to overcome that hurdle, drop that type of thinking,
first of
and
all,
then
again,
resurrect the
th- this this
community?
this is you using one study without knowing the procedures, not knowing it's done from a place of confirmation bias. It's done from a position of a racist attitude. Because if you want to look at it from that point, we have to look at the sample. How do we
I
know
didn't
that
make
they?
the
Hold
ad.
on, wait,
I
no,
didn't
wait
make
a
the
minute,
ad,
no.
Deidre.
Since we want to talk research, let's talk about the procedures. We don't know if it was done in a strategic standpoint. We don't know if it was a random sample. We don't know how that data was collected, and we don't know the target audience. Because I guarantee you, if they would have targeted black men from the ages of 45 years on and up, that would have not been the outcome.
Well, we also can't ignore the influence of movements like the Manosphere and SYBM. I mean, y'all are always talking about thin, fit girls with fat booties to pump and dump, which often equates to strippers. So I guess they would be targeting your demographic. Possibly, maybe.
I never talk about that.
Oh, good one, Robbie. But let me
I
go
never talk
ahead and
about that.
let me acknowledge the super chat from Love Wisdom. Thank you so much, sis. Love Wisdom says, hold on a second, I got to read this with my bland self. Excellent panel and topics. StreamYard is killing my battery. Oh, killing my phone. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Love Wisdom.
Good words.
And we're not going to act like the prevailing minimum wage is not a factor. We're not going to act like redlining is not a factor to the Jamarquan Glovers. Like, if you have a man that has a high school diploma, bare minimum, or doesn't have one, the most that he can make is $7.15 an hour. Having a full-time job making $7.15 an hour, having prior convictions, it could be for anything. It could be for something as simple as jaywalking. You won't get a loan to go to school. So now you stuck unless you are lucky enough to have somebody that knows how to expunge things from your record at $7.15 an hour. What
Right.
what
Or
choice do
finding
you
those
have?
grants that's for them when they get out of jail. They got certain programs for them too.
Right. And those
Sometimes.
programs are ineffective because I actually worked in one. Those
What,
programs
what,
in America actually increase the recidivism rate. They don't decrease it.
well, it seems to me that there is no real plan because
There
right
isn't. There
now,
isn't.
right, right now, Dita Rail acknowledged that
Move out.
you need more accomplished, straightforward black men that are about doing something. Right now, you have a 2 million man deficit in the black community, and that number is decreasing. Um,
2 million man
and
deficit.
then
What
and
you
then
mean
on
by
top
that?
and then on top of that, you have individuals like a Jamarcus who gets coverage
Wait a
from
minute.
the
Well,
community.
what we actually
SKC,
need
hold
is
on. Wait a
men
minute.
like
Wait a
you
minute.
and people
What
in
do you
your
mean by a two
movement.
million man deficit?
There are 2 million less black men than black women.
But that's the way it's supposed to be. That's how human
Okay,
nature intended it to
okay,
be. I
okay.
mean,
But
you
yet and
have to
still you
if
are
you want if
encouraging
you want any group of people to survive, you have to have more women than men.
and you're encouraging the black men in a $2 million man deficit to leave black women alone, blaming the whole situation on black women. You're a black
Because
man that has hold tight, hold tight.
there is
I
no
haven't
plan.
interrupted you, sir. I
Yeah,
haven't interrupted you. You sat there and you have your stuff together. You're a black man that's doing it. And instead of encouraging black men just to get themselves together and not making it be about who they love, just about them getting their business together, their mind right, or whatever, you encourage divesting out because that's what you did. Now, come on, let's be honest. I mean, we don't have to agree, but let's keep it real. If your movement
I
was just
I
based
am.
on, if your movement was just based on black men increasing themselves, young brothers increasing themselves, I would be behind you 100%. But you can't sit there and say, "Oh, black men do better," and then leave black women alone when they're already at a 2 million man deficit. That's crazy.
Exactly.
all right. So here's the thing about it, and I listen to everything. I just want to sit in my mountain and just watch what people say, and I didn't hear no solutions. So like I said, this is why you're gonna keep hearing all the issues and issues and issues. You know what I'm saying? There's no problem solving, and like I said, we're gonna keep hearing it. There's gonna always
Yep,
be an issue. So I
yep.
said, let's just agree to disagree. Go ahead, baby. Like I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna raise my kids around dysfunctional people. I,
Uh-oh.
I'm never gonna raise my kids around dysfunctional people. And if I would get called blasphemy and all kind of shit, I work too hard. I done been shot and then dealt with it all. I'm just not gonna do it. And I mean, it seems like if you have a person that speaks with or articulates, or I mean,
But
we already count them out as not being black when they can articulate themselves, when they read,
You
or they
can't control it, who they around at school though.
you know what? You know the thing about it that you can do. You can be that parental presence at that school. See, I always hear you can't control, but see, I never. I wish I would see the same way that people run to Champs, GameStop, or any good job, baby, anything like that. I wish I would see parents and adults show up to them schools just like they'll show up to these rallies and these marches. But I'm like, damn, if I could just get 1/16th of this at the schools and show up to a pet rally or a pet meeting or be there for guidance counselor shit. See, I don't see that out of black people. I really don't. Now I might see the women there, you know what I'm saying, and I see them come there and try to figure out what's wrong with the child. But when we actually talk and see, and let's be honest, even the women don't even want to be mothers anymore. But they're like, well, shit, why do I want to be? Why would I want to bore a child into a disastrous situation? You know
You're
what I'm
not
saying?
supposed to say that.
No, no, hang on, hang
That's
on, hold on.
heretic talk, BMT.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. In this space alone of these networking channels, how many married women? And I would ask them to name 20 married black women in this space. Name 20 black married content creators. Name 20 black married
What
single
does it
content
have
creators.
to do with
Oh
anything?
no, 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 no. We no, that does have a lot to do with it. Because then we're going to show the functionality of family content creators in these spaces. There hardly are any. Now, I could probably be
You
honest and say
saying we
this.
need more in this space?
Yes, yes. Family is the bedrock to community
Right.
toward forming government. And if we're not literally actually talking about family, and we're
In
not
a
talking
sense.
about no,
But
see
just
that.
because someone's married doesn't mean that they have a good home or happy home all the time.
Now, hold on.
Because
See the
I
thing
grew
about
up all right, and my mom was divorced. So
see the thing about it, I always find it interesting because I never understood that literally there's always an antagonistic view of
Towards family.
the first government that a child will learn is at home. Is at home. Before I learned anything out there in the world, the first thing I learned was from my mom and my dad. So we clearly see there's no learning or growing in the home. Children are learning out there in the street. I would love to see, as much as kids are at home. Why haven't I seen a homeschooling channel yet? Where's the homeschooling channels? Where's the channels about doggone how the doggone go about doing shopping and budgeting stuff? All right, that would be. They don't care about, but we'll do these gender wars. We'll do
I don't
these.
have nothing against married people, neither
Hold,
functional
hold,
married people.
I
hold
talk
on.
about all aspects of family life. So
No, but here's the thing about it. So, here's the thing. Listen, that white man don't mind us talking about this shit, but he knows one thing: we ain't gonna never do anything about it. That's why he don't mind us talking about this shit. He'll let these, but let it be a family channel. Most black family channels aren't in these spaces. They're not. They would never come over here because they understand these are anti-family spots. We don't talk about that. We don't promote it like that. And if you do that, you're just shamed about it.
How
So,
yeah,
many
because
ti-
the
how many
drama
times have I
sells.
said that, BMT?
so
How
I'm
many
being
times have I said
honest.
that at this time, and people don't want to just accept it, but black culture trends towards anti-family.
See now, SKC. I'm talking about solutions. SKC. I'm talking about solutions. Let's. I get where you're coming at, but I'm trying to be balanced. I'm being balanced on this one. That literally the issue is if y'all we want protection, we're gonna have to start. I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to build from the ground on up on rebuilding a home. We're gonna have to build on the ground on up. I get it. Everybody doesn't have two parents. Everybody don't have a functional home. Everybody don't have the same amount of mouth or jawline or game or same things. But listen, if you got to run out there in the world or in the streets to get it, then that means we have a big issue. We have a big issue going on right now. The first thing they're always going to bring up is what's that person's home life about before they even start taking you serious out there on the political battleground. They're going to ask you about that every goddamn time. So, like, we gotta start choking at this. Like, hey, man, are we willing to fight to actually fight? Because I work the 9 to 5, trying to make sure that my people are secure. I know. I'm not saying I know y'all do. So we understand that there's an emotional divestment of blacks are now right now segregating each other now. Let's be honest. We're doing the segregation. Uh, who wants to actually make a solution and who doesn't? And honestly, I get we got the problem with B, but why aren't we talking about solution? Why aren't we actually doing it? And I know that y'all can't bullshit me saying that we are, because I will watch y'all do these tinfoil hat panels, but then let us go ahead and do the ones talk about grassroots. And I do it every Sunday on the Hour of Power. Niggas will be ghosts every goddamn time. They'll be ghosts. And literally, that's a whole panel. D. Rose there, he's one of the people on the panel that will literally go over grassroots things in our community. We've had politicians, we have judges, doctors, lawyers, all that shit up there. People don't show up. But let it be a trifling motherfucker on a panel talking about their court case. I'll be like, how the fuck did you get there? Well, the white man. Okay, I get it. The white man put you there. So let's figure out how we can keep other people not be like you. Let's figure that out. Because if we ain't trying to figure out how to stop these issues, or better, which one y'all got there security? This thing in Detroit called Viper Force. Send some black people up there, let them get the training, put them in the areas where you want to put them. Now go and pull your own shit. Hey, I promise you, if you got to pay for your own shit, you're going to definitely care about somebody fucking it up. That's when black people care. When it's their money getting messed up, that's when they get pissed off. If it ain't your money, you don't care. You don't care. And I'm being dead ass. But if somebody trying to fuck up my shit, I promise you, I'm gonna treat you like an unruly child of God. So we're gonna be honest. Stop giving that goddamn $500 billion corporation called the church. Stop paying these goddamn strippers to goddamn go up there and say go to the poll and vote. That shit was so egregiously
Y'all gotta
disgusting.
have y'all strippers. Y'all know how y'all live.
No, ain't no y'all. I don't claim. Listen, those women who want to go up on that pole and strip, I don't claim them women. I don't claim them. I don't know who the fuck that was. I don't
No,
know
it's y'all.
who gonna do that.
Your brother. Well, your brother-ins. Okay. Got you.
Well, shit, that's what those ain't my brothers. See, we got to make a clear
And
distinction.
your brothers.
Uh, we got to make a clear distinction of, am I my brother's keeper? Because if my brother is claiming that type of behavior, nigga, you ain't my damn brother. If you want to claim that type of dysfunctional shit, stay your ass over there, nigga. But when you fuck up, like my grandma said, if your ass ain't in this house by 8:30, not 8:35, not no goddamn 8:31. If you ain't here at 8:30, your ass sleeps on that goddamn porch like a dog.
Let me ask you a question. Because we all, well, not we, y'all have real harsh criticisms for women that are on the pole and dudes that are selling drugs. So when they can't feed their family, because you remember, BMT, we just had a conversation about this a little while ago. The man that will help feed that family that can't feed themselves is considered a simp. So we don't want to help feed each other's families, and we want to castigate people that go and strip on the pole and go and sell drugs to feed their family. Is that conducive to rebuilding a community? I'm confused.
So to a sin to conduct a sin makes it right. No, it does not
I
make it
didn't
right.
say that it made it right. What I said is, how do we fix that aspect of the community? If
Those
we will not feed each other's children or help each other through the hard times, do
all right.
we actually have the right to sit in judgment when people are
Yes,
doing what they have to do to feed their
yes,
kids? No, we
yes,
Yes,
we
we
do.
don't.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
because
we do.
exactly,
Yes, we do.
Raw
there's
Yes,
BC.
we do.
a
Yes, we do.
lot of black men who are against welfare. So if you're against welfare, you can't be against these women getting on that pole, getting that money to have it. They know that they can
Hey,
get it.
And you
hey,
And a
hey.
can't be
lot of us
against
not
you
even
can't
on
be
welfare. They so
against
dumb.
I
They
want to
keep
people
using that
that's
argument.
feeding
hey,
kids
hey,
and
Well,
feeding
hey,
my
hey,
thing
families.
is,
you,
why
if
now
you
we have a situation where those are not the options. If we were better economically, from an economic standpoint, those wouldn't be the options.
Right, but that's why I brought up the point about the conversation that we had a
okay,
couple weeks
so
ago where people said that we shouldn't feed each other.
okay,
See, that's the
so
point.
let me hit it at that. So okay, so let me go ahead and use somebody. Superhead sold a book about her penis sucking chronicles, and she told the media, because somebody said, Superhead, what is your child gonna think when he gets old enough? Well, I'm gonna tell him I did what I had to do to feed him. And I said, well, damn, this brother didn't think to go get no job at Walmart. This brother didn't think to go work at Waffle House. I mean, damn, you could at least go work at sanitation department. I mean, it's like How did you go to the extreme of sucking everybody's penis in the industry and writing a book and taking pictures, but you didn't think to go get the work the 2 9 to 5 job of $7.95?
But men put her up on a pedestal, so that's not back on us.
I
So,
don't
Hold
even
up,
know.
KK.
No,
We
not
gotta.
not
I
to
love how
right.
people.
Men, because she light skinned too, you know how
we
that
didn't put
go.
I
no.
love how
She's
people
not
like
put
to
on
focus on
nobody's
the fact that
pedestal.
she is
Oh, we
superhand,
didn't
but
put
they
her
don't
They
there.
don't want to talk
realize
about
that
that
she was a
part.
model and an
No,
actress. That's how
no,
she got
no.
to
Ain't no
that
men
place.
put her up there.
They don't realize
Right,
that she
that
grew
part
up
too.
in poverty in St. Thomas from an alcoholic mother and an indifferent
Right, and that
father.
was her escape.
Right.
A
They don't
Wow.
rapper.
realize that
I
she was
think Cool
raised
G
at
too.
13. They don't realize that
Mhm.
she ran away at 16 and then she began working as an exotic dancer and she lived on the streets for months. They don't
Well,
realize none of
are
that
we?
part.
Right.
Is this a Tyler Perry
They
movie?
love to blame
What?
single mothers, girl.
What's going on?
But I
And
mean,
I ain't
no,
gonna
it's not.
judge all strippers, so and I can't tell nobody what to do with their body.
You know
Yes,
It's
what?
some
not a
things they
Tyler
do is
Perry
wrong,
movie. But
but
if
they
you're
love
talking
to blame
about,
the single mother that they be begging for some coochie from and begging to live with them, and they be begging to live on their Section 8.
Listen, you know
and
what?
They
that's
don't
That's
want to talk about
problematic.
that
That's
though.
consistent
I
with
problematic
all
always
the
too.
hear,
kids next.
I
Because when
always
we look
hear
at
only
the
God can
root
judge.
of
Why do I always hear
situations,
only God can? You know what?
Right, and raw
People
pig
always
and
say
begging to go
only
50-50
God
with
can
them.
judge me. Well, I'm like, wait. Why do you
right?
not only God can judge me? Why do
Right.
people always say that whenever somebody
And they
tries to get at
begging for
them?
head.
So okay, so you understand? So people are going to use that. All right, so only God can judge me because you know that people are going to be looking at you. That's like the same person, mind you. We're going
But
to use
I'm
the
not that judge and juror, so how can I tell them what to do?
hold on now. We got the girl on a TV show that does dancing dolls. This woman is a whole goddamn porn star. Now she wants to teach little girls how to twerk, jerk, and break it down. Now,
Well, gee, I mean, I guess she used her porn
hold on.
money to do something to build up the community so that these little girls don't have to be strippers, so they
What?
don't have to be porn stars, and they can actually break into an
What?
industry that pays.
Wait. So she said in her mind, I'm going to go be a porn star so that way y'all don't have to be porn stars.
Yes.
No,
What?
Okay, I
some
got
I
to
had to
step
push
in.
back
I
on
got to step in there because
that.
that don't make no sense.
What are we
No.
talking
Okay,
about? You know what? I'm gonna give y'all a perfect
Let me
example
go.
of it. I don't
Where's
know if
my beer?
y'all
I got to
watch
go get a beer.
P Valley, but the main character in P Valley, right? She's a dancer,
Yeah.
but she's dancing to save money to open a business so she can teach other children how to dance and not be strippers, how to get out of the community. I need for our people to stop getting so emotional and reactionary to somebody's current situation without any thought process into what their business plan might be because they were fortunate enough not to have to live that life. Like y'all wilding out.
Yeah,
Y'all
but
have
I
y'all
wouldn't
have
send my
sat and
daughters to go be under the supervision of somebody that has that type of history. I wouldn't
well
do that.
then that would be your choice, but that doesn't mean that she didn't take that history and turn it into a viable business. So now we're judging how people in our community establish their viable businesses. Do
I
y'all
love
hear
you,
yourselves?
Robbie.
No,
okay, but
what I'm gonna say is this.
what if one of those little girls asked her, okay, well, how come I can't be a stripper like you and make the money like you? Why you want me to dance like this when you dance like that?
And you know what
That's
she
not
said?
her job to raise them and tell them why they can't be a stripper. It is their parents' job to raise them and tell them why they can't be a stripper.
Yeah, but as an adult, you're still these are impressionable kids.
Okay, so are we gonna
And
act
they're gonna
like
ask you questions. And and,
okay,
and, and
so
she and she responded by saying, at least I do it to get paid. She actually stated that. You're doing it for free, but I'm doing it to get paid.
well, that's the truth though. She's doing
Yeah,
it to get
but
paid
that's
to
not
get a
something I would
business.
want an adult. That to me, that is irresponsible for an adult to tell children that.
Yeah, that's irresponsible.
Oh, child. So
I'm
y'all
just
gonna
being
stay
honest.
out
I
of
mean,
hold tight. So are y'all gonna stay out of Las Vegas? Because Las Vegas was built on drugs and murders by the mob. Like y'all don't really understand a lot of the things that you enjoy every day was funded on criminal activity, was funded on prostitution and sexual activity,
the,
but y'all don't see no problem with
the
it,
whole
probably
country,
because the business owners are
no,
white.
Robbie, the whole country was based on this whole country was established by criminality.
Right, but y'all
So
mad at black people that use
no,
that
no,
same system to build businesses. Like, how do
no,
y'all sound?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I understand where you coming from the point of view of I'm not hating on somebody that felt that look, I had to do what I had to do to survive. I'm looking at the fact of the matter is that as a community, we have to have and give other people that are in that position more options. And the reason why people choose these options because they don't have any options.
D Darrell. But the reason that, like how I said when I first brought up this point, when we had this conversation a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
People in the community that are feeding and helping people in the community are disrespected and degraded by people in the community. Well, that's not my responsibility. Well, that's not my business. Oh, well, who care about them kids? I'm not taking nothing from mine to feed nobody else. So the point is, when y'all are creating situations like that and y'all are backbiting and tearing each other down because you can't see it for yourself to do anything for anybody else, that's selfishness. You don't get the right to then judge people that are getting it, no matter how they got to get it, to pour something back into the community. How dare you?
Oh, we can judge. Oh, we can judge.
No.
That's like a
You know
dude
So,
what?
selling
but but
dope.
but but Robbie, something, even though when you're looking at selling drugs, that actually does more damage. You're personally helping yourself, but that actually continues more damage in the community.
Right. If somebody sells $3 million worth of dope, but says, "Hey guys, I'm returning $500,000 back to the community to set up a place for children to go do STEM." I'm like, nigga, you just stole $3 million of dope. Who gonna be alive or in their right goddamn mind to go in that goddamn parking lot? Like that's three.
Girls, okay, but the majority of black people are not slinging dope and
Um,
heroin and crack. Majority of black people are
nobody
slinging
said that.
marijuana, and guess what? Marijuana is legal. So those people that are
Nobody
in
said
jail
that.
for slinging marijuana are in jail egregiously. What are you talking about? And black people don't bring drugs into the United States of America
But
like y'all
but
say we
hold
don't have
on,
no
There we go. We
it's
going towards
illegal.
that.
It's illegal to sell marijuana without a license.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So it's legal for white people to sell
Oh, well,
marijuana
we're
with
going
a
over there with the white
license,
man.
but all
Right.
the
Cocaine
hundreds and countless
cowboys
thousands
We're
of
going over there with the
black
that
white man.
control
people
the
that
plane.
have been selling marijuana now have convictions that will stop them from getting jobs and getting education. Are y'all serious? You know
Yeah.
what?
Okay,
I
well, let me
love
ask you a
y'all. I
question,
love
Robbie.
y'all. I love y'all.
Robbie,
And I don't even wanna get to this space. I'ma go. I'ma see y'all later.
Yep. Yep.
wait, I had a question. Damn, she left.
Wait.
Wait, I just wanted to ask. Now, I
Wait.
wanted to ask this question. My thing is this: I'm not looking down on anybody, okay?
I am.
But we can't get here and be in this position. We last in every goddamn thing when you really look at it. So why is it? Why would we not say anything or assess the fact of people making a living in certain activity that continuously keep us in the position that we're in now? I mean, what I mean, I'm sorry, man. I mean, we can't go down this. We have to be better than this. We and let's be honest with you. The average drug dealer is not worrying about having a business plan and having a 10-year plan that okay, in 10 years I got this amount of money. I'm gonna go and do this and create my own legal businesses and do things straight laced. The average stripper, just like the majority of those strippers that's in P Valley, they do not have a get out of the strip club plan. They don't.
Uh-uh.
But let's
They're
stop
gonna
with
recruit.
this entrepreneurial shit about I'm only doing this just so I can do this further on. And as far as having a long-term plan. A lot of those women in there are highly materialistic, they're short-sighted, but beyond that, they have no skills. See, that's the part I'm looking at. These guys that sell drugs and these women that strip and they and get engage in these different industries like this and vice, they don't have any skills. That's why they're doing it in the first place. So if we're going to talk about solutions and things to prevent that, we as a community have to start doing things so that we can provide a situation where they can obtain those skills and also be able to get employment so they're not reduced to doing this shit in the first place.
I agree.
I mean, we can't be see my issue in our community. We think, oh man, just get it when you can get it, man. It don't matter, just fuck the consequences, just man, hey, I gotta get mine. You know, yeah, man, I gotta work and do this. I'm hustling. I'm doing, man, we gotta get out of this informal way of doing shit, this non-structured way of doing shit that only keep our community in the position it's in. See, if everybody
Hey
thought like that,
everyone.
Oh snap! Hold on, we got femininity overload, aka JV in the house, and then we got Zach. What's up, lady? What's up?
Hey, sorry to interrupt you, Dee Rail.
it's
I
okay.
only have a few minutes. I'm gonna jump back down because I'm on several duties right now. Um, but I wanted to address something, and SKC left, but I just wanted to weigh in on that ad that he had brought up. And I just want to say that when you look at the ad, and as someone with years, over a decade experience of IT project management and marketing projects as well, it is very clear that that ad is not to target the the already set democratic cult, right, that exists within the black community. And I'm not saying whether people should be democratic or republican, but there is a underlying loyalty that black people do have to the dems. So an ad like that wouldn't be needed to market to the overwhelming majority of black women who already vote Democrat, or the overwhelming majority of black men. I think it was like at 88% or 90% that vote Democrat. When I looked at that ad, it was very clear to me that they are trying to target the the lower end black population
Exactly.
that doesn't normally come out to vote anyway. So they're trying to hit them from like a hip hop standpoint, right? No,
Right.
no different from how the Jews make sure that the artists rap a certain way and include certain things in their music. I think Too Short actually talked about how a lot of his music, he was kind of forced to stay within a box. But so I believe that that ad was targeting a non-voter, a population within the black community that has the ability to vote, but has never really had an interest in voting. The rest of the black population vote that they usually get, they know that they don't need to target us, in that way, because there is an underlying loyalty that they can already expect by default. So that's who I believe that ad was for. And I believe that they targeted them to compete with the fact that Trump has been able to wake up a white trash population that doesn't normally get up to vote as well,
Yes.
which is what
Facts.
they didn't account for when he won the presidency. They didn't account for him waking up a population of white people that normally is against the system because they don't like a lot of the equality laws and things like that have come into play. I think people forget that the majority of the population that can vote doesn't vote, less than half. Um, so anyways, that's what I wanted to say there. Now, just to kind of weigh in on what you guys were just talking about, in regards to, people, I think I came in middle of the conversation, but I think you guys are talking about when people who either are involved in criminal activity, when they go legit and open businesses, or when someone has somebody was like a stripper or had was doing some kind of work or hustle that that is basically something that is frowned upon in society, such as being a stripper, right? And when these people go legit, um, I don't I don't really try to focus on that, on that group so much. However, I don't think it is a bad thing for people to see folks in the community that was doing some bullshit and that eventually cleaned up their act and is trying to, having a legitimate business. I don't think it's a bad thing when those people let the younger population, the younger folks know, like, hey, I was doing this. I buried most of my friends. This is the lifestyle that you don't want. This is the better way to go, blah, blah, blah. Yes, most kids, I would say, would actually listen to that and have respect for like the quote unquote OGs who's saying this is not the way, young man, whatever, whatever. There is going to be a group of young folks that's going to say, nah, I want the money fast like you. I want it like how you got it. I don't believe that there was anything that could be done from the outside that could change a kid's mind like that. I think that's where your home comes in and your parents, that's when they come in. If you got a kid that's running around on the street and they're doing a whole bunch of, just random illegal things to make money, then we have to look at the parents. Like, what activities do you have your kids in? What are you distracting them with? Can you do more? Do you need to just get out of this community so that they don't even have access to this? I think that that's where family comes in. And I think we have to be a little careful because we don't want to discourage the people who want to clean up their act and actually cleaned up their act and have legitimate businesses. We don't want to discourage them people or tell them that their testimony doesn't matter, because you need their testimony too. Everyone's testimony can't just be, look at me, I did it perfect, because we understand that everybody wasn't given the same cards, right? They wasn't dealt the same hand. So I think that other testimony is needed as well. However, I don't praise the lifestyle. I think we shouldn't praise the lifestyle because we don't want people to engage in it just for fun. Just like how now we can see people engaging in various sexual lifestyles simply just because it's the popular thing to do, right? So that's why I think we have to stay away from praising those lifestyles, because we don't want people just doing it just for fun. Another thing, before I go, I just wanted to say is that a lot of times when I hear panels like this and people are talking about the Black community and what's going on, sorry for the noise, but my son is on his tablet. But when I think sometimes we forget how many great things are happening right now. Okay, so yes, most Black people are not highly educated, but education rates are up for Black boys and Black girls. Education rates, like higher education, like the pursuit of higher education, this is also up for Black men and Black women. Now, I know some people get on here and start competing in regarding like what the rates and this and that, but the fact is more and more Black people are taking their education seriously. Less and less of us are actually breaking the law. Most of us are law abiding citizens trying to do the right thing. So I tend to wonder why we don't focus on the good things that we're doing. Black women are having less and less children. I mean, it's not the perfect out of wedlock rate, but the fact of the matter is, less and less Black women are actually having kids. Period. So at that trajectory, out of wedlock is not even going to be a conversation, especially when we talk about in the 90s, the average Black woman with a child, she had over 4 children. Now the average Black woman who does have a child has less than 2. These numbers are going down. Teenage pregnancy
But
almost
everybody
starts.
can't be married though, too though.
No,
And
and
uh,
that's absolutely right. But some people
right.
just have decided they don't even want to have a kid. So when you start talking about a
Hmm.
society where we're coming down to where it's like people are having just one kid, if they have a kid, millennials and these gens and
That's
Gen
true, cause
Z
I'm in
folks,
that rank. Cause I haven't met the perfect or right person yet, and I've never had any, and was pregnant because I
exactly,
didn't want to repeat certain people that I know or certain folks in my family. And I'm kind of
exactly.
scared with this man thinking and these men online. I'm like, it ain't nothing wrong with me because I work well with kids every day, and I used to work in the public school system. But I'm like,
You
I'm
made a
starting not to have
strategic
no hope.
decision. You made a strategic decision that you felt like was that is better for you. And what I'm
Right.
seeing is that more and more young black women are exercising this. I'm seeing the men are exercising
Mhm.
more and more restraint. You know what I mean? So, and we get up here and talk about drug dealers, but I mean, come on now. Anybody that was around in the 90s and you're around now,
Yeah.
those
And
huge crack
it's gonna happen.
communities and all of that stuff, like a lot of that is gone. A lot of crime has gone digital. People are doing fraud. People, it's some of these criminals, right, in the black community that are committing
Right.
crimes of fraud. You have to be so intelligent to even do what they're doing. It's like, wow, what a skill
White collar
that needs
crime.
to be you right,
Right.
white collar crime that I
Right.
wish they would use in other areas because the way some of
And they
these
stay
things
on
they
MSN
come up
and NBC, white folks,
and
non-black people.
and some of these crimes are just so elaborate that we see like young black men doing like literally $8-9 million criminal organizations scamming the social security. It's like imagine if that was redirected.
I agree.
Yeah, and they
Trying to
also gonna
call in.
support what they want to. Yeah, it's women fault to a point about their lifestyle sometimes, but men is never gonna stop supporting the porn industry and
Yeah,
the
that's
sex
not going
industry.
away.
Right,
Sex
and
is the
sex
oldest
trafficking is a
game.
billion
That's the
dollar industry.
oldest
I
game
don't
ever.
agree with that neither, or people harming kids and stuff like that.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
absolutely. But I
right?
don't even know why we get on here and overly think about
Yeah, and
people
they
who are
love
in the sex
blaming,
industry because that's not going away.
right, blaming
That
single
Hold on,
black
hold on, hold
mothers.
on.
I'm
$8-9
Look,
getting
industry
sick of
hold
that
on,
is
wait,
not
already.
going
wait.
away.
Hold
But
on,
I
hold
just
All
on.
wanted
right.
to say that you guys got it. Good conversations, Faith. I just wanted to remind people that we're trending in a positive direction. What are we
Yeah,
doing that's making us trend that way? Can we talk
right.
about that? Because good things
Mhm.
are happening.
Right.
That's a
And
good point. That's a good point.
I like Faith channel because she's always been like a pretty good content creator. I even went back and started watching some of her old stuff too. I do appreciate that. Maybe I missed you. You probably was a hidden gem in this place. Shoot, that's
Oh
I didn't
yeah,
know that.
JV, drop your channel in the chat. Yeah, JV has an excellent channel on femininity, and she teaches women
Mhm.
about the dating game. And yes, definitely drop your channel down there in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah. I was talking about your channel too though. That's what
Oh,
I
I'm
meant.
sorry.
Yeah, I was
Oh
talking about
no.
your channel. Yeah, because you might be a little bit more unbiased. Like, and I didn't like. No offense, early. It's just like they just some of them are just so biased in this space. And I'm not saying all black women are perfect, and we do hold each other accountability to a certain extent. And yes, some things we should be for certain things too, though. But like, it's too many like these wannabe conservatives in these spaces that talk so negative. They never want to unite. Like, I get it if you used to be in certain spaces and you coming out of there and your thinking is changing, but like they love to blame black women instead of fighting the system or going out here changing. And you are right, like yes, they should tell certain stuff and they be where they live at with white folks. I think sometimes they do, but they don't promote that. And I know Antifa tells stuff too. Like,
But
Hold on,
yeah,
hold
I
on.
know.
Yeah.
I know
they
that.
won't speak on Wisconsin. They won't dare call him a thug
All
or a
right.
criminal. And the single dads and the single mothers with them though. They
You're
love
right.
to target and Supreme King Coon loves to talk negative about
Here we
black
go.
people in spaces. And Twin Man already had to eat his ass up yesterday or a few
Oh
days
my
ago.
God. Oh my God.
No
Yeah, because
problem. Let me get Zach in because he's been waiting quite
okay.
a long time. I know he got something to say. Zach, thank you and so much for waiting and being patient.
Oh yeah,
What
I'm
do you
sorry,
have
I
to
forgot he
say?
was up there. My bad.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. First thing I want to ask is, do you want a better black community or not? Point blank, period. Do you want one or not? To the
You
people on the
asking?
panel. Yeah.
Oh, D. Darrell,
Yeah, I'm here.
you want to answer that?
Do we want a better black community? Yes, of course we do.
So why in the hell will we normalize and try to? Because what I just heard, no disrespect to the women, but not to Faith and the other chick, but to what Robert B was saying. She pretty much was trying to excuse the fact them chicks getting up there stripping. That shit is not that shit don't represent black people. What you mean she had to do what she had to do? That shit is degrading. It's simple. I won't want my daughter to do it. Like
I don't understand this shit. Like people try to normalize criminality and being doing what they got to do. No, why don't you do the right fucking thing? Do what everybody else do. Get a fucking job. Stop trying to do shit and get fast money. Like black people know that. We know this shit wrong. We know if you do anything, your black ass going to jail. So what the hell is everybody normalizing the shit for? I don't understand that. Them women who did that, get your ass to the poll should be a fucking shame. They look fucking horrible. I'm sorry. That shit is pathetic. It's not. It don't represent the type of shit that I want my daughter to look at. Point blank. Period. I don't care what nobody say. And that's
And,
it.
and
That's all.
I agree with you, Zach. I'm with you on that. I think that it is degrading. I think that it undermines us as a group, um, and as women too.
It,
Because
it,
they pretty much had a bunch of black women in that
yeah,
advertisement.
it stereotypes black women for being oversexed
And it's
and being
crazy. It's brain.
sexualized.
See, listen. It's brainwashing. My whole. I got somebody else to put feedback. Hello.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go
Yeah, I'm
ahead.
here. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, but look, it's brainwashing. Black people, we listen. We know the history of what we went through in this country. Why in the fuck would we sit up here and say, well, they had to do what they had to do? You don't know how they grew up. Fuck that. Why don't you have standing? Why don't you do what you need to do? After I seen that damn ad, I look like they will have a typical black woman with fucking blonde hair, dark skinned women at that, half ass naked, looking stupid, embarrassing themselves, and they will just put a black woman up there. And I'm curious how much they got paid. They probably ain't get paid shit. This show the psychology of certain black women, man. This is why the
Well,
men have to really come back and really set a standard. Because if my daughter got to see shit like that, shit, we fuck. Like that shit don't represent the type of black community that I come from and what I'm capable of. Like, and I grew up in Chicago around drug dealing, gang banging. I didn't do it. I went through shit too, but I was smart enough. I didn't go to Adi home or jail. But guess what? Every other nigga did. But it's just their choice. And at the end of the day, as black people, we need to realize that we don't have room to make errors. You either do what you got to do, fix this shit, or you be another statistic. Point blank. Period. That's it.
So
Okay, well,
since you addressed me, I'm gonna come back and address you.
I was just going to introduce you back to the stream. I knew you were coming.
Sorry, sis. Sorry. First of
That's
all,
okay.
it's not about normalizing criminal behavior. It's about I'm tired of black people that got a little bit of money and made it out the hood without any battle wounds, having the bare ass audacity to sit in judgment of other black people that did not get the same opportunities, that were unable to make it. Because we ain't going to sit up on here on this panel and act like there ain't hundreds of millions of people that have college degrees and are working at Starbucks where the prevailing minimum wage is still $7.15 an hour, while
Someplace. Someplace.
disparaging them about using the welfare system, while saying that even though we made it and we got some money, we ain't creating no community outreach programs. We ain't creating no food pantries. We ain't creating no after school programs. We are not creating path systems to get them out of the straight from school to jail trajectory. That's what I'm sitting here saying. What I'm saying is, unless you are a black person that takes out of your own pockets, even when it's a sacrifice to you to uplift somebody else, shut up. Shut up. Because what are you actually doing to increase the community? Because BMT can tell you, and D. Durrell can tell you, and Faith can tell you, I actually invest back into the community. I'm actually building a food pantry for the community. I actually put money into ending cyberbullying. I actually run around and educate the youth on how to get certain loans and grants and get education and build up. That's why I have the Butterfly Progressive. But I'm not so far removed from the hood. I'm not so caught up in my own hubris and my own education that I'm going to sit here and pretend like there are people that are not in the struggle and they don't have a way out. See, what I don't do is sit there and say black men ain't shit, so black black women should divest from them. What I don't do is sit there and put all the blame of everything on the
I
black man,
understand that.
while
I
black
understand.
men sit on here and put all the blame on the black woman. Even Breonna Taylor's death is being blamed on her as a black woman for her decisions. So get out of here with that nonsense and don't put words in my mouth and say what I'm
I didn't
saying.
put
What I'm
words in your
saying is,
mouth.
if a
I didn't put
woman
words
has
in your
stripped
mouth.
and made her money and then turned that money into a business, don't you
She still
dare
ain't no
judge her,
different.
because
She's still no different. I'm sorry.
there's plenty
She
of
still are
white
no
people.
different.
There's
She's
plenty
even
of
worse
white
than no.
people that have built businesses based off of crime, legitimate businesses based off of crime
So we gonna do
funding.
what the white people do? If they jump up like, come on, like, look, I just asked the question. If you want a better black community, it start with a standard. Are you gonna
No, if you
stand for
want to
that?
let a better black
It's
community, it
it's
starts
point
with
blank.
black
Period. Let me
people
ask you a question.
pouring into the
Nah,
community.
and I
Period.
understand that, but let me ask you a question. Would you do it? You would
Yeah,
have
I
shot the
would.
ad. So you would have shot the ad, fam.
What?
Would you would have got up there on the damn pole and did the ad?
Oh no, I wouldn't have done that ad, but I
Okay
do pour
then.
into the community.
Okay then. You won't do it, so you want to respect. Maybe you don't want to degrade yourself. That's the whole point. You
I
got to
won't
start
also
somewhere.
go down into the sewage system and clean out sewage tunnels. I also won't go climb on one of them towers and change the wires and lighting on one of them towers, but they pay $120,000 a year.
And there's
What you
nothing
say?
wrong
I'm
with
not gonna
that.
sit there and tell
There's
nobody else
nothing
how
wrong
to
with
get
that.
their money.
I'm not telling them how to get their money. I'm just saying the standard of black people. Why we always the ones that got to accept garbage shit like that?
We don't
Like,
have to
I mean,
accept nothing. But
But
just
hold
because
on,
they
Rob.
got
Let
black
me.
women on that ad, you're not gonna sit here and act like the majority of strippers are not white. You're not gonna sit here and act like
I
the
don't.
majority of
I'm
porn
not
stars
into
are not
that. I'm
white.
not
You're
into
not gonna
that.
sit there and do that. So don't
I'm
sit
not.
here and
I'm
tell
not
me that we
degrading
have
them
to
though.
accept the garbage. That's exactly what you're doing. At the end of the day, there's
No,
different ways
that's
for
not
people to make
judging
their
them.
money, and however they
I'm
make their
not
money is
knocking them,
however
but
they
you
make
can't
their
get
Woo,
money.
mad.
Lord have mercy.
Go ahead.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
y'all. Woosah, woosah. All right, I wanna take the heat off Zach because Rob B ripping you a new.
It ain't no
But
ripping me. It's just a mentality thing.
hold on,
Unfortunately,
I
I don't
wanna
even
go
care.
You're
over.
for exclusion. You're not for inclusion. You're for
No,
judgment.
no.
I
You're
wanna
being
go
I
over to
respect
judgmental.
people for
You're
how
not
they
for
carry themselves.
building. You're not for
Look,
BM.
keep
building.
it. I'm gonna keep it
Woo,
real with you.
Lord.
Hold on. Look, listen. I'm not even arguing going back and forth. I'm just a different type of dude. That's all. Me personally, I won't have my daughter doing this. So I don't respect black women that do that shit. I'm gonna be real. I don't give a fuck where you from. Like BMT said, go get a fucking job. Go work at McDonald's before you tell your fucking self wanna shake your ass and think you I had to struggle and do what I had to do. Fuck that. Where your heart at? Where your fucking standards? And if that's a problem, guess what? Hey, you know what? Hey, maybe I'm not with you, motherfucker. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. I ain't never did no weak ass, criminal ass, slick behind the wall shit just to come up. If anything, I'd rather keep my head up and
But
stay
you,
focused and
but
be
you know what,
consistent. That's
Zach?
just me. I ain't never
Zach,
did none of that shit. And I'm from Chicago too.
Rob B and JV did make some valid points there, though. You know, sometimes we do forget where we come from, and we do forget that we are poor people. We're poorer than everybody else in this country. So some of us do have to, do some things in order to come up. So I don't forget about that. You know, my
But
whole
then, but
thing
then,
is we should not promote it. It's not something that I would want my children looking up to. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and bring the conversation over to BMT and then D
all right,
Durrell.
all right, all right.
Go ahead, BMT.
So what's the question that we asking Faith? I'm just curious about what is the pretension that we're going off of right now? Because I
Well,
mean,
okay, right now we're talking about the ad, family values. We're talking about how women are being portrayed in the ad, how it's looking, and whether or not this should be something that we are uplifting in the community, or is
well,
it looking down on people to say that this is not a good look for us?
I mean, you said it before earlier this morning, whereas to, what I'm saying, that if we had family values, they wouldn't be having some women on some poll. Hey guys, you know what? Other than just going to this poll, you could go to that. I'm like, are you serious? But they damn sure ain't about to reel out a taco stand with Chico and say, hey guys, instead of coming to the goddamn gut truck, come. I'm like, wow, dude, they doing this today. And I mean, listen, they only can get away with what you allow it to. I don't know what kind of education shit that was. again, I know too many dudes who thought that they could beat the game, the system. They never do. It just doesn't work out that well. So, you know, and looking at all this stuff going on, man, like I'm telling y'all right now, man, excuses, everybody got one. I'm not saying that it's right, but we can't keep on. We can't. I hear it a lot that well, these people do that, these group do that. Okay, congratulations. It's like my father and my mom would tell me when I go to school. Okay, but you're not them. You're my child. So why you think you won't get away with the same result beyond me? I mean, shit. I mean,
Well, I think BMT, I think it's disingenuous when black people how can black people who are operating at the bottom of society all of a sudden to be held to a standard of society that no other species have ever accomplished? I think if we really want change, we would make suggestions that are actually realistic based off of probably historical patterns, data, whatever
let's look
is
at right now. Why
likely.
we keep going back in the past? Because
No,
ultimately,
so
back in the past.
I didn't say we I listen. The thing is, it's not about I'm not gonna get up here and start talking about 12 years, whatever, of slavery or whatever the movie name was. I'm not up here talking about that. What I'm talking about though is just that comment that you made about when you just kind of generalize when people say stuff about other groups. Usually when I hear somebody bring up a other group, it's because some person is trying to act as if they're well, one, they're not doing anything to implement the standard, but who is using a standard that is higher than any standard that any species have ever had. So it starts sounding disingenuous. Like there's constructive criticism and then there's just looking down and criticizing, right? Constructive criticism is realistic. But anyways, I didn't even want to talk about that. I
So,
just came back up for the ad.
all right. So anyway, so let me rock at that. So we have it whereas to certain groups or certain powers that be, um, they do things or we understand that our people don't get a fair shake. Listen. I can only be accountable for my. I'm not a white
I
girl.
wasn't even
I don't
talking
know.
about
Listen,
breaking the
listen.
law. Go ahead.
I don't talk to other groups. I'm not in. I mean, I'm not there with other people. Having those conversations. I'm dealing with my people. I'm dealing because that's who I deal with. And so when I'm dealing with my people, because that's who I deal with, because when one person do one thing, somehow we all get that doggone shake that's all of us. So if I gotta be held at a standard that something I didn't even do, then hell yeah. Or literally, if I get with a certain group or I deal with something, they hold me at a stand. Like, see, that's the thing about it. We speak down whenever if I vibe with you or I butt with you, then damn it, I'm going to tell you just how I feel about something.
I don't think
And so,
anyone is trying to silence you. I just think that if we're having a conversation, you say something like the same way I can expect pushback, you can expect pushback too. So, you know what I'm
okay,
saying?
no, that's fine, but I'm just
So it
saying that
is what it is there. I don't think anybody's promoting criminality. I just think it's interesting that when criminality and like when the trajectory and everything is down, that people still find a way to, I don't know, to try to hone in on it and try to reach to make it about things that it is not. Like for example, this ad. The target audience for this ad was black men who are highly engaged in the hip hop strip club make it rain lifestyle that don't bother to go out and vote. That is who the target audience of this ad was, okay? And the reason
so they
why
think so low of us. So they
okay,
think so low of us. That's
and you say now,
crazy.
okay, so and you saying that, no, hang on, no, it's just to me, your holiness. So I did, and some of the people were there. I did a talk about Kim Klasick. I'm not sure if any of y'all women talked about Kim Klasick. I did. So I can talk on the politic level about this. So Kim Klasick had no problem walking through the black community showing the lower drag. Dero, you remember when we did that talk about that? And I said, damn, why is she just going around showing that everybody is bums and stupid and all kind of dumb shit when knowing damn well that is not everybody. Now, he did that. That was a black woman saying that, look at this, y'all. Y'all don't have to live like this. I didn't agree with that. But she was placating. But also, I see also on the Democratic side that, hey guys, we down if you ain't truly black, if you don't go along or vote for this option or you don't agree with that. I'm like, yo, man, at some point we gotta call it for what it is, man.
Well, I
We gotta
think
call it
we
for what it is.
know. I think we know what it is. I mean, we're not surprised. The Democrats have shown a lack of respect to black people consistently for God knows how long. When you had Hillary sitting up there talking about she had hot sauce in her bag or some craziness. It's like what are you talking about? Like this is an election. This is a presidential election. Like fuck your hot sauce. Like nobody wants to hear about that. And it is a lack of respect that they have. I don't believe that they made this ad because they believe that black men are at that in totality. Like I don't believe that they believe that like a high percentage of black male voters are at that level of thinking. I think that I think it would be disingenuous. Yeah, she's coming, Papa. I think it would be disingenuous to think that, especially when they already know that they've locked in almost 90% of the black male vote anyway. So they're not, that wasn't a retargeting ad, because if it was retargeting, then the ad would look similar to previous ads. So that was an ad to hit a new population of black men.
But,
So
but what would be the okay? So I would ask, what would be the new population? Because you're
okay, that's
dealing
what I
that.
was explaining earlier. The new population, and maybe the word new population doesn't really contextualize it correctly. When I say new population, I mean a population of black male voters that are at the age to vote, so they have the ability to vote. They don't have anything hindering them from voting, but they choose to live this, hip hop lifestyle in reality. Like, so basically that's the boy that's running the streets who hasn't gotten caught up yet. That's him. That's the one who's living, you know what I'm saying? He might sell a little weed, he might not. He might have a warehouse job or whatever, but he's in the hood. He's interested in going to the club every other weekend, putting on a new outfit, make it rain a little bit, but he's not going to go vote. That is that population that they are targeting. They already know they have the other 88% of black male voters, just like they know they have the other, I think it's 94,
So
96% of black
let me
women.
let me show. So okay, so I'm hearing what you're saying. So let me show you the population that this space or different people don't understand. There's a new population of black men that they can work, watch anime, play video games, doggone, go out there, bag a chick, and literally knock a dude out if he checks them about their try to come at them about their masculinity. See,
But you
there's a
hold on, but you forgot BMT. They call that lame. Remember?
no,
They
no,
call
hold
that
on.
lame.
See,
Remember that.
that type of hybrid of a black man that literally now is he's not giving he's questioning about his black card, but then again he's like, yo, like
Yep. Yep.
I don't care. Like
I
that
mean,
type
I
of
don't know why that would be like your response, because
no
I
no no
was
no
not validating.
I'm not
I
no
wasn't
you're not
validating
you're not
that population they
I'm
were
telling no
targeting.
I'm telling you no I get what you're trying to say. I'm not taking that from you, JB, but I'm telling you from the guy who literally sits down with these young men, but I have panels with young teenagers. That's the group now. That's the group now that literally that they're trying to figure out. Okay, these guys are making 60,000 and going into the military or not, or going into different types of jobs where they're driving delivery or in tech, but they're not choosing the side of I'm not. I don't feel like I'm part of the blacks, but I am a black man. So
But oh,
that's what I feel. I'm actually one of those dudes. I'm not gonna say I'm some incel introvert, but I got an old black
I
man.
think that those people, they are going to basically try to target them with the diversity type marketing.
They
That's just
do.
my opinion.
Lady,
Because I think if you look at that group also is like we are one people. We are like that's that diversity loving group. And what I also wanted to add is there is also a segment of black women who are into anime gaming. I mean, like that group of black women has actually grown like quite a bit. I think what we're gonna see with Gen Z, like it's going to look different. Like digital has taken over. Like
okay,
all my nieces are
right.
gamers, my daughter is a gamer, all my nephews are gamers. They all love anime. They're all into that. Like everyone is geeky, but they're all cute. They got their swag, and everything. Some of them are very popular in their school, even with that whole geeky swag, that whole anime, like
But see,
like
now,
things
now,
are changing. Things are
now,
changing. It's not what y'all think it is.
Okay,
now,
hold on,
JB,
hold on. Oh,
what
I'll
you
go
said
ahead.
is what you say is true. And the thing about it is this: this is now the pushback, and actually it's not pushback to you. Is when people try to say you're not pro-black because of the circles you can move in. See, I have no problem talking to all different races, but I understand that. Guess what? As I started to integrate into like whatever I like, I can like because ultimately it's my life at the end of the day. But I don't. Well, from what a lot of us are being told, and this is why a lot. This is why blacks are losing these groups. Is because they're saying you're not for black people because you're with that type of person or you're hanging around that crowd. And they're like, hold up, who the fuck are you? You're not helping me, but yet you're damning me about who I talk to. And then so that's when they have this. That's when they have the buck. Like, you know what? Since you're gonna judge me, I like black women, and I'm sure just like your nieces and nephews, they they understand everything on JV saying, but they don't like it when somebody tries to control their lifestyle. Say, if you don't get with this person, you are a sellout. And they say, whoa, I still love my people, but you're trying to tell me how to live my life, and that's not cool. When y'all got to live y'all full extended
Well,
life,
I
Well,
just want
let me.
to add that, like in my family, like we are very, like we blackety black, like when it comes to
right?
ideologies. So even though they are all that, they are still very much many versions of myself. You know what I'm saying? But one of them might, decide to stray out. But I think the majority of that population, they're very diversity and love.
Look.
That's
This is
respect.
what
That's
I'm
respect.
saying. Look, at the end of the day, we all know that there's certain things about black culture that need to go. Point blank, period. And
Can
guess
I
what?
ask you?
Hold on. When you tell the truth, at first it would be uncomfortable. It would piss people off. But in the long run, the shit will set you free. Y'all all know damn well that a lot of this shit we see out here, black people know this shit ain't right. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what's right and wrong. So I'm not gonna sit up here and this is and I hate to say it, but this is why the space in some cases they telling the truth about black people. They really is. Because if we're gonna
No,
say that people from the streets had to do what they had to do, well shit, what about the dude who did everything right and he ain't got a record and he ain't do none of that nigga shit? What you gonna outcast him? This is why it's a separation between two type of black people. Point blank period. Because I'm not gonna sit up here and say you hold on.
Who would say to outcast the people that are doing the right thing? This is over 96% of the population is doing the right thing. So I guess I'm confused on why that would even be on the table.
Right, because I'm a black person that did the right thing, but I just don't feel the need to sit in judgment of black people that were
I'm
unable to do the right thing to make it through in life.
no, I'm not judging nobody. I'm just saying, like me, point blank, period. I just asked you, and I'm gonna ask the other woman, would y'all would have got up there and did that?
You're borging out.
Y'all y'all
We
remember
can't.
that commercial that Little Romeo did about going to college?
ACDC, ICDC school. Yep,
No,
he got clown for that too. Yep.
okay. So just mind you, Raw, you right. He got what? clown. For mind you, they were like, "Oh, he broke. He ain't got this." I'm like, mind you, Romeo was telling people go to college. He wasn't saying nothing about stuff. He wasn't doing. Dude was dressed nice. He had on some jeans, some a nice clean fitted shirt. Nothing crazy. He was literally saying, and mind you, at one time he was playing college basketball. Left out of that and said, "Nah, I'm gonna go straight to college and just go do my college." But literally, they dragged that man, and I was like, "Wow." So I'm like, okay, that makes no sense. That makes no sense to me because you have a young brother, and his dad even addressed. He said, "Wait, why was the industry and people clowning him when he was literally not promoting what the industry wants black people to promote, but literally talk about, hey y'all, we can go to school, community college. They had a high mission for wanting African American people in there, but instead it was rejected as he was being lame."
Okay, BMC, but again, I'm a person that's told I'm not black and I'm not from the city because for the majority of time I speak with proper diction and I enunciate my words well. And I still don't just diminish or marginalize the majority of my people that do that, that don't talk
Yeah.
that way. See, what we have to learn as a people is when you have made it out, you are now called to be a leader. You cannot lead the people by telling them that they are less than and that what they're doing right now is horrible and they're not worthy and they're not worth it. And because you've made it, you're not going to help them. Even look at my time on this platform. I have reached my hand out to people that are not doing as well as me to help them to get a leg up, and they have vilified me, and I still reach my hand back out because it's not about what other people are doing. It's not about what other people do. It is what you, as a leader, as somebody that has made it, does to make sure your people are all right. So people can't sit on this platform and tell me that they pro-black and they for the people when they can't take the heat of what it is to be a leader.
I hear you. I
Listen,
hear you.
point blank period. Point blank period.
Can,
At
what,
the
what
at the
can
end of the uh,
I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead, brother. I've been talking.
Okay. Yeah. And I agree with what the sister was saying, but I gotta provide some pushback, and this is based on what I've been listening to. When
Yep.
you say when you say that people that have made it out of a certain situation need to reach back and help others. I agree with that, but I think if you listen to a lot of times what you were saying, oh well, because you speak a certain way, you talk a certain way, not because of what you did, people are not qualifying you as being black. That's a problem. That's a tremendous problem, right? And
Yes.
and then the thing is when you even took it a step further, and this is kind of like why I wanted to come on the panel because I'm listening to everybody saying, oh well, these people, drug dealers in particular, are doing what they have to do to feed their family, which is a lie, but they're doing what they
Yep.
have to do to make ends meet, this, that, and the third. And you know what? I mean, I would say this: until you are fully prepared to get up in front of the mother that lost her child that was sleeping in a bed because some drug dealers decided that they needed to make some things right because they're doing what they got to do, until you can get up in front of these people that are being affected every day by the mayhem that these ignorant fools are causing on a daily basis, and tell these people that are affected they are doing what they have to do to survive. If you can't do that, then maybe you need to sit back and reflect. You shouldn't be saying that at all because to me, I know people are not trying to justify what they're doing, but you're not intentionally doing it, but you are doing it. When
Okay,
you
but hold tight
go
right
ahead.
there. Hold tight. When you can get up in a public forum and tell someone that their child deserved to die because they made a bad decision, maybe you should reflect on your thought process. Because no matter what any of us feel about Breonna Taylor's life choices, she did not deserve to die in that manner.
Mhm. Right. And again, I mean, when I'm listening to these kind of conversations, I've never heard anybody say that Breonna Taylor deserved to die. Most people, even the people that come from the stance that you do, say that it's a tragedy that she was killed that night. A
And then they
tragedy.
qualify that by saying, but well, she made these choices. So this
But
is
then,
what
but
she
look, but
was
hold on
choosing.
though.
No,
Yeah,
that's
but hold on
wrong.
though. We have to be honest as black people. We think this shit growing up. Don't deal with that type of man. Is point blank period. Let me say something. If she would have been with a guy like Game Changer, the shit wouldn't have happened. Point blank period.
How do you know? Because the warrant was false.
Game
I'm just
changer.
saying. Look. I'm just making a point. I'm just trying to make a point in this
But
space. People try to laugh at the dude and say he crazy and all that, but it's clear to see he don't promote none of that shit. So if she'd have been with a clean square guy, she wouldn't have been killed.
Clean
Point
is
blank
what?
But
period. Now
Kenny
God rest
Walker
her soul.
was a clean
No,
square guy,
I'm
and
just
she was with
I'm
him,
just
and he was
saying.
a
I'm
clean
just
square
saying
guy.
she was connected to all type of shit, and she didn't deserve it. God rest her soul. I give her that. Like, I would never say somebody deserved to die, but I've seen this shit in Chicago time and time and time and time again. Decent black women fucking with these nothing ass niggas, and it's it's really it's
He burning out again.
You
Working out
you
yeah,
breaking
again.
out, Ken. But I was
but
with you up until you said game changer. But let me
It
go on
ain't nothing
over.
square about him.
Right.
well,
Let me
Yeah,
go up to D Darrell. D Darrell, you want to get a piece of this, and then I'm gonna go over to love
yeah.
wisdom.
I'm gonna say this again for those when we're looking at the community, this is a big problem in our community, um, where people for some reason neg- um for those who have uplifted themselves and have done better and they choose we have a large percentage of people in our community that when they grow up in the community, once they obtain a certain level of success, they don't go back. They go into other communities. They marry outside the community. They do a lot of things that separate themselves from the community, but at the same time they complain about the community itself and they provide no solutions. But at the same time of that, in conjunction to that occurring, there are people in the community that think that blackness is synonymous with failure, poverty, poor speaking skills, you know, everything that involves being unsuccessful. And we need positive black images, and we need to have some level of discussion between those that are in the hood and who's not, and no matter what, because the way I look at it is this: no matter how successful you are in this society, you're still black, and we have to start looking at being black, being associated with doing positive things, and not holding on to stereotypical situations and stereotypical labels. I mean, just because we should not have to um in some way have to convince other people our blackness because we don't necessarily agree with speaking and acting a certain way, particularly if it's not going to translate to you being successful and working in particular fields and in a profession. And so it kind of aligns with the fact of there are people who believe that if you grew up in a certain way, that stripping and doing drug dealing is like a rites of passage. It's like this is something we do. And if you don't agree with doing these particular things, then you're not really black. Or if you don't listen to this type of music, or if you don't play this type of sport, and that's not, and we're more than that. Historically, we are more than that. Our culture is more than that. And again, I'm about us increasing ourselves and not having those options. that if we are stuck in a certain situation or we're stuck financially, that we have to reduce ourselves to stripping, or we have to reduce ourselves to doing something that in itself has been one of the largest influences of us being in a bad situation, such as drug dealing. I'm for us as a people being able to provide a safety net that if you have a felony, we can hire each other like I do. I hire black men and women who had felonies and criminal records so that they don't have to reduce themselves to stripping and drug dealing. And so we have to provide that as a community. We have to provide that so that that don't become the option. So that's what I'm looking at doing. I mean, we have to provide those opportunities, and so that we don't continue to allow us to be seen in a certain manner. Again, just as femininity overload stated, or JV, they targeted a certain group of people, and in that target, they knew that they liked that particular environment. Okay, but we gotta understand, the women that participated in that, nobody forced them to do that. Nobody forced them to participate. They could have turned that money down. Okay, you don't. We have choices, regardless, good or bad or what have you, whether you agree or not. Your life is based on the choices that you make and the consequences of that. And we cannot lower ourselves to thinking that, okay, well, I got to get it. I understand the situation. I'm not trying to, but I understand that in many situations in certain communities, you have no other options. But as a community, we have to do a job. We have to do a better job of fighting that people have an option, at least some options, so that they don't result into doing those type of things. That's pretty much it.
Okay, well, thank you, D. Darrell. Now I agree with you. I want to go ahead and move it over to Love Wisdom, and then from Love Wisdom, I want to hop back over to Raw D. Love Wisdom, welcome back to the panel.
Hello, hello. Um, look, this is simple. The reason why the reason why it becomes a circular argument is because we have to be real. Some of our people, they are comfortable with dysfunction. They're comfortable with dysfunction. There's no solutions because they don't want it to be any solutions. We have a bunch of self-righteous people who just act like, you know, well, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. Yet before these people got right, they was doing the exact same things that they're condemning other black people for doing. I have a problem with that. So I'm going to split this down because I don't do gender hustles, but I'm going to split it down the middle. I'm going to start with the men because the men are the leaders, right? The first line of defense for the community. I am tired of some of you with this self-righteous attitude that you have, where you have contributed to a lot of this dysfunction. Okay? You now all of a sudden we don't like strippers, but yet you got paid a lot of money enforcing stripper culture. I'm in love with a stripper. Make that ass clap. Shake it like a salt shaker. When you see my dick, I'ma beat that pussy up. I don't care what you heard about me, but a bitch can't get $1 out of me, no matter what you say, because I'm a G. I'm a motherfucking PIMP. So let's not sit here and pretend that you did not have a hand in the dysfunction that you are now being self-righteous on. I don't play them games. The drug dealing culture, you contributed to that too. Whether it was Supreme Griff, whether it was Lorenzo Fat Cat Nicholas, whether it was Felix the Cat Mitchell, you contributed to these types of dysfunctional behavior. When it comes to the drug dealing by way of the Sicilians in the 60s, that happened because of the riots, that happened because of the Vietnam War and the war on drugs. Once white flight took place and they took all the jobs away from the black man, he had to go into an underground economy for his family. See, before you get to judging, you got to go back into history to connect the dots with how we got here. Now that we know What has happened to the black man? We cannot sit here and pretend that some of you are angels. You still contribute to the drug culture today, even though you say it's a bad thing. So, what is the solution, my brother? You have to unify and come together in your own communities to stop all of this. Whether you have to be in local politics or in law enforcement, the power is yours to change the narrative on how Black men and boys are in the community. Whether you become a mentor, you have to get your hands dirty to change the narrative of Black men and boys. Now, Mr. Research had a video on his channel a couple of years ago in Norfolk, Virginia. It was a ceremony called Black Boys Rock. And what they did was all of the Black boys and men who were contributors to their communities, they got awarded for it, whether they were mentors, politicians, lawyers, business owners. They got rewarded and they got recognized for helping out the community. That is community in action that you don't have to wait for the media to say. When you do the grassroots work, then people can see the fruits of your labor. You cannot contribute to the dysfunction of your community and then turn around and act like you had nothing to do with it. Oh, no, sir. Yes, you did. So until you acknowledge that and fix it, we're going to be here at a stalemate. Now I'm coming to the women. Yes, the ad was disgusting because Black women, you cannot complain about what you entertain. I'm tired of y'all talk about my pussy, my choice, and then when everybody treats you like a hoe, no, 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 you're not treating me with respect. When those
Oh
women got
shit.
on that pole and did
Yeah.
all that, what president did that say for Black women? Well, the whole Sapphire thing about how we are so over sexualized. That's what they did. Now, even though as a Black woman, I'm not a part of that lifestyle, Faith may not be a part of that lifestyle, Raw is not a part of that lifestyle, Taylor, all of the sisters may not be a part of that lifestyle, right? But the fact that those Black women decided, fuck all you hoes, I'm going to do what I do, it shows Black women in a bad light. Okay? Now, did we contribute to whore culture? Yes, we did. I don't want dick tonight. Eat my pussy right. We did it. We was
Up,
out there
up,
freak
up.
Nick with Luke. We was doing it all.
Oh
We was
snap.
doing it all. We was
Mm.
getting
Uh,
down and
uh,
dirty. So now all of a sudden now we didn't do those things. Yes, we did. We said we about to do whatever we got to do to get our money. No matter how degrading it was, we got to get our money because we could go out there like the men. Now all of a sudden, oh, it's not fair anymore. So what I'm
I'm
saying
a
to
I'm
Black
an Aries queen. This is love wisdom talking right now. See, y'all ready to
now,
nail me to the cross. Cause
what I'm saying,
y'all hearing
wait
some
a minute.
Black female accountability. Y'all about
No,
to
no,
nail
no.
me to the cross.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying for Black women, what Black women can do. And Black women is actually starting to do this right now. Black women are holding other Black women accountable for the things that we do, for our image. We said we tired of being looked upon as Wakandan warrior princesses. So there was a petition on change.org to get us out of those Time and Rolling Stone magazines. Because what ends up happening is when we are looked upon as warrior princesses, what ends up happening is we are more open to be attacked. So we're trying to change our narrative and how people look at us as Black women. But we also have to teach our girls coming up in the game, coming up in the game. You need to invest in yourself. You need to invest in your education. You need to do what you have to do first because time is an investment that you can't get back. See, that's what we have to teach our daughters and girls coming up through mentorship programs or whatever have you. We have a responsibility in the Black community. Black men and Black women don't like to take accountability for absolutely nothing. And the handful of people that do take the accountability, you get all this pushback. At some point, we got to get off of Never Never Land Island. Okay? Even Peter Pan had to grow up. Y'all seen that movie Hook?
Ooh.
Even old Peter Pan had to grow up at some point. You got to grow up. We contributed to a lot of this dysfunction that we're complaining about now. So the solution is fix it. We have social media platforms. Brothers, I'm coming back to y'all. Y'all talk about the black family. Some of y'all that's talking all this bullshit, you got black families. Can you, for a change, promote the positives of black men, the positives of black families, and stop being all up in a woman's panty line and focus on the black family that you say needs to be repaired? Support other black men who highlight the black family. You got Dr. Rick Wallace who promotes the black family. Where are the black men supporting his channel? You can't complain about what you entertain. Okay? Black women, same thing. Same thing. I know we got a lot of fuck boys out here. I know we do. I know we do. But can we support black men who really do care about us? Huh? Can we give them some support too? What I'm saying is you gotta cut out the fuck shit. Be the change that you want to be. If we're not going to provide solutions and we're going to play ring around the rosy all day, then what it tells me is you want the dysfunction to continue because it gives you something to talk about. But then when we're talking about a solution that things need to get done, that means you're going to have to get up off your ass. I do not care about what white folks and what Asian people are doing. They got their shit together. This is warfare. They are doing what they're supposed to do in war. What did Richard Spencer say? It ain't about being fair. It's about winning. We are fair to everybody else, but we so harsh on each other. That's not how the game works. If you ain't gonna get shit done, shut the fuck up. That's the bottom
Mhm.
line for men and women. If you ain't gonna get it done, if you're not gonna change the narrative, if you ain't gonna work to make things better, shut the fuck up. Cause I'm tired of the same blame game over and over and over and over again. I don't want to be 50 years old and have to hear this shit again. I'm sorry. You either going to get right or you going to get left. We ain't got much time. So the power is yours on what you want to do. Fix the shit that fucked us up. And we can do it. We just don't want to because we like the fuckery for what it is. That's it. That's it. That's just the truth. You like shit the way it is. You love it the way it is because I can blame you. I can blame him. I can blame the child support system. Stop fucking these bitches that you are not trying to make your wife. Don't talk
Mhm.
to me about hood polygamy if you ain't really going to be about providing for these women and children. Okay,
Woo! Well.
polygamy is not about you having multiple sex partners and then saying go to white zaddy to take care of you and then get mad at her for being on public assistance. No, 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 no. You either going to be a man or you going to shut the fuck up. Ladies, listen, vet these men. You are either going to vet these men, or you going to keep being with these same raggedy ass men and say ain't no good men around. We have to grow up. You don't want the
Mm.
white man in your business. Do what you got to do to make sure he don't get in your business. You want the black family. It starts with marriage. You marriage, fellas, marriage. If you can carry a social security card and your birth certificate, you can carry a damn marriage license. Marriage. If
Mm.
she good enough to be a single mama, she good enough to marry. If you don't want her, to be the wife, excuse me, to be the mother of your children, put a condom on. Ladies, carry your condoms, please, to make sure you don't get caught up and slipped up. I'm seeing too many baby showers and not enough weddings. Okay?
Mm.
Baby showers that rival weddings. If the man is not trying to marry you, don't have no kids with him. The greatest legacy you can give a man is a child. And some of these niggas don't even deserve that because they have shown improvement not to even take care of themselves. So what makes you think they want to take care of you and the child that he helped bring here with you?
Mm.
Okay? That's just the bottom line. We have to grow up. The day of the Geechee is over. Stop making kids with women you do not want to be with. Ladies, stop getting involved with these men that have shown and proven to you that they ain't trying to do nothing for you. Get these raggedy niggas up out of your house. I don't care how much good dick he gives you. If he ain't providing and protecting you, he shouldn't even know where you live in the fucking first place. Get these homosexual niggas up out of your house. Get them away from your children. Your house is not the hell house, and your pussy is not a trash compactor. Enough is enough. Get them out your house. If they ain't doing nothing, get them out your house. Especially if you got children. Get them out your house. Enough is enough. That's it. Enough is enough with this nonsense, man. You've been doing this shit since 2009. It's 2020. Where have we gone? Where
Mm.
have we gone? It has hurt more people than it has actually helped people. This this this, this gender nonsense has hurt more people than it has helped people. I have known people in this space since they came to this space. Their relationships are fucked up
Hmm.
because you're listening to people who do not have a track record of a successful relationship their damn selves. You are listening to people who, at the end of the day, don't have your best interest at heart at all. They want you to fuck up so they can have content about you.
Mm.
You are giving people money who would rather see you hanging from a damn tree than actually see you doing something better for yourself because they don't want better.
Well, y'all
We
don't
have
know.
created more narcissists and more mental basket cases in this sector. Okay? Stop it. Know when to say enough is enough. Know when to say, I got to be a better man to my children. I got to be a better woman to my children. Learn when to say enough is enough from people who give you no substance, but they give you a bunch of poison. That poison look and taste good until you're dying, until your family don't want to fuck with you no more. Are these people going to come help you out? Where
Nope.
your GoFundMe at? Where your Patreon with something going on with you? I ain't responsible. I ain't responsible for these people. Yeah, but you up here giving the message, so you are responsible.
Well.
Ooh, child.
Bunch of overgrown ass men and women who know better,
Mm.
who know better, but it's okay to be in dysfunction. It's fine. You can be in dysfunction all you want to. I choose not to be a part of it. I choose not to be a part of this dysfunction. Enough is enough. We got black people being killed out here, wholesale, by other black people and by other people. So if you don't see yourself as valuable, what makes you think they'll see you as valuable?
Mm.
It's okay to kill black people because all black people want to do is tear shit up and blame each other for it. So hell, let's not use them for target practice. Yeah, let's do it. Check and mate. Let's do it. In the words of David Johnson, let's do it. You don't want hell. They don't care. They don't support other black people that's about something. So why should we care? It starts with us, ladies and gentlemen. It really does start with us and what we're willing to tolerate and what we're not willing to tolerate, starting with our own people. When we set that example, the respect factor will be built again for us like it was before because we didn't tolerate a lot of the shit that we're tolerating today. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Ooh, shoot, that mic is on fire. I don't know if I can touch that after that.
You
Mm.
know what? Listening to what she said, that it's almost like have you ever seen some of these musicians that when they got to go behind a Whitney Houston or Aretha Franklin or a Michael Jackson performance or something, he's like, no, I can't go behind that. I
Amid.
can't do it. I can't do it. So
Well, Love Wisdom said, "Oh no, it's the smoke." And I want y'all to get up them super chats and them Cash App donations because when y'all sitting in those spaces where people are degrading black people, y'all throwing money around like it's the glitterati, like it's a ticker tape parade. But y'all been sitting here getting fed for 6 hours and 7 minutes, and I don't see the super chat or the Cash App popping. Now, to piggyback off of what Love Wisdom was saying as well. I literally sat on a panel a couple weeks ago and I was telling the people how me and my husband feed the neighborhood kids. If the neighborhood kids is hungry, they come over here and they eat something. And my husband and I were called foolish and oh, your husband is a simp because he feeds people in the community. This is the mindset that people are up against. It's ridiculous. Love Wisdom is 150,000% correct. Y'all like this dysfunction. Y'all click together, y'all get all in the business, y'all make exceptions, and you embrace the nonsense that's being fed to you because that's what you want to hear. I did a video the other day on a popular woman hater talking about where he was asking somebody what size his penis was, and then there was like a whole marathon done to verify and make what he said the truth. Well, black women don't like dudes with small members, and that's not the truth. Like, y'all make things about sex, y'all make things about penis size, y'all quickly want to see a woman twerking, y'all tell women that we gotta be size 2 with a fat ass and some big titties and hair dripping. Y'all make songs like Foreign. And as to that point brought up about Master P and how wonderful he is, y'all better research his lyrics, because he certainly had lyrics from Thug Chick on the Ghetto Bill album. I like a bad chick like Martha Stewart that go to jail. I like a thug chick. I want a bad chick. So don't act like he's always been a positive influence. Bounce that ass, you hoes bounce that ass, from Bounce That Ass on his Down South Hustlers album. Come on, man. Like, this is the whole entire culture. This is who we lift up. Even Kobe Bryant, when he cheated on his wife, he bought her a damn diamond, and y'all were like, "Oh, see, black women, so y'all will tolerate anything as long as somebody buys you something to comfort you through your pain." Like, y'all. And before I forget what I wanted to say about this, there's a woman called Vendita Nelson, and she has an organization, and it's called Whisper, and it's looking at racism and sexism and how they collide. So when you're talking about these strippers are the subject of racism and sexism. Like, we're not valued. I don't want to hear nobody talking about high value. Black people are not high value in this community. Stop sitting there trying to beat people up when they're helping in the community and telling them that they're a sin. I don't give a damn if you speak proper English and you're well to do and you have money. Cool. I respect it. But I also got respect for the hustler thug dude that lives down the street too, because he's still trying to make it through in a system that's not built for him to succeed. So I'm not going to sit there and push him away. Y'all ostracize people in our community that are victims, that are weak, that are going through. You ostracize them instead of teaching them a better way. And then y'all sit there and say, "Oh, well, they shouldn't be heroes and that's not, honorable." It may not be. It may not be. But if all their influences around them are negative and you're a positive influence and you're ostracizing them and telling them that they're not worthy and they ain't gonna be nothing and they ain't never been shit, how is they ever supposed to get better? They're not. We have to stop participating in the hate, in the racism, in the oppression that has been put down before us. A lot of people, when you tell them that we're 3/5 of property in the Constitution, they say, well, that was ratified by the 14th Amendment. But the language should be completely stricken from the record. We need to be in these positions of powers to affect change. What happened to the NAACP? When I was 3 and 4 years old, I was marching with the NAACP. And I haven't seen them. They haven't been making their presence overtly known in any of these cases. So where are they? Oh, I forgot. Rachel Dolezal infiltrated their system, and so now y'all have castigated them and thrown them to the side. What happened to the Black Panther movement? The Black Panther movement was out here feeding women and children. Oh, what? A couple of their head leaders went to jail, so now it's, oh, well, forget about that movement. What happened to Dr. Martin Luther King's legacy? He died fighting for our civil rights. And then once he died, what? The baton was left there on the ground. When Malcolm X was killed for fighting for our rights, the baton was left there on the ground. That's why I'm constantly annoyed at these people in these spaces that have these huge platforms and they only focused on tearing down the community and divesting out of the community. I don't give a damn what you're doing as a Black person unless what you're doing is helping other Black people. Period. Point blank in the entire period. Y'all wilding out here. And no disrespect to anybody on this panel, but when you sit here and you perpetuate these justification theories for murder of our people, you are contributing to the system of white supremacy. Unwittingly, if you know it or not, you absolutely are. That's why I said yesterday, you got to be mindful of what you say. You got to be mindful of what you're doing. You have to be always closing on how to help our people. How does this help? How does this help? It doesn't help. It just tells the people, oh, well, if we could put a little dirt on their name, Black people are going to focus on the dirt. They're not going to focus on what we doing to them. Do better. And I'm
All
done.
right. All right, boy, we got a lot of mic drops going on here today. All right, so we're gonna start wrapping it up.
Yeah, I was
But
actually gonna Faith, can you put your 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 Cash App or whatever in the chat. I haven't been able to look in it. So, and thanks for letting me on, sis. And thanks to
Okay,
everybody.
no problem. Thanks so much for coming up. I wanted to go to Dita Rail for the final words. I think that shoot, everybody done pretty much said it all. So we're gonna end it with you, D.
All right. What I'm gonna say is first of all, Faith, again, um, great, great panel, great discussion, great show. I usually don't be up this early, but for some reason I got up earlier than usual because I usually don't get up until like 8 o'clock, and I was up till 6, and then I saw the topic, and I do think that this particular topic it was necessary and so on because I was working on content about this, but I think for everybody brought something positive. Everybody brought, legitimate arguments and so on. And that, I mean, what we're basically saying, our community there's a lot of work to be done in our community. And that to me is what I'm getting at is we have a lot of work. And I think that um in this particular space, there's a lot of people in these particular spaces that are not they're actually falling in line with the dysfunction and so forth, and they're monetizing that. And I think that it's good that we're seeing people networking who don't fit into that mold and who are creating a different narrative. And I think that that is actually good for this particular sector of black YouTube. That people who want to see different things, who actually value family, who actually value black love, black marriage, and so on, who are not all into just this ongoing, adverse interaction all the time. That we interact and have positive conversation that brings some level of solution to it. So, my end of the day, um, as far as with Breonna Taylor, um, every a lot of the rhetoric and opinions that were given to her in a negative position were people who kind of reinforce those type of behaviors that we've talked about today. And I just wholeheartedly think it's unfair that you demonize the person who's dead, but you don't demonize the system. You don't demonize the police that didn't follow procedure and so forth. And it's a poor, cowardly, uh, you know, concept for people to have that type of opinion and perception of this lady without knowing all the facts. So I support, you know, uh, justice for us. Black Lives Matter or whatever. Not literally meaning the group, but actually that mantra in itself. And then I look forward to interacting with you all in future shows. So I definitely like you did a banged up job show. I mean, Faith, and I appreciate being here. Thank you so much.
Okay, no, if not for the team, this channel would be, nothing. Well, me by myself, I'm kind of fantastic by myself too. I have to give myself a little pat on the
Great show.
But no, yeah, I mean it. You guys come through, and I'm talking about the different perspectives, and you all pretty much make me think of things in a new way as well. So I may not change my perspective, but you do give me some food for thought, and that's always something that's good. Like I said, Crystal and Carrison and I never saw eye to eye in the past. I never ever thought that I would be sitting up here one day and thinking, wow, you know what, she had a point. So, sometimes you do, listen to other people's point of view and you mull it over and you think on it. And sometimes it will kind of sink in. So, you guys have given me, especially Raw B and Femininity Overload, Love Wisdom. Oh my God. D Derail, DMT, Zach, all the people that came across this panel today, even SKC. I was really shocked, but he had some moments too. I don't want to take anything away from SKC. So, with that said, this was an awesome panel. As always, you guys make the show. You do. You really do, and I appreciate you all. Um, I don't know what else to say. I mean, you guys, goodness, I'm just like I'm awestruck right now, especially after Love Wisdom. After her thing, I'm still like on a high from that. Like I'm over here in the truck doing the Holy Ghost dance. Like, hey, well, oh my goodness. One thing I do want to do is I do want to acknowledge all the people that super chatted. I want to acknowledge all the people that sent cash apps. I didn't get a chance to get around to it because I'm driving and I'm trying to navigate the panel all at the same time. But Sister Scorpio, thank you for your $20 super chat. I believe that Love Wisdom sent a $25 super chat earlier. I want to also thank Sister Raw B for the $4 super chat. And it was somebody else that sent something. And I don't, okay, Black Tea with the $10 super chat. And was it somebody else in here? Yes. Make It Happen Manny with the $5 super chat. And I think I got everybody. I think if I didn't remember you, trust and believe it was not on purpose. You all are awesome, and I appreciate especially the people that get up early with me because I'm up here in Phoenix at 2 a.m. So I see at least about 5 or 10 people already there at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I think that's awesome. You guys are the real MVPs. And with that, I'm going to say peace, and we're out.